Did you know Minecraft was intended to have a much longer name back in 2009? Even more bizarre is the fact that Notch, the creative force behind this classic game, drew inspiration from a stick figure webcomic. Yes, Notch thought of calling the game Minecraft Order of the Stone before it was simply called Minecraft. He explained in his May 2009 blog post that the name was suggested by someone in chat discussions on TIG Source IRC because it sounded like Order of the Stick, a stick figure fantasy webcomic that he personally enjoyed. He considered keeping the name, but ultimately decided that Minecraft was more powerful on its own. Order of the Stone was recycled as the title of the primary hero group in Minecraft Story Mode years later. The idea that one of the most popular video games was almost inspired by a webcomic pun is amusing. This is just another instance of how unofficial chat suggestions and fortunate name choices have influenced the course of Minecraft history. But Notch's wild run is just getting started, and he had no idea that he would have taken the first steps towards becoming a legend in just 1 week. In May 2009, Marcus Notchperson spent roughly a week creating the first functional version of Minecraft. He had been working on a project called Ruby Dung while still holding a regular job at J Album when he came upon Infin Miner, a block-based mining game that served as a major inspiration for the main concept of Minecraft. Notch swiftly assembled a crude prototype by combining block placement, digging, and basic terrain. He treated it more like a hobby experiment than the beginning of a phenomenon when he posted the first public build on TIG Source forums on May 17, 2009. Even though the prototype was unpolished, the gameplay loop was already captivating. After just 1 week of fast prototyping, Minecraft expanded feature by feature, with the majority of its early development being influenced by user feedback. It remains one of the best illustrations of how a modest side project can become a worldwide success. Notch found his composer in the same independent forums for the soundtrack that was required for that week-long sprint. On the TIG Source indie game forums, where small game developers exchange projects, composer Daniel Rosenfeld, also known as C418, met Marcus Notch Pearson. Notch was sharing early versions of Minecraft in development, and C418 shared his experimental music tracks. Without any official plan, contract, or guidelines, C418 instantly agreed when Notch asked if he wanted to compose music for the game. He was given complete creative freedom by Notch, which resulted in the distinctive ambient music style of Minecraft. The calming ambience of Minecraft was largely shaped by C418's simple piano and gentle synth tracks. Two creators conversing casually on an independent forum was the beginning of it all. Jeb applied the same creative spirit to the game itself after getting married years later. Jeb did more than simply decorate Minecraft with flowers. He actually placed his wedding bouquet within the game. The peonia wasn't a creative decision. At his actual wedding ceremony, the same flower was used. Even after Mojang changed it to a taller version, the original flower texture remained in the files for years. He even acknowledged it on Twitter, saying, "Yeah, I added my wedding flowers into Minecraft." Deal with it. Unaware that they are stepping on Jeb's romantic memories, players run past it in flower forests. It's genuinely one of the cutest developer Easter eggs. It's like putting your wedding photos into a video game and making it look fashionable. Not all of Minecraft's features were inspired by deep lore or fan votes. Sometimes it's just screenshots of love, and Mojang thought the flower was adorable. Flowers were included, but another item was nearly included as well before being discarded at the last minute. Dinnerbone put a lot of effort into creating quivers. He created UI slots, worked on textures, and even teased the community by posting enigmatic encrypted images on Twitter. Players believed that an update to Minecraft Archery was imminent. Then one fine day, Dinnerbone casually tweeted, "I'm removing quivers again." Arrows in the offhand just feel better. Years of hype gone in a single tweet. The quiver texture still sits in the files like an abandoned dream, reminding us of what could have been. The new offhand system ended up being more useful anyway, but the Minecraft community still mourns the legendary item that never fully existed. It's like ordering a pizza, seeing it delivered on the app, and then being told, "Actually, we gave you garlic bread instead." Useful, yeah, but it still hurts. Speaking of hidden signatures, developers found other sneaky ways to leave their mark. Some developers leave hidden messages in code. Minecraft devs, they hide their names inside textures like ancient hieroglyphs. When Sarge created the armor stand, he secretly left his username in a tiny black box on the bottom right of the texture. Nobody could see it in game, but texture explorers eventually dug it up like archaeologists discovering a lost civilization. Then, texture artist Japa came along during the texture update and added his own name to it. No speech, no ceremony, just two signatures sitting quietly in a pixel cave. These names don't do anything and never show up unless you go digging. It's basically Minecraft's version of I was here. No flashy dev credits, just sneaky pixel graffiti buried in the files. And sometimes those signatures came with mischief, like a texture that never meant anything at all. In December 2012, Dinnerbone gave players Christmas jests as a cute holiday surprise. But because he is a professional troll, he also dropped a random file called skis.pngpng in the game textures. Data miners saw it, and within minutes, the internet exploded with theories about skiing in Minecraft. Snow updates, ice slopes, ski mobs, official winter sports. People really thought it was real. Turns out Dinnerbone put it there just to mess with the community. The skis never existed, never had a purpose, and were never meant to. It was pure chaos fuel. The texture just sat there doing nothing but causing confusion and heartbreak. It's like Mojang's way of saying, we see you, data miners, and we're watching. While texture trolling entertained data miners, actual mobs were getting secret animations nobody expected. Piglins are not just gold-loving gremlins, they actually have a built-in celebration dance, but you'll barely ever see it. During a Minecraft Live AMA, developer N confirmed that piglins will literally throw a victory dance if they successfully beat hoglins in battle. They'll cheer, hop around, and basically flex their win. But the conditions are ridiculous. The piglins have to outnumber and defeat hoglins naturally without player involvement. That means no help, no interference, just genuine piglin battle tactics. There's even a reverse rule. If hoglins are stronger, piglins panic and run for their lives. So yeah, Mojang basically coded an entire mini war simulator in the Nether, and almost nobody noticed. Players were too busy speedrunning or stealing gold while these mobs were secretly vibing and dancing in the background. And speaking of technical nightmares, some features looked simple, but nearly broke everything. Players see water pools in caves and think, nice touch. Developer N witnesses thousands of tiny water calculations, suffering, and chaos. He acknowledged during an AMA that it was very challenging to make water sit at various heights and caverns. Every block had to determine whether or not water should flow, how deep it should be, and whether it should be present. In the game, it appeared straightforward, but it nearly made the developers' heads melt. Massive performance problems were caused by the system, necessitating extensive optimization to prevent cave generation from blowing up. All of that was done to prevent the caves from appearing like haphazard flooded messes. It took a lot of testing and fine-tuning to make it appear naturally random, but it's one of those features that players never consider. While Minecraft water appears serene, it actually causes chaos. Even the names of developers had backstories, beginning with a very paradoxical friendship. Dinnerbone isn't a fancy game attack, it is a literal homage to his friend T-Bone. He inadvertently created one of the most famous developer usernames ever after flipping the name upside down for amusement. Additionally, his online persona is inverted at all times. Eventually, Mojang transformed that into an Easter egg. Grum, Dinnerbone, or any other mob is turned upside down. Horses, cows, even the Ender Dragon. Minecraft doesn't give a damn. The game simply flips it as if a gravity spell had struck it. Unaware that it all began with a friend's nickname, millions of players have laughed at upside down sheep. It's one of those little private jokes that became part of the history of Minecraft. And right now, Dinnerbone, an upside down pig, is most likely living his best life somewhere in the world. The way that new mobs fit into the current ecosystem was shaped by the same philosophy. They didn't want to disrupt the ecosystem when they added camels to Minecraft. According to Olaf, the game's designer, camels were designed to stand out without devaluing donkeys, horses, or llamas. Thus, camels have two amazing skills. First of all, they allow two players to ride simultaneously, which is ideal for chaos and travel. Secondly, their dash move allows them to leap over gulfs without coming into contact with zombie hands. However, Mojang forbade camels from transporting goods because doing so would render donkeys and llamas useless. It illustrates how each new mob must feel distinct but not overwhelming. Their trading carts aren't the only new animals they're bringing in. In fact, they must fit into the desert soap opera in Minecraft. Prior to camels, however, there was an accident with the coordinate system that somehow resolved itself. The entire coordinate system in Minecraft is somewhat flawed, and it all stems from a single ancient error. When creating the world generator, developer SGE once acknowledged that he confused the X and Z axes. In reality, going forward meant going right, and going back meant going left in some way. he unintentionally switched them back again later in a different section of the code so no one noticed. Thus, the error cancelled itself. For the same reason, instead of using the more popular Z for vertical height, Minecraft uses Y. Fixing the strange system now would likely break every world, mob, and survival guide ever created because it has been built in for so long. In actuality, Minecraft was created by happy accident. Coordinates are now just vibes. Some audio files contained messages that required specialized tools to view, and coordinates weren't the only thing concealing secrets. The eeriest soundtrack in Minecraft can be found on Music Disc 11. It begins with the sound of someone jogging through a cave while carrying a broken tape recorder, and it ends with static that sounds like a jump scare. However, players discovered a hidden picture of Steve's face and the numbers 12,418 when they dragged it into a spectrogram analyzer. The codename for C418 is actually that number. Since the hexadecimal representation of the letter C is 12, it becomes C418, clever and cunning. This eerie disc abruptly became a full-fledged detective case. Players began to link it to mysterious cave events, Herobrine sightings, and lost miners. Mojang essentially walked away after dropping an ARG into a music disc. Once you discover something, you can't help but notice it. Cave noises were also concealing faces, so that eerie disc wasn't the only one. One of those eerie sounds that comes on when you're mining in silence and suddenly feel like someone is observing you is Ambience Sound 14. As it happens, perhaps there is. A huge creeper face appeared when players ran this cave sound for a spectrogram. Samuel Aberg, the sound designer, acknowledged that he purposefully concealed it there. In other words, creepers are actually present in the audio of Minecraft. The game uses a mood system that keeps track of how long you've been in the dark to determine when you're scared enough to trigger these cave sounds. The game plays a spooky sound when the mood meter reaches its peak. The paranoia has intensified since we discovered that there is a real creeper face concealed within. There was more to Minecraft than just eerie sounds. It made eerie sounds while silently staring at you in code. However, the most unsettling sound message was contained in a single Morse code word. When you put Minecraft's ambient sound 21 into an audio spectrogram, it appears to be just plain eerie static. Players discovered Morse code concealed within at that point. There was only one word in the message: behind. When cave noises were redesigned to be spookier and more atmospheric, it was added during the Never update. The mood system only activates when you've been standing in the dark for an extended period of time without fighting or exploring, and the sound doesn't play very often. Knowing Mojang, this is probably just a spooky Easter egg, but it makes mining in total silence feel much more intense. Mojang seems to have subtly said, "We know you're paranoid, so here, take this." As a result, every player who is aware of it now makes sure to look behind them when mining at night. The developers continue to add depth to the game with self-aware messages and audio secrets. The majority of games crash with dull messages like "process terminated" or "error code 54321. It goes full comedy mode in Minecraft. When you look at the output log after your game crashes, you see the crash report after the second to last line. "Someone is closing me." It's the equivalent of a dramatic exit in Minecraft. The game seems to be shouting, "No, don't turn me off," as it exits. There are additional crash messages such as, "You should try our sister game, Minecraft." At least it tries to make you laugh before you cry, even though it doesn't make your world better. The majority of players never notice because they quit or restart in a fit of rage. However, if you look through the logs, you can see that Minecraft is secretly experiencing a personality breakdown. While Easter eggs were being revealed by crashes, most players were unaware of a hidden feature on the debug screen. Everyone is aware that F3 displays the extremely geeky debug screen of Minecraft, which has about 50 lines of statistics that no one can really comprehend. Here's the trick though. You can control exactly what appears on that screen by using the hidden customization menu that appears when you press F3 and F6. More than 30 statistics, including chunk borders, FPS, light level, biome information, and even RAM usage, are toggleable. Every setting can be set to always on or off only in free. In other words, you can essentially create your own customized debug display and clear out the clutter you never see. Most players have never noticed it because it has been silently sitting in the game and hidden in screenshots. Most people are still squinting at random text, even though Minecraft gave us a feature that transforms a debug screen into a neat customized HUD. Some textures concealed whole backstories in transparent pixels, while F3 displayed coordinates. Alex didn't just show up with a ponytail and slimmer arms when she joined Minecraft. An invisible layer that only appears when transparency is turned off in an image editor was concealed within the texture of her skin. Alex's round glasses are visible through that invisible pixel layer, which is a reference to Jeb, the Minecraft developer who is well known for donning spectacles. Leftover Steve-style arms are also visible in the hidden texture, demonstrating that Alex was constructed using Steve's base model prior to its redesign. It is essentially a ghost signature in Minecraft, but most players never see it because the transparency is set to 0. It's not visible in the game, but it's quietly lurking inside your Minecraft files, looking like a secret nerd. Even when their footprints are invisible, developers truly enjoy concealing them in the code. Let's now discuss the very first instance of a different world type. Before biomes were introduced, Minecraft experimented with different world types in winter mode. When creating a new world, there was a 25% chance that you would spawn in an area that was entirely covered in snow, with snow falling continuously, frozen lakes that re-iced instantly when they broke, and hardly any animal spawns. It was much more difficult to survive, particularly when food supplies were scarce. Everything had a cold, desolate feel, and there were 4 distinct patterns of snowflakes. The mode didn't last long because in Alpha 1.2.0, Mojang replaced it with appropriate biome systems, such as Tundra, which was a less extreme snowy substitute. Winter mode served as the basis for later snowy biomes and was essentially Minecraft's way of testing what a completely frozen world would feel like. Early mobs also had peculiarities, such as a particularly explosive death animation. Similar to how creepers swell before exploding, ghasts in early Minecraft had an animation where their bodies expanded before firing fireballs. It looks pretty good, and it was intended to serve as a visual warning. However, the aggression timer used in the animation was not properly synchronized between clients and servers. The expansion occasionally didn't trigger at all or didn't display correctly in multiplayer. The animation system further malfunctioned in version 1.3.1. The animation system further malfunctioned in version 1.3.1 when single player switched to an internal server model. In snapshot 14W6A for version 1.8, Mojang completely eliminated it rather than fixing it. Ghasts then simply floated in silence and shot fireballs without any forewarning or build-up. It was taken out because the technical timing system never functioned properly, not because it looked bad. Additionally, paintings that had been there for 10 years before anyone could use them were concealed in the files. Originally included in Pocket Edition 5.0 Alpha, Minecraft features 4 paintings that stand for Earth, Fire, Water, and Wind. Although they have been in the game files for more than 10 years, players have never been able to place or use them normally. They were made for a Minecon promotional map that was never made public, according to Mojang developer Helen Jabilich. It's still unclear who created them. When they did eventually show up in Java Edition Snapshot 22W16A in 2022, commands or custom data packs were still required to access them. They were never utilized in any official event and are unrelated to any mechanics or quests. They are among the fully textured assets that were never formally included in the game's gameplay. Certain features, like a musical instrument, were completely coded but taken out prior to launch. For a short time in Bedrock Beta, copper horns were fully functional instruments. They were made with a goat horn and copper, and they were available in 10 different versions. Depending on how they were used, each one could play 3 different songs, resulting in a total of 30 distinct sounds. They had a 4-second cooldown, showed up in pillager outpost chests, and were characterized by developers as social items intended more for role-playing and communication than for survival. Mojang chose to remove them prior to the official 1.19 release, despite the fact that players truly liked them. The team wanted to reconsider musical interactions in Minecraft because they failed to meet design goals. It was the first fully functional testable bedrock item to be fully eliminated prior to full release. Modern Minecraft still lacks the customization system that even the world generation had. There once was a surprisingly intricate system for customizing the world in Minecraft. 4 world themes, normal, hell, paradise, and woods, were available to players. Hell increased the number of hostile mob spawns and substituted lava for water. There were no hostile mobs in Paradise, and daytime lasted forever. Woods was characterized by thick forests and consistently cloudy skies. In addition, you have the option to choose world sizes and terrain types such as island, floating, flat, or inland. Above bedrock, floating created sky islands that resembled early iterations of Skyblock. Through map file editing, players could alter the colors of the sky, fog, and clouds. When Minecraft switched to infinite terrain generation in InfC's maps, the entire feature was eliminated because it didn't work with the new system. Prior to the existence of biomes and data pack world customization, it was an early prototype of world generation experiments. With a 3D feature that persisted for years, customization also extended to the graphics. In the past, Minecraft had a video feature called 3D Anaglyph that made it possible to watch the game with traditional red and cyan 3D glasses. Without requiring specialized hardware, the game would render distinct color-coded layers to add depth. It added a subtle 3D boost to Minecraft, which was particularly apparent in long-range views, caves, and cliffs. Despite its flaws, some players frequently used it for accessibility or enjoyment. During the development of Minecraft 1.13, Mojang eliminated the feature in Snapshot 17W43A, stating that the technology was antiquated and infrequently utilized. The majority of players had switched to proper 3D, virtual reality, or simply contemporary monitors by that point. It was taken out of the graphics system because it was outdated and no longer worth maintaining, not because it was damaged. Villagers had their own bizarre beginnings during development. Developer Tommaso Cicci unintentionally removed a terrain validation check that prevented villagers from spawning on inappropriate land during Pocket Edition optimization. All of a sudden, villagers began producing half on land, half on water, and occasionally right in the middle of rivers. Rather than fixing it, Mojang came to the conclusion that these quirky villages actually look pretty cool, especially with the wooden plank walkways that connect buildings across the water. Waterfront villages now have wooden bridges and docks in place of dirt roads, making them some of the most distinctive and picturesque world generation outcomes. The bug was retained in the game after Mojang formally acknowledged it as a feature. Waterfront property is now present in what were once broken villages. Inadvertently, it gave villagers better real estate than most players could construct, increased visual variety, and made exploration more enjoyable. But the next one was less of a planned feature and more of an accident. Henrik Kaneberg, the developer of Minecraft, created the crawling mechanics in version 1.14 so that players would crawl if pistons pushed blocks onto their heads. Players quickly realized there was a much simpler way to initiate crawling, but that part worked just fine. Simply position a trapdoor above your head, turn it over, and pass beneath it. All of a sudden, you were crawling without redstone or pistons. The developers actually adored it, despite Mojang's initial belief that it was a result of hitbox modifications. They purposefully let it remain, Nieberg even wrote. These days, redstone circuits, secret entrances, adventure maps, and inventive mobility tricks all make use of trapdoor crawling. Due to a bug that caused players to dock a bit too low, it became a fundamental movement mechanism. However, not all bugs were welcomed. It took 10 years for some to be fixed. A bug that persisted for 10 years was unintentionally introduced when Minecraft combined single-player and multiplayer code in version 1.3.1. Your character should typically lurch away from the direction of the attack when you take damage. However, regardless of the source of the damage, players always jerk to the left due to this bug. Hit left from behind. Left, shot by a skeleton. There's still a creeper explosion. After being reported in 2013 as MC 26678, the bug remained unfixed for years, with occasional indications that it wouldn't be fixed. It was eventually fixed by Mojang in Snapshot 23W3A for version 1.19.4. The fix initially felt incorrect because players were so accustomed to receiving inaccurate feedback. Every player was misled by Minecraft's damage direction for 10 years, which made fighting less educational without anyone really understanding why. Bugs occasionally developed novel tactics, such as this combination of carpet and snow. Full damage is typically prevented by powdered snow, but when you sink into it, you begin to freeze. Although they function as sturdy platforms, carpets actually register you as being on the block below them. An intriguing phenomenon occurred when players placed carpets on powdered snow. They were completely protected from the snow beneath them, while standing securely on the carpet without freezing or sinking. No additional blocks were required. This allowed for the inexpensive creation of an endless number of landing pads without the need for slime, hay, water, or scaffolding. It gained popularity as a trick for emergency drop shafts, bases, elytra towers, and parkour maps. Despite noticing the interaction, Mojang decided to leave it in place because it didn't violate any fundamental mechanics. It simply provided a straightforward and secure full defense option for astute players. We now have issues like entity cramming that have become critical to performance. The max entity cramming game rule was introduced by Minecraft in version 1.11 to help avoid lag caused by large mobs packing a single block. When more than 24 entities are in the same area, suffocation damage is automatically applied to the additional entities. Its sole purpose was to protect performance. Players soon discovered, though, that they could use this to create automated mob farms. The overflowing group would start taking damage and dropping items without the need for lava, drowning, or manual killing if animals or mobs were confined in small spaces. Entity cramming emerged as a key technique for automated farms, particularly for pig, cow, and chicken farms, where automated item collection could be triggered by breeding. Farm mechanics were fundamentally altered by something designed to prevent lag, which made it simpler to design fully AFK systems. Then there was the command block that could replicate itself and destroy entire worlds. A bug where a command block using the clone command could clone itself and a redstone block powering it into an adjacent position was once demonstrated by developer Sarge. An endless chain of self-replicating command blocks and redstone would result from the cloned version doing the same right away. Until unloaded chunks are reached, this could go on indefinitely. The chain would then restart when players got close to the chunks once more, which could cause the world to crash. The bug is sitting in an odd spot. Mojang left it as a system behavior rather than a defective feature because fixing it would interfere with valid clone command setups. It has been used by builders to test world-scale automation, redstone chain reactions, and infinite structure generation. It is strong, dangerous, and only exists because resolving it would eliminate some of the more sophisticated command block features. Speaking of temporary mayhem, one version actually rendered players blind. A version of Minecraft called Alpha 1.1.1 was so flawed that it almost caused blindness. A debug error caused the contrast and gamma values to be set to 0, turning screens entirely grey and resembling a blank fog. Some users had to restart their entire computer in order to get out of Minecraft because it became so stuck on those systems. It was the shortest lived version of Minecraft ever, going live on September 18th, 2010 and being removed by Mojang 205 minutes later. It was regarded as a lost build for more than a decade until a player disclosed that he had downloaded it 89 seconds prior to Mojang removing it. Additionally, since the other hidden updates were made available on Fridays, this is the only secret Saturday update. Some players continue to make jokes about it being the only version of Minecraft that attempted to break real-world monitors. Particles from dragon eggs, for example, broke in peculiar ways. In the past, when a dragon egg was clicked and teleported, it left a trail of particles that showed where it had come from and where it had landed. That broke when the internal server system was combined with a single player in snapshot 12W8A. Later, Mojang claimed to have fixed it in version 1.4.3, but the fix isn't working properly. The particle trail indicates a random location unrelated to the actual teleport spot of the egg, rather than the location of the egg's movement. The particles now essentially deceive players. The egg is actually hiding somewhere else, but the visual effect makes it appear as though it teleported. For more than 10 years, the bug has existed, but Mojang has never bothered to properly fix it because it isn't game-breaking, so most players aren't even aware that it's a problem. The community rebelled in 2025 when Mojang attempted to fix old bugs. Mojang made the decision to address two persistent movement bugs at the beginning of 2025. Advanced bridging and speedrunning techniques were made possible by MC271065, diagonal crouching, which was 40% faster, and movement access cancellation, MC241951. Although these were technically bugs, players had mastered these mechanics for more than 10 years, and they had become a part of Minecraft's skill expression. The community, particularly parkour, PvP, and speedrun players who relied on these strategies, reacted strongly when Mojang removed them. The outcry was so intense that Mojang quickly undid the fixes, claiming they had too many adverse effects. This was an uncommon occurrence in the game development industry. Bugs can occasionally become necessary for gameplay. In fact, fixing them can ruin the experience more than leaving them in. Mojang acknowledged it and reversed the two modifications. Bugs may also be caused by hardware, particularly on more recent Apple chips. All versions of Minecraft up to 1.5.2 show entirely inverted colors on Apple M1 and M2 processors, transforming the game into a surreal photo negative. Water turns neon yellow, grass turns magenta, and everything resembles the acid trip mode in Minecraft. Older iterations of Minecraft rely on antiquated OpenGL calls that are incompatible with Apple's ARM-based graphics system, which is why the bug occurs. It affects both vanilla and modded versions, and there are no in-game fixes. Playing Minecraft 1.6.1 or later, where rendering has been improved, is the only way to fix the issue. It's an uncommon instance of a bug where the problem is caused by hardware rather than the game itself. Older versions of Minecraft cannot be played normally by players with M1 or M2 Max unless they like living in a color palette that is inverted. Under the hood, however, the most infamous update was the conversion from single player to multiplayer. By enabling single-player worlds to operate on a local internal server, Minecraft 1.3.1 combined single-player and multiplayer. Performance suffered greatly, but it made mod development simpler and enabled LAN worlds. Even with the same settings, players who had previously run at 30 to 40 frames per second abruptly dropped to 10 to 18 frames per second. Input latency, chunk stuttering, and lag spikes became frequent, particularly when mining or opening chests. Additionally, monster spawners' activation height was raised by 2 blocks, breaking some farms. 1.3.1 was regarded by many players as one of the game's worst versions. Some even chose to stick with 1.2.5 instead of updating. 2.5, dubbed the golden age of Minecraft. Although the update was necessary for development, it inadvertently gave the impression that the server was lagging for single players. Additionally, your worlds might subtly change if you tried Optifine optimization. Optifine's fast math setting substitutes a smaller trigonometric lookup table with only 4,096 values for Minecraft's 65,536 default values. It modifies how world generation operates while also slightly accelerating performance. Even when using the same seed, the world shapes produced by cave tunnels, ravines, and terrain angles differ from vanilla results. Although players may believe they are in the same world, it is actually a slightly different one with different landforms. This implies that your world will never precisely match someone else's if they share a seed and you generate it with fast math enabled. Although the setting appears innocuous, it subtly alters cave structure, seed accuracy, and terrain shape. Many players are unaware that their optimization settings are actually changing the way the world is generated in the background. For almost 10 years, boats had their own recurring physics issue. Since 2016, bug MC96198 has existed in Minecraft and hasn't been adequately resolved. Boats that fall from small heights onto shallow water are affected. Sometimes they phase through the ground and land on blocks below rather than stopping on water. When updating motion, entity set position fails to handle transitions from in water to on block appropriately. It is particularly apparent in high-speed drops, boat lifts, and waterfalls. Players occasionally get trapped underground or cross inappropriate terrain. Mojang hasn't fixed it, even though it has been reported for 9 years with hundreds of votes. Because boat physics are infamously complicated, every minor adjustment runs the risk of disrupting other mechanics. As a result, the bug still causes boats to occasionally feel like ghost cars that ignore solid blocks when they land too quickly. Speaking of ghosts, the server's stories were concealed in the files even after they passed away. Their world files continue to conceal stories even after the death of a Minecraft server. The bookreader.jar and signreader.jar tools, developed by Reddit user WorldSeed scan server map files to extract all written books and signs, along with their coordinates. Instead of discovering a chest of 64 diamonds from a renowned 2011 Aperture game server, he discovered heartfelt messages such as love letters, survival journals, server history logs, memorials for departed friends, and even a diary of a buried chicken. In order to recover data from decommissioned servers, he founded the Minecraft data mining subreddit, which at times extracted 20,000 to 450,000 documents from a single world. Players' personal stories that they believed were lost were preserved by these tools, which transformed abandoned Minecraft servers into digital archaeology sites. It demonstrated that Minecraft does more than just create terrain. It silently stores text files, block coordinates, and human history. Finding the precise location of the title screen in Minecraft is the most well-known discovery. The blurred mountain panorama that appeared on the title screen of Minecraft between 2011 and 2018 was a mystery for many years. No one was aware of its location or the seed that produced it. Reddit user Tom Lack and a team of researchers narrowed down potential locations in 2020 using coordinate estimates, sun direction, tree placement, block angles, and cloud shapes. The Minecraft at Home project transformed it into a distributed computing endeavor, utilizing more than 54.5 exaflops of power to compress roughly 93 days of processing into 24 hours. They found two functional seeds that produced the exact same world. 2-1519155-396-835-2745 and 809-186-7987-4933-26313 at x equals 61.4, z equals negative 68.73, y equals 75 and 48. It silently stores text files, block coordinates, and human history. Finding the precise location of the title screen in Minecraft is the most well-known discovery. The blurred mountain panorama that appeared on the title screen of Minecraft between 2011 and 2018 was a mystery for many years. No one was aware of its location or the seed that produced it. Reddit user Tom Lack and a team of researchers narrowed down potential locations in 2020 using coordinate estimates, sun direction, tree placement, block angles, and cloud shapes. The Minecraft at Home project transformed it into a distributed computing endeavor, utilizing more than 54.5 exaflops of power to compress roughly 93 days of processing into 24 hours. They found two functional seeds that produced the exact same world. 2-1519155-396-835-2745 and 809-186-7987-4933-26313 at x equals 61.4, z equals negative 68.73, y equals 75 and 48. There are actually 65,536 seeds that produce the same terrain because earlier versions only use 48 bits of the 64-bit seed space. It was the first time the origin of the most famous screenshot from Minecraft had been mathematically solved by the community. Months later, the same treatment was given to another iconic image, pack.png. No one knew which real Minecraft world produced the famous image that was used for years as the default server icon. In 2020, YouTuber CLC1 started the search. The community estimated terrain forms using AI upscaling, dirt block thickness, cloud and cliff shape analysis, and even measurements of waterfall pixels. They brute forced almost 700,000 candidate seeds using more than 3,700 volunteers who were using Minecraft on their computers at home. The final 5% of the search yielded the right seed 325784388504953787 at coordinates x49z0. The finding verified that a particular seed could be mathematically linked to even minute pixel details in screenshots of Minecraft. It was among the first significant successes in seed hunting that used image analysis and distributed computing. Pack.png finally found a home after a decade. A deeper understanding of how Minecraft worlds operate was uncovered by that search. Even though the seed numbers are entirely different, players found in 2020 that every Minecraft Java Edition seed actually contains shadow seeds that result in the same biome layouts. This occurs because the terrain generation uses a Java random class that only reads the lower 48 bits, whereas the biome generator uses a 64-bit RNG. This indicates that while many seeds produce similar biome patterns, the placement, ornamentation, and structure of the trees vary. One example with two known working seeds is the title screen panorama. For any given world, there are actually 65,536 seeds that produce almost identical terrain layouts. Even seasoned technical players were taken aback by this finding, which suggests that Minecraft worlds are not as unique as previously believed. Small details give each seed a unique feel, even though the terrain may appear the same. Trailers may reveal the seeds of even unreleased seasons. A fan named Andrew learnt about the world seed from a teaser video shared by Cuban fan 135 before Hermitcraft's Season 11 even premiered. He compared the colors of the biomes, the shapes of the mountains, the contours of the shoreline, and the patterns of trees with the terrain created from thousands of different seeds by examining the video frame by frame. Before any formal announcement, he was able to identify the right seed by using coordinate triangulation and terrain pattern matching. The finding demonstrated how players can use little visual information to reverse engineer world seeds, sometimes only from brief clips or screenshots. Block matching, biome algorithms, and attention to detail are all that are needed for this type of seed hunting, hacks or not. Given that Hermitcraft wasn't attempting to conceal the seed and most likely didn't anticipate someone figuring it out from a teaser video, it was an amazing demonstration of community technical proficiency. players found rules-breaking hidden item physics outside of seats. Minecart hoppers, for some reason, are able to pick up objects through solid blocks, while regular hoppers cannot. This occurs because entity collision rules cause minecarts to sit just above their rail, giving them the necessary reach to identify and gather objects that are positioned on solid blocks above them. Their pickup radius is handled differently in the game than it is for regular hoppers. The hopper cart remains concealed beneath solid blocks while still gathering drops such as crops, mob loot, or TNT mining debris, allowing players to create cleaner automatic farms. Although it isn't formally classified as a bug, it acts differently than typical hoppers. It is used by technical players to construct item collectors that are tidy and don't reveal minecarts or hoppers. Although it was never intended to function in this manner, it is now a widely recognized contraption technique. Speedrunners also took advantage of the hidden depth of explosion physics. A peculiar hitbox quirk was found by technical Minecraft players. It is much less damaging to stand one block below an explosion than it is to stand several blocks horizontally away from it. As a result, bed mining was developed for Night. At Y level 15 in the Nether, players excavate tunnels. Before setting off the explosion, make a tiny hole, set up a bed, and lower themselves a little. Because of how Minecraft determines explosion exposure, the vertical positioning lessens damage even though it is near the explosion. Players survive and effectively reveal vast areas of ancient debris rather than dying instantly. It became a popular tactic in technical Minecraft communities, demonstrating how explosive maths in the game behaves differently from real life. Players discovered this through testing, bed explosions, and a great deal of trial and error, but the official game never explains it. Speaking of hidden details, crosswords were concealed in the files during design changes for swords. The original Netherite sword texture in Minecraft Snapshot 20W6 featured hidden transparent pixels that exposed an experimental crossguard design. Unless the alpha channel was turned off in a graphics editor, these pixels were invisible in the game, exposing a more complex hilt shape. A more straightforward, readable version that appears cleaner at low resolution, particularly in PvP and inventory slots, replaced the original design. Players had a unique look into Mojang's design process thanks to this hidden texture, which demonstrated how the sword's geometry was initially more intricate before being simplified. It proved that even basic pixel art weapons undergo several design iterations. Although these invisible pixels had no use in gameplay, they helped preserve a portion of Minecraft's history of development within the texture file. Debug textures had a function that developers never disclosed to the public. The game files still contain two textures that were added in Minecraft Snapshot 15W31A, debug.png and debug2.png. Ordinary players cannot see them unless they are spawned by commands. The letters N, E, S, and W, which stand for North, East, South, and West, are arranged in various orientations in the Debug 2 texture in order to aid Mojang developers in debugging block rotations, model alignment, and direction-based placements. These textures were made for internal testing. Since they don't interfere with gameplay and remain hidden unless compelled to be in the world, they were never taken out. Since they aren't included in typical creative menus, players hardly ever see them. They aid texture artists and model designers in confirming whether directional textures are rendering correctly, even though they are useless in survival. These are developer tools that inadvertently ended up in the hidden asset collection of Minecraft. The audio link between Minecraft and its spin-off games wasn't as coincidental. Music Disc 5, which was created from 9 disc fragments discovered in ancient cities, is special because it incorporates audio from the Indecent mob in Minecraft dungeons. The disc tells a story without using words by combining heartbeat effects, eerie ambient sounds, portal activation audio, and a deep cave rumbling. The deep dark biome may be related to the enigmatic dimensions of Dungeons lore, as it is one of the few clear connections between Minecraft Java and Dungeons. Disc 5 functions more like a contained audio narrative than merely a music track, offering hints about dimensional experiments, ancient civilizations, and potential portals beneath ancient cities. For the first time, Mojang purposefully connected lore between the various Minecraft universes using mob audio from another game. Even adorable mobs had unexpected audio samples, so that wasn't the only way they demonstrated their inventiveness with the game sound. It was challenging for Minecraft developers to create their in-game sounds because axolotls don't actually produce audible noises in real life. Although Mojang captured actual axolotl breathing and water movement, these sounds were not particularly expressive on their own. In order to produce the adorable vocal noises that axolotls make in the game, they layered in heavily edited dog sounds, adding pitch shifts, echo effects, and softer textures. Some of the squeaks and chirping noises you hear are actually processed dog barks and whines, according to Mojang's Secrets of Minecraft series. Remixed dog audio and actual amphibian behavior were combined to produce a convincing but made-up sound profile. Therefore, despite having the appearance of tiny aquatic salamanders, their voices are partially derived from man's best friend and contain a lot of audio magic. Old bugs refused to die while new mobs were being added. The oldest known bug in Minecraft is MC4, which was discovered in October 2012. It originates from the way entity positions are handled in Minecraft. The server uses 64-bit doubles to store exact locations, but in order to save bandwidth, it compresses the data into 32-bit floats before sending it to the client. Very minor positional errors are caused by this conversion, which are primarily apparent when entities jitter or slip slightly when moving. Although Mojang is aware of a solution, it would significantly impair multiplayer performance, particularly on slow connections and double network traffic. The reason the bug has persisted in the game for more than 10 years is not that it is difficult to fix, but rather that doing so would cause more harm than good. It's one of those bugs that Mojang purposefully leaves in the code of Minecraft, making it an odd permanent resident, and one audio bug caused eerie silent walking for almost the same amount of time. An odd audio bug known as MC1133 persisted for more than a decade. The game would consider players to be airborne even though they had not actually left the block when they were standing very near the edge, just a little off center. Your footsteps would just become silent because Minecraft doesn't play footstep sounds while you're in the air. For years, Mojang was aware of it. However, it remained because it had no effect on gameplay. It was strangely quiet, but not game-breaking. After more than 10 years of cautious, silent walking, Mojang finally fixed it in Snapshot 23W18A of 2023. It wasn't a complex bug. Because it didn't affect combat, redstone, or survival, it was just low on the priority list. Nevertheless, it was one of the most well-known harmless quirks in Minecraft due to its long lifespan. However, there was one bug that wasn't quite as innocuous. The infamous MC2025 bug caused animals to either suffocate inside walls or escape fenced enclosures after chunks were reloaded. Passive mobs have been impacted for 13 years, primarily because of small gaps in fence hitboxes, chunk loading irregularities, collision box expansion during growth, and floating point errors at higher coordinates. Farmers suffered for years as their cows and sheep either died when they grew too close to fencing or mysteriously vanished. Parts of the problem were resolved by Mojang in versions 1.5, 1.9, 1.13, and 1.1.7, but the complete fix wasn't released until January 2025, which coincided with the bug's number. It was eventually fixed in 2025, as the Minecraft community had been joking about for years. It turned out to be one of the best bug fixes in the history of Minecraft. Speaking of bugs that were incorporated into the game's history, this one turned out to be a feature. MC55228 was a world generation bug that caused chiseled sandstone rather than red sandstone to spawn in cave entrances in the Mia biome. Mojang decided that the Mia biome should have its own type of sandstone instead of just fixing the spawn code. As a result, the entire family of red sandstone blocks was created, regular versions that are chiseled and smooth cut. Mojang gave builders a whole new set of building blocks and approached it as a content opportunity rather than as a money-making venture. Due to a single bug report, red sandstone is now a common building material in builds with a desert or savanna theme. It's one of the best instances of Mojang transforming mishaps into significant new features rather than merely patches. This next one is a real bug that also forced Mojang to add it to the game's features. MC7449 started out as a straightforward inconsistency. Regular stone bricks could be infested by silverfish, but not mossy, cracked, or chiseled bricks. Mojang introduced 3 new block variations instead of completely banning infestation. Mossy, cracked, and chiseled stone bricks affected by the infestation. 3 new block types were added to the game as a direct result of the bug report. It was yet another instance of Mojang adding to rather than limiting the game's content. This strategy ensured that the game met player expectations. Every type of brick should be able to become infested if regular bricks can. It supported the idea behind Minecraft, which is to make the world seem more coherent and whole. On the other hand, the opposite may occasionally be inevitable. Baby mobs were impacted by MC9568 for 8 years. When young animals grew up close to walls, fences, or other solid blocks, their expanded hitbox overlapped into the block space, suffocating them and killing them right away. Particularly when breeding close to barn walls or fences, players were unable to comprehend why their livestock continued to vanish. Wider pens, carpet flooring, or slabs were used to redesign entire farm setups in order to avoid growth suffocation. Mojang fixed the bug in version 1.17 after it persisted through dozens of updates. The final solution, which stopped mobs from spreading into solid block hitboxes, was surprisingly easy. Because of the way entity bounding boxes were handled across chunk updates, it took years to implement. A number of bugs in Minecraft were not simply fixed, they led to the addition of new blocks. When players complained about missing block variations that ought to be there, Mojang frequently added them rather than limiting functionality. Variants of dead coral were added as a result of MC126564. MC170833 introduced warped fungus and potted crimson. Potted alielus were introduced by MC214684. As a reliable counterpoint to other infested blocks, MC215847 produced infested deep slate. Here are some instances of how Mojang handles bug reports as recommendations for new features. Developers expanded the building palette in Minecraft rather than simply stating that it is not possible. Bug reports became an unexpected source of imaginative additions because of this pattern, which gave builders more decorative options while also making the game feel more complete. Through the marks made by the developers, we were able to inadvertently observe tiny hints of how those imaginative additions were made in the early days of Minecraft. Players would occasionally come across enormous 2-block-thick obsidian walls slicing through their world in early development versions. These walls ran along the X, O, and ZO world axes from bedrock to the surface, indicating the cardinal directions. They weren't organic structures or features. They served as developer debugging tools for testing infinite terrain generation and locating the world center. These coordinates, which occasionally split villages, slice through mountains, or split oceans in half, were used in place of all regular blocks. Early in-dev builds were perceived by players as mysterious world features rather than internal testing tools. After testing for infinite terrain was finished, Mojang took them out less than a month later. The walls are among the first forgotten debugging artifacts in Minecraft because they left no trace. Some features never made it into the game's world, so those weren't the only things overlooked. For Minecraft, C418 produced 4 looping environmental sounds in 2009. Forest birds, ocean waves, cave chimes, and the atmosphere of waterfalls. The Sound Loops folder contained the files, which were meant to play dynamically according to location or biome. The goal was to add more atmosphere to Minecraft by using ambient sound effects that responded to your environment. In June 2009, C418 even demonstrated them in a sound test. These sounds were completely completed, but they were never used and were eventually taken out. Rather, Biome ESP specific ambience didn't show up until much later. Minecraft only retained sporadic ambient cave sounds. Mojang's initial plan for environmental immersion was demonstrated by these early loops, but they were shelved prior to their official release. 5 years later, command blocks that could have ruined immersion and, well, servers, are available. Similar to how dispensers could place fire or pumpkins in snapshot 14W7A, they could also place command blocks when redstone was activated. This was done on purpose and allowed block placement to be automated. Developers quickly discovered, though, that this posed serious security threats to multiplayer servers. A non-operator player might be able to execute strong commands without requiring server permissions if they managed to obtain a command block and use dispensers to automate its placement. This implied the possibility of forced teleportation, griefing, automated cheating, and world corruption. In version 1.8.6, Mojang swiftly eliminated the feature, claiming it was too risky to keep in the game. It was one of the most terrifying but fleeting mechanics in Minecraft, lasting only a few months before being permanently disabled. However, Mojang quickly eliminated this feature, and with good cause. Certain Minecraft seeds produce worlds with diagonal repetitions of terrain elements like trees, lakes, veins, and decorations, almost as if the game copy pasted pieces across the map at precisely the right angle. 102,496,288,339,226 and 748 billion 116,782,751,300 of seeds emerged as the most well-known instances. Chunk seeds repeat on a diagonal when Java's random function produces two multipliers that are equal or perfect opposites during chunk computations. In order to identify these anomaly scenes, technical player Matthew Boland created tools and documented their functionality for the community. You keep seeing the same oak tree, cave, and pond in these worlds if you walk diagonally, as if Minecraft has become stuck in a loop. These seeds are more than just odd look. They demonstrate how susceptible the terrain engine in Minecraft is to minute mathematical coincidences. The next one reveals the true fragility of the terrain maths in Minecraft. Seeds 107383808380884 and 164311266871034 produce mineshaft and cave patterns that repeat endlessly along the X or Z axis. One coordinate remains constant throughout a whole world row when Java's random function rolls 0 as a multiplier in chunk seed computations. Consequently, Minecraft creates millions of identical mineshafts connected together by repeatedly generating the same structure in a straight line. The entire 60 million block world width can be covered by these patterns. Players will always encounter the same wooden corridors, rail tracks, and cave layouts if they only go in one direction. It's among the most peculiarities of the world's generations. Additionally, it only exists due to a very specific coincidence of random numbers. You just have to wait if you believe that world generation can't get any stranger. 4 mob concepts were put to a vote by the Minecraft community at Minecon Earth 2017. Mob B, subsequently referred to as the Phantom one. It presented a mechanism for insomnia. If players don't sleep during free in-game days, phantoms will appear and attack from the night sky. From its initial silly sock puppet concept, designer Jasper Borstra transformed it into the dark skeletal manta ray creature that we are familiar with today. A developer's infant son screams were edited to create the eerie screeching sound of the Phantom. Phantom swiftly rose to prominence as one of the most contentious mobs in Minecraft. While some players thought they were a constant annoyance, others valued them for promoting sleep and pacing survival. They continue to be among the most hotly contested outcomes of a vote held by the Minecraft community. The next example demonstrates how a long-running directional error is concealed by Minecraft's well generation. No matter where you're standing, when you break a block in Minecraft, the crack pattern that spreads across the block surface always begins on the side facing north. This indicates that the damage pattern inadvertently serves as an internal compass. In order to find north quickly, players can mine a block and observe where the cracks start. Even without a free debug screen or a compass, it functions both indoors and underground. Once you understand this detail, you can always tell which way you're facing when mining or building, something that most players overlook. It's a subtle but helpful survival tactic because it's a visual quirk that is part of the damage rendering system rather than an intentional feature. We start with subtle visual cues and progress to something so strange that it became a meme. Villager was not the name given to them when they were first introduced in the pre-release beta 1.9 of Minecraft. Rather, the name testificate hovered over each villager's head, akin to a username in a multiplayer game. The word is thought to be a playful combination of test and a Latin-style suffix, suggesting that they were either world witnesses or test subjects. The name was later retained by Mojang as an official splash text reading certificate in the title screen of Minecraft. The name endured in the community, even though the label vanished by the final 1.0 release. As a sentimental moniker for the original placeholder, some players continue to refer to villages as testificates. Moving on to the more eerie aspects of Minecraft, we have a mob whose appearance is heavily influenced by an early internet horror icon. Notch verified that the Enderman is a reference to the 2009 internet horror figure Slenderman. The eerie figure served as the model for the teleporting movement and tall, dark, lanky silhouette. The Enderman's mechanism, which only attacks when you make eye contact with it, closely resembles the eerie surveillance-style behavior seen in Slenderman videos. According to reports, a child who was visiting Mojang headquarters came up with the idea of the water damage weakness because it combined elements of horror with distinctive interaction mechanics. The Enderman became one of Minecraft's most recognizable mobs. After eerie beginnings, we move on to a more innocent milestone. The first mob players were successfully subdued. The first tameable mod to be added to Minecraft was wolves. They were intended to demonstrate loyalty, travel with players, and aid in battle when they were first released in Beta 1.4. In order to gauge player response, Jeb posted early wolf screenshots to Twitter in March 2011. Players embraced the concept of companionship right away. Players could train wolves to follow, protect, and attack hostile mobs by taming them with bones. By adding emotion and attachment to the game, this feature allowed players to have a devoted companion instead of just surviving alone. Future tame mobs like cats, horses, parrots, foxes, and even camels were made possible by wolves. Additionally, the music of Minecraft was influenced by its early years when an uncommon licensing agreement gave the composer complete control. Notch made a very unusual deal for game music when they first approached Daniel Rosenfield, better known as C418, in 2009. C418 retained complete ownership of the compositions, but licensed the soundtrack rather than selling his work outright. After Minecraft acquired Mojang years later, the company attempted to buy the rights, but according to his manager, the terms of the negotiations never aligned. Working with the big guys would require a mountain of lawyers, C418 joked in a 2025 interview. For this reason, C418's classic songs are in a different legal category, while more recent music is handled by composers like Lena Raine. Microsoft does not have the same level of control over them, but it can license them. The outcome is a soundtrack that, although defining one of the greatest games in history, officially belongs to an independent artist. Speaking of early assets, the following one reveals how even the texture of the wolf subtly reused elements of another mob. The transparent pixels of the wolf textures in Minecraft conceal a secret. You can see that the wolf texture was constructed using the cow texture template if you turn off the alpha channel and pay close attention. The cow beneath the fur and details is matched in body layout, shading cues, and overall UV structure. This holds true for all wolf states, including the collar layer, tamed, angry, and wild. It demonstrates how Mojang frequently used pre-existing mob models and textures as a starting point rather than creating each creature from the ground up. Artists could expedite the process of aligning faces, legs, and body parts to the model by painting over the cow template. Although the original cow remnants are never visible to players during regular gameplay, they subtly exist within the file as proof of the game's iterative artistic process. The bat texture conceals another repurposed mob model, so that wasn't the only instance. Although the bat texture in Minecraft appears straightforward, its files contain some intriguing leftovers. A portion of the spider's head and an unutilized face texture placed beneath the wings are visible when the transparency of the bat's texture image is removed. This indicates that the spider texture served as the initial template for the creation of the bat. Instead of starting from scratch, developers painted the bat details over the spider's UV layout. It's a useful method for rapidly creating new mobs while preserving proper alignment on pre-existing models. In the texture file, bats are essentially reskinned spiders with wings, but in the game, they feel like entirely different creatures. This serves as a brief reminder that clever editing and reuse are key components of Minecraft's art pipeline. Did you know that there is a creeper face concealed in the clouds, ranging from reused textures to hidden jokes? When players dug into the game files in Snapshot 25W21A, they discovered a fun Easter egg concealed in the clouds.png texture. The negative space between cloud chunks creates a recognizable creeper face when the texture is viewed against a dark background and transparency is disabled. The mouth and the two square eyes are nearly perfectly aligned. Once people learnt to look for it, this pattern became more apparent as clouds became denser and more varied due to the newer cloud rendering system. Although it has no bearing on gameplay, it gives the impression that the creeper is actually looking down from above. It's the ideal illustration of artists incorporating humor into background elements for texture enthusiasts. Until someone specifically brings it up, most players are unaware of this fact. If you find that Easter egg strange, the next one has an ocelot texture that conceals a whole extra head that isn't in use. A bonus feature that is never visible during regular gameplay is concealed by the original ocelot texture in Minecraft. When the file's transparency is turned off, an additional head texture and orange cat-like markings are hidden in the empty space. In the past, the behavior and textures of ocelots and cats were very similar. Additionally, it appears from these hidden pixels that the artists tried out shared designs before dividing them. The ocelot texture was cleaned up and those hidden extras were removed when cats became their own mob in Minecraft 1.14. The remaining head might have been an early prototype that was shelved or an alternative design. It is a tidy little glimpse of development history for anyone looking through earlier iterations, demonstrating how Mojang refined their current designs after iterating on feline mobs. We move from mobs' unused details to a small pixel error that is hidden in the boat texture. In the game, the texture of the boat item in Minecraft appears flawless, but its file conceals a tiny residue from the editing process. You can see a second, thicker line of pixels along the top edge that never shows up on screen when you disable the alpha channel and view the texture against a solid background. These pixels are probably remnants of a previous version of the icon in which the artist changed the outline thickness or shading before setting some areas to full transparency rather than removing them. They survived pack updates and version changes without anyone noticing because they are completely transparent. It's a small illustration of how, even though no player ever sees them during regular gameplay, invisible editing marks can persist through years of development, silently sitting inside the texture file. Additionally, the blaze retains an unutilized body texture that displays its initial intended design, just like the boats. There is more in the blaze texture file than just the smoky face and floating broads that players see in-game. The removal of transparency reveals the entire unused body texture underneath. It depicts a different blaze design in which the mob looks more structured and solid than a jumble of unconnected rods. Mojang appears to have tried giving the blaze a full body at some point during development before concluding that the disembodied rod design was more enigmatic and identifiable. The current model and renderer never make reference to the unused body, which stays in the texture file. Although it is technically still included in the game, it is a subtle illustration of how enemy concepts change over time, leaving behind earlier concepts. A behind-the-scenes look at what blazes might have looked like is available to anyone casually perusing textures. Additionally, we have the charged creeper effect's wither borrowing visuals. Only when transparency is removed does the hidden origin of the wither's armor overlay texture become visible. Patterns that resemble the texture of the charged creeper's armor can be seen beneath the wither's visual effects. It looks like Mojang modified the powered creeper overlay into the wither's unique armor field after using it as a base template. In order to save time and maintain visual consistency, artists frequently borrow and reshape pre-existing assets in game development. No one is aware that the weaver is essentially wearing a heavily altered creeper effect during regular gameplay. However, once you search for it within the texture file, the connection becomes clear. It is yet another illustration of how, despite their apparent lack of relationship in the game, some of the most recognizable mobs in Minecraft have hidden our ancestry. Instead of focusing on hidden details, let's move on to a phony update that was so convincing that players believed it to be genuine. Mojang's 2013 April Fool's joke was Minecraft 2.0, sent in 3 different colors: purple, blue, and red, only to specific YouTubers. Before Minecraft had even reached version 1.9, it pretended to be a complete sequel. The versions included tinted glass, redstone bug mops, pink withers that promoted growth rather than destruction, diamond chickens that occasionally exploded, and a host of other chaotic joke features. It was never intended to be permanent or balanced. Players who got the build made videos showcasing the ridiculous features, leaving viewers perplexed and wondering if it was actually an impending update. One of the rarest versions of Minecraft, 2.0, was never included in the official launcher, in contrast to later April Fool's snapshots. It became a legendary joke among seasoned players due to its limited release and fictitious version number. The next snapshot doubled down with a humorous update that subtly hinted at actual features, so April Fool's Day didn't end there. On April 1st, 2015, Mojang's Love and Hugs update, Snapshot 15W14A, was made public. Version 1.10 is actually a full April Fool's Day snapshot. It changed TNT to love bombs, transformed creepers into amiable mobs that burst into flowers, and substituted a love meter for health and hunger. Lava turned into cheese in liquid form, combat was virtually eliminated from the game, and hostile mobs behaved foolishly rather than dangerously. A QR code that was concealed in the snow patterns close to coordinates 00 could be scanned to reveal the actual name of the upcoming update, Minecraft 1.9, the combat update. Even though the snapshot was a joke, it also surreptitiously revealed the theme of the next big update months in advance. Upon closer inspection, players discovered that they were inadvertently walking on top of a coded teaser. We start with humorous snapshots and progress to experimental ones that attempted to completely rework Minecraft combat. Outside of the standard launcher, Mojang published a number of experimental combat test snapshots, designated Combat Test 1 through 8C between 2019 and 2020. Instead of adding new blocks or biomes, these builds were forks of 1.14, 1.15, and 1.16 that were solely focused on combat modifications. They introduced concepts like hitting entities through partial blocks like tall grass or glass panes, overcharging attacks to deal up to 200% damage, and having an attribute that allows you to adjust the attack reach. Feedback on potential substitutes for the contentious 1.9 combat system was sought. By downloading zip builds from Reddit and Mojang blogs, players tested them. The majority of experiments never made it to the main game, and many mechanics were hotly contested. The images demonstrated Mojang's need for caution when adjusting the core combat balance. However, we had an update before this one that was also combat heavy and came out on one of the most bizarre dates imaginable. The combat update for Minecraft 1.9 was released on February 29, 2016, which is already unusual because that date only occurs every 4 years. 2015 was the first year without a major Java edition release, and it took roughly 576 days to develop, more than twice as long as 1.8. Mojang released 56 snapshots during that time, which is the most snapshots for a single version to date. With the addition of attack cooldowns, shields, offhand item slots, and sweeping edge mechanics, the update fundamentally redesigned combat and permanently altered PvE and PvP. Additionally, it added end cities, chorus plants, and elytra to the end dimension. Players still recall 1.9 as one of the most contentious and meticulously crafted updates in Minecraft history because it was released on a leap day and took so long to complete. Speaking of strange timing choices, the following one explains why, after years of consistency, Snapshot abruptly changed its release date. On June 25, 2014, Snapshot 14W26A was released, subtly altering the pace of Minecraft development. For technical players and content producers, it was a weekly ritual to anticipate new Java snapshots on Thursdays. On Twitter, developer Dinnerbone declared that snapshots would now take place on Wednesdays, citing the inconvenient nature of Thursdays for testing, bug fixes, and weekend planning. Wednesday became the new normal after that moment, and Mojang was stuck with it forever. Before everyone went offline for the weekend, the change allowed developers more time during the week to respond to serious bugs. This one-day move actually had a big impact on players who paid close attention to snapshots. When people updated servers, recorded videos, and tested farms, things changed. Even though that particular snapshot's in-game content wasn't particularly noteworthy by itself. We go back to technical peculiarities after scheduling adjustments. Bedrock's peculiar position locked chunks of slime came first. Slime chunks function quite differently in Minecraft Bedrock Edition than they do in Java. Bedrock employs a fixed pattern that totally disregards the world seed to determine which chunk can spawn slimes, rather than using the seed at random. This implies that regardless of the speed you select, slime chunks will always have the same chunk coordinates in every Bedrock world. Slime farming became much more predictable after players realized this. You can create a farm in any world by exchanging slime chunk coordinates online, and it will always function. If you're from Java, where slime chunks vary from seed to seed and must be located using tools or trial and error, it feels weird. Technical builders who want dependable farm locations across all of their survival worlds will find Bedrock's strategy, which trades randomness for consistency, to be immensely convenient. Updates 1.3 and higher point out a redstone bug that causes identical builds to behave erratically in case the slime chunks confused you. Redstone dust has had a very annoying feature since the release of Minecraft Beta 1.3. The position of the power source and absolute world coordinates determine the update order, not just your build's layout. According to Bug MC 1193, each dust segment updates in an essentially undefined order when redstone is turned on or off. Even if every block is positioned in the same manner, two identical devices constructed at different coordinates may behave differently. Because of this, certain designs become unreliable when moved, rotated, or copied in survival environments. Technical players frequently find that a circuit functions flawlessly in one test world, but malfunctions when rebuilt on a server that is slightly off. Because fixing this quirk would alter numerous existing builds and redstone mechanics and possibly introduce new, subtle bugs in return, Mojang has kept it in place for years. However, client desync can produce ghost blocks that players can use for crazy launch tricks, so broken redstone isn't the only thing that gets messy. Usually caused by desynchronization issues, ghost blocks occur when the client believes a block exists, but the server does not. Players found that they could make ridiculous launches with ghost slime blocks in technical Minecraft. The server continues to believe that a player is falling even if they are standing on a client-only slime block, increasing their downward velocity to a terminal speed of about 3.92 blocks per tick. The player appears to be stationary on the client. The server eventually loses position and velocity when the player sustains damage, and the client uses the bounce of the slime to apply the momentum that has been stored in reverse. Players may be launched hundreds of blocks into the air as a result of this massive vertical launch. Although it is not survival friendly and is incredibly unstable, it shows how potent client-server desync errors can get. We start with desync exploits before moving on to the covert methods portals employ to load portions long after you've left. Portals in Minecraft Java Edition 1.14 and later are limited to teleporting you. The game generates a portal ticket with load level 30 on the destination chunk whenever an entity passes through a portal. The 3x3 area of chunks surrounding the portal is fully loaded in that level, with the central chunks processing entities and redstone while the surrounding chunks only partially tick. After 300 game ticks, or roughly 15 seconds, the ticket expires. Every new entity resets the timer if the portal is not used again. This mechanism is used by technical players to create chunk loaders that are portal-based and maintain farm operations even when no one is physically present. These configurations are brittle though. Chunks stop loading and farms shut down if timing or entity flow is disrupted. Comprehending portal tickets has become crucial for sophisticated cross-dimensional automation. It's only fair to discuss how the game handles mob spawning after you have a firm understanding of chunk loading. Although many people describe hostile mob spawning in Minecraft Java Edition as using a simple cube around the player, this is not the case. Rather, according to Euclidean distance, mobs appear within a spherical shell 24 to 128 blocks away from the player. There is no way for anything to spawn within 24 blocks. Additionally, anything that strays more than 128 blocks from every player despawns almost instantly. Mobs can spawn in platforms high in the sky or in caves directly beneath you as long as they are inside that shell, because the sphere contains blocks both above and below. Farm designers take advantage of this by constructing mob farms over oceans or high above the ground, lowering the number of other sphere-wide spawn spaces that are still valid. It's much simpler to maximize rates when you understand the spawn sphere, which also explains why some farm heights perform noticeably better. We start with spawning rules and move on to the update that utterly upended conventional chunk loading mechanisms. A completely new ticket-based chunk loading system was introduced in Minecraft 1.14. Additionally, although it improved performance, it unintentionally destroyed almost all chunk loading techniques used prior to 1.14. Prior to this update, technical players kept chunks loaded for farms and devices using block pushers, minecart loops, and hopper chains. Chunks no longer cared about entity motion unless they were connected to a player, portal link, or spawn chunks. So after 1.14, those systems just stopped functioning. The engineers at Redstone had to reconsider everything, reworking farms to employ spawn chunk hacks, entity delays, or never portal loads. Many iconic 1.1 2.2 devices became obsolete overnight, and long-distance systems such as item sorters across chunk borders failed. The modifications permanently altered technical gameplay and are still regarded as one of the most disruptive mechanical shifts in Minecraft history, even though portal chunk loading improved over time. Additionally, Mojang silently resolved a long-standing issue with entities teleporting too slowly after chunk loading evolved. Entities had an annoying 15-second cooldown after passing through another portal prior to 1.2. For players, this was acceptable, but it was awful for technical builds. In order to transform mobs or minecarts into items, send them through the portal, and then reconstruct them on the opposite side in order to avoid that cooldown, chunk loader designs required complex entity dismantlers. Mojang eventually lowered that cooldown to just 0.5 seconds in snapshot 24W3A, which greatly simplified the construction of stable portal-based chunk loaders. Entities can now seamlessly loop between portals, keeping chunks loaded without the need for redstone gymnastics or tricks. compact AFK farms, cross-dimensional automation, and dependable sorting systems were made possible by this update, which also made chunk loading accessible to non-technical players. For those who engineered the mechanics of Minecraft, it was a minor adjustment that significantly improved their quality of life. Additionally, they discovered a method to enable portal loaders to continue operating even after logging out after the cooldown was improved. Portal chunk loaders had an annoying bug from version 1.14 to version 1.21.4. When players locked out or the world was exited, they ceased to function. The loader had to be manually jump-started when you rejoined, which was frequently accomplished by sending a mob or minecart through the portal once more. As a result, they were unreliable in terms of service and unsuitable for long-term automation. It was finally fixed by Ojang in version 1.2.1.5. Portal-based chunk loading is now consistent across world reloads and logouts. These chunk loaders remain active after they are activated until the portal is no longer in use. After 7 years of development, portal chunk loaders are now stable, survival-friendly, and truly helpful in multiplayer settings. It changed portal loading from a specialized trick to a common mechanism when combined with the new cooldown adjustments. Next, we delve into yet another disruption that was a nightmare for the engineers at Redstone. A distance-based redstone update order was introduced by the Redstone Experiments feature in Snapshot 24W3A. A wire updates more quickly the closer it is to a power source. However, the update order becomes random when two wires are equally far apart. The technical community was taken aback by this randomness since it deviates from Java Redstone's established predictability. Due to random activation order, builds that previously worked 100% of the time may now fail 50% of the time. The logic seemed to be infiltrating Java from Bedrock Edition. It would invalidate years of Redstone engineering, according to many players. Mojang never made the feature the default, but left it as an optional feature for testing. The nature of Java Redstone would be permanently altered if it were to become standard. We go back to mob quirks from Unstable Redstone, this time the slimes misinterpreted spawning behavior. The odd mob out has always been slimes. They will spawn in brightly lit rooms with torches because they totally disregard light level rules in slime chunks below Y40. Slimes, however, continue to abide by the general 24 block exclusion rule in Minecraft, which states that no hostile mobs may appear within a 24 block spherical radius of any player. This means that distance, not lighting, is the key to slime farming. The ideal AFK locations for slime farms are typically 24 to 32 blocks away. This distance is sufficient to permit spawning while maintaining chunk activation. Distance is the only thing that can stop slimes, not light. For this reason, slime spawning in underground bases constructed in the incorrect chunk cannot be stopped by torches. It's one of those features that slightly deviates from the standard mob spawning guidelines to make things confusing for everyone. However, people were likely more perplexed by the rarity of a given biome, a generational anomaly that hardly ever showed up. Officially, the rarest biome in Minecraft's history was the modified jungle edge biome. Only when a swamp hills biome directly bordered a jungle biome did it generate, which was a very rare and mathematically specific combination. Even in that case, only the second transition would change to a modified jungle edge. Otherwise, a regular jungle edge would appear first. This biome, which frequently appeared as a strip less than 200 blocks long or occasionally only 10 blocks total, covered only around 0.0027% of the overworld. Players traveled millions of blocks in search of one over the course of years. It was eliminated in 1.18 as part of the world generation overhaul for the caves and cliffs, rendering it permanently extinct in current iterations. These days, you have to use old world seeds or old maps to find one. Finding one was like discovering a legend from Minecraft in the wild. However, biomes aren't the only oddity in Minecraft. A few of them originate from the rules that generate the game structure. Chunk inhabited time, which measures how long players have been in a chunk, is linked to an odd generation rule in ocean monuments. Only when a chunk has been inhabited for less than 3 minutes can monuments be generated retroactively in previously explored chunks. The game force creates monuments where they would be in the current version, regardless of the original terrain, when this occurs during terrain updates or world version upgrades. As a result, Large square water-fill pits encircled by dirt and trees are formed by monuments that spawn in the middle of plains, inside forests, or awkwardly embedded into land. Although it appears entirely incorrect, it adheres to the code precisely. The game won't create monuments in an area with excessive player activity, protecting player builds. Monuments are among the most peculiar and visually distracting retroactive structures in Minecraft because of this behavior. Additionally, the Nether has its own generation system that violates every rule players believe to be consistent when it comes to structures acting in unexpected ways. The Nether has been divided into sizable 432 by 432 block regions for structure creation since Minecraft 1.16. Only one Nether fortress or one bastion remnant, never both, can be produced by each region. Java Edition assigns a probability to each type of structure, with bastions receiving a probability of 60% and fortresses 40%. There's a twist though. When valid structure conditions are met, a bug introduced in 1.18.1 forces the creation of fortresses, violates every rule players believe to be consistent when it comes to structures acting in unexpected ways. The Nether has been divided into sizable 432 by 432 block regions for structure creation since Minecraft 1.16. Only one Nether fortress or one bastion remnant, never both, can be produced by each region. Java Edition assigns a probability to each type of structure, with bastions receiving a probability of 60% and fortresses 40%. There's a twist though. When valid structure conditions are met, a bug introduced in 1.18.1 forces the creation of fortresses rather than bastions in the biomes of the Basalt Delta. This indicates that the fortress rates in Basalt Deltas are disproportionately higher than those in other biomes. Fortresses are frequently sought after in these regions by players who hunt blaze rods or wither skeleton skulls. The bug persists despite its lack of intention, transforming Basalt Deltas into unofficial hotspots for fortresses. However, one of the most disturbing world gene failures discovered at the far edges of the end dimension surpasses even the strange logic of the Nether. Outer islands are expected to form in all directions at the end. However, those outer islands are unable to generate in numerous massive concentric rings because of bug MC159283, around 370,719 blocks from the center, where the terrain abruptly ends rather than continues. The first ring of missing terrain begins. After that, islands resurface at 524,288,000, vanish once more at 642,111, reappear at 741,456, and keep shrinking until they reach the global border. Players expect land in these odd donut-shaped void zones, but all they find is an abyss. Every Java version has been affected by the bug for years, but most players never come across it because it only shows up very far from spawn. The emptiness feels purposeful and eerie to anyone using teleport or hacked elytra to explore the deep end, but it's just the terrain map acting strangely. While that bug alters entire dimensions, Minecraft also has persistent problems that persist because resolving them would undermine the core of the game. One of the oldest open bugs in Minecraft is bug MC4. Only 2 days after MC1, MC2, and MC3, it was reported in October 2012. Item drops appear slightly off-center, teleport at random, or fall through blocks as a result. Entity positions are computed internally with 64-bit accuracy. However, data is compressed into a 32-bit format using only one of 32 block precision when it is transferred between the client and the server. Clients perceive items to have moved slightly while servers do not, resulting in visual desync caused by that downgrade. Mojang is fully aware of the cause of this issue, but resolving it would necessitate rewriting a significant portion of Minecraft's core networking system, potentially leading to thousands of new issues. Rather, the bug persists silently in all versions. Most of the time, it's harmless, but it serves as a reminder that some bugs endure because fixing them would ruin everything else, not because they can't be fixed. However, we now have a bug that originated in the maths of the game. For many years, integers rather than decimals were used to transmit entity positions over the network in Minecraft. As a result, positions were rounded to the closest 32 blocks, rotations to roughly 1.41 degrees, and velocities to 8,000 blocks per tick. Dozens of visual bugs, such as entities jittering, Z fighting in random maps, and awkward teleporting behavior that reduced precision. It was also a significant factor in the inability to precisely position armor stance, mobs, or item displays using commands. Crucially, the unpredictable item location bug in MC4 was directly connected to this rounding issue. Mojang finally made it possible for more accurate and seamless positioning in February 2017 by rewriting the core networking code to use floating point numbers. Although it took significant system modifications to fix, it resolved years of mathematical and visual inconsistencies that players had just gotten used to. The developers are now incorporating a physics-defying minecart bug into the game once more. When several carts are pushed off rails and occupy the same area, minecarts exhibit peculiar behavior. They effectively create perpetual motion by retraining their speed indefinitely rather than slowing down. This allows them to slide across flat ground without any friction. By stacking hundreds of TNT minecarts in one area, this bug enabled players to construct instant launch propulsion systems, TNT minecart cannons, and even nuclear-sized explosions. All of these devices were momentarily destroyed when Mojang modified the minecart collision in snapshot 17W49A so that they no longer combined into a single point. Mojang eventually brought back some, but not all, of the previous behavior in response to the immediate backlash from the community. Despite being technically incorrect, perpetual motion minecarts were incorporated into Minecraft's creative toolkit, allowing for devices that defy logic and physics. But this wasn't the only instance in which players took advantage of a bug. In Minecraft, item duplication has been a problem for many years, because player inventory and world chunks are saved separately in the game. The chunk save might finish, but the inventory save might not, or vice versa if someone force crashes or ends the game at the ideal time. Depending on which data writes first, this produces a small window where items can be copied or erased forever. Safer shutdown hooks were added for single player in snapshot 18W44A, but multiplayer still uses intricate multi-threaded I/O that can be controlled with exact timing. Redesigning Minecraft's saving architecture from the ground up would be necessary to fix it completely. The paradox is that duplication exploits are made possible by the same system that guards against global corruption. This has been transformed by players into dependable juke machines, server tricks, and speedrun strategies. However, if you duplicate enough mobs, you'll run into another bug. One of Minecraft's most enduring bugs is animals and villagers escaping fenced enclosures. It occurs because fence block hitboxes and mob collision hitboxes don't exactly match, particularly in tight spaces or corners. Their hitboxes overlap fence boundaries when too many mobs are crammed together, allowing them to phase through barriers or even suffocate in walls due to slight movement or chunk reloads. More than 40 duplicate bug reports have resulted from this, but each time a fix is tried, something else breaks. Mojang considers adjusting collision detection to be a low priority issue because it impacts boats, clipping, minecart movement, and path finding. Gamers have learnt to adjust by utilizing glass blocks, slabs, or double walls. Official fences are more like courteous recommendations than actual barriers. Notch does not regret reusing the player character model, which went from a suggestion to a successful choice. The recognizable blocky character models in Minecraft were not created specifically for the game. Steve's original model originated from a Java-based GTA-style project that was abandoned. Notch disclosed in a blog post in 2009. What was he working on? Simple, blocky humanoid models that coincidentally complemented Minecraft's aesthetic were part of the unsuccessful prototype. Notch just repurposed existing characters rather than creating new ones. One of the most iconic avatars in video games was inadvertently created by an independent developer. Because they were readily available and sufficiently good, those recycled low-poly figures became worldwide icons rather than because they were intended to be. It accurately depicts the early stages of Minecraft's development, easy, effective, and constructed from whatever was available. Other features, however, weren't as fortunate and were removed a few hours prior to release. Dinnerbone actually had quivers functioning in the 1.9 combat update inventory, demonstrating how close they were to becoming a legitimate Minecraft feature. He posted screenshots of a specific quiver slot in both creative and survival in May of 2015. And since the in-dev days, the item had been present in the files. While bows automatically pulled from the quiver, arrows were supposed to reside inside it. However, storing arrows in the offhand system felt more logical and clean after it was finalized. Dinnerbone announced on Twitter on June 30th, 2015 that he was getting rid of quivers because it made more sense to use arrows in the offhand. Hours before it could actually land, the fully coded feature was abruptly cut. After that, the previous quiver texture was eliminated, leaving a trail of what-ifs and screenshots in the history of the game. In 2014, a developer managed to save the entire server ecosystem. When project managers revealed that Bukkit was closing down in 2014, the whole Bukkit modding community went into a panic. Because servers all over the world relied on it for plugins, the ecosystem appeared to be in danger of collapsing. Dinnerbone then intervened and gave a surprise. Since hiring the core developers in 2012, Mojang had actually owned Bukkit for many years. He personally pledged to update Bukkit to Minecraft 1.8 after tweeting that he had started it. This indicated that the project was still alive and only required internal maintenance. It was a unique instance where a large corporation's covert ownership of a community project proved beneficial. The Dinnerbone's intervention demonstrated how seriously Mojang took the well-being of its contemporary community and saved the lives of thousands of servers. That announcement made a lot of server owners feel as though the world had just come to an end. Let's switch things up a bit now and discuss game mechanics in greater detail. Half of Java Redstone wizardry is powered by the peculiar behavior of sticky pistons. They extend, push a block, and then retract so quickly that they are unable to pull the block back if they receive a pulse that lasts precisely one game tick. The block is expelled and abandoned in the world. This occurs because retraction is processed instantly in the update order, resulting in a small timing window where the block is no longer attached, whereas extension requires one tick of animation. Technical players soon saw that this was ideal for flying machines, block swappers, T flip-flops, and other small extenders. Many Java devices refused to function in Bedrock Edition because it was specifically coded to avoid this quirk. This oddity evolved over time from a bug to an unofficial feature that no one is afraid to remove. Additionally, some exploits were so beneficial that Mojang decided to keep them. Instead of being a quickly patched exploit, TNT duplication became a strangely accepted feature of high-level technical Minecraft. Players discovered configurations where a TNT block ignites and moves simultaneously by manipulating timing with pistons, slime blocks, and bud-like mechanics. In essence, the game clones TNT for free by creating a primed TNT entity while retaining the original block. This became the foundation for mega farms that need tens of thousands of explosions, perimeter clearing machines, and world eaters. Developer Michael Hedberg publicly stated in 2020 that TNT dupers fill a gaming niche that is currently unfilled by any planned mechanics. Instead of rewriting everything, Mojang has decided to put up with them as long as they continue to be complicated and picky. It's one of the infrequent bugs that developed into a semi-official tool for serious builders. Additionally, there was a bug that allowed players to literally break block updates themselves for over 10 years. One of the trickiest exploits in Java Edition was update suppression, which allowed users to literally disrupt the way block updates were processed. Block updates in Minecraft are handled in the following order: west, east, down, up, north, and south. Technical players could cause a stack overflow within the game's recursion by chaining thousands of updates in particular patterns. The remaining queued updates that permitted impossible states such as sliced portals, ghost blocks, and structures that should have collapsed but did not, were silently skipped by the game as it caught the exception and continued to run. Using Redstone was like operating on the game's brain. Update suppression was essentially eliminated in snapshot 22W11A by switching from a recursive to an iterative system and adding a 1 million update cap. The wild builds made with it are still present in old worlds and videos, but the exploits have vanished. One feature involving Redstone was still available to players who enjoyed Minecraft's technical gameplay. Some of the most intelligent circuits in Minecraft are powered by subtraction mode Redstone comparators. They have a straightforward basic rule: the rear input less the higher side input is the output signal. However, timing is where the true magic lies. When the output is changed, comparators have a fixed Redstone tick delay. Additionally, they read stable rear input while effectively ignoring one-tick side pulses when in subtraction mode. This means that without permanently changing the main signal, a one-tick pulse on the side can function as a clean subtracting trigger. This is used by technical players to create extremely small clocks, signal filters, pulse extenders, and strength-based logic that are impossible to duplicate using repeaters or torches. Comparators transform from an enigmatic utility block to one of the most potent instruments in the whole Redstone toolbox once you comprehend how subtraction timing operates. Furthermore, mob pathfinding wasn't arbitrary, it was based on some very clever calculations. The majority of mobs are not as stupid as they appear. In fact, each block in Minecraft has a pain level score. Additionally, mobs select their walking route according to which path causes the least amount of foot pain. Higher pain points include lava, wither roses, magma blocks, and sweet berry bushes. Mobs simply move around them as if they've seen a sign that says wet paint. For some reason, mobs refuse to walk over single carpet blocks, as if carpets are lava, and some blocks even have a penalty of -1, which essentially means they stare at them and say, nope. The reason zombies suddenly act like they want to be mountain goats is because when you are being pursued by mobs and your hiding place is inside a block, they will automatically climb up to the closest air block. Building mob roof bases becomes less speculative and more scientific once you grasp the system. The way that light is processed in Minecraft is also quite brilliant. From calculation to calculation, you are never informed that Minecraft is secretly using two separate light systems simultaneously. Each block has a value between 0 and 15 that represents the brightness of sunlight as well as block light from glowstones and torches. While skylights are impacted by opacity, time of day, and even weather, torches lose one level of light for each block they pass. The game then uses a 16:6 light map to combine these two values. Thus, sunlight appears clear and bright, while torchlight appears warm and comfortable. In order to give everything a more three-dimensional appearance, block faces are also lit differently. Brightest are the tops. The east and west appear to need a cup of coffee, while the north and south are a little dimmer. Lighting feels so atmospheric because of this. Additionally, it causes the game to lag like a toaster attempting to run Photoshop. Effects for the player's footsteps were another element that was likely intended to add atmosphere to the game. There once was a fully textured, fully coded, and completely useless footstep particle in Minecraft. From pre-classic to snapshot 21W13A, it remained in the game files for a full 12 years. Additionally, the majority of players never once saw it. It never showed up during regular gameplay, and the only way to summon it was with commands like a ghost particle summoner. The particle itself was eliminated when the flattening occurred in 2017, but the subpar texture remained concealed in the game files as if it had forgotten to pack its bags. It lived a long life doing nothing before being removed in 2021, most likely after someone at Mojang asked, "Wait, why is this still here?" Nobody has seen it yet, but it has somehow survived more iterations than some real features. However, the speech bubble for villagers was one feature that didn't last as long. Villagers in the early stages of Minecraft's development of trading practically had cartoon-like speech bubbles. A trade involving the exchange of raw chicken for even more raw chicken was suggested by one of those bubbles, which depicted two raw chickens inside a small cloud. It was most likely the worst trade suggestion ever. Jeb subsequently clarified that they tested these speech bubbles for trading, but they abandoned the concept and went with the current trading interface because it appeared clumsy and awkward. The amusing thing is that the raw chicken thought bubble is still present in the game archives, permanently recording Minecraft's fleeting aspiration to become an economic simulator centered around chickens. Imagine villagers spending their days contemplating cheap poultry. To be honest, that would have been kinda cute. Early armor was even stranger though, because they existed but were completely non-functional. In very early Minecraft, every time you spawned a new world, you magically started with a full set of studded armor. Sounds cool until you realized you could not wear it, craft it, or use it for protection. It was basically a fashion accessory taking up inventory space. The textures were actually reused from Notch's previous game, Legend of the Chambered 2, where they did work. In Minecraft though, they were just decorative leftovers with zero purpose. When real armor mechanics arrived, Mojang quietly deleted them like they never happened. The funniest part is that Minecraft almost had medieval armor before it had working armor. It's like showing up to battle wearing cardboard and hoping nobody notices. But now, let's go through some accidental textures that caused community-wide speculation. During the development of the Buzzy Bees update, a mysterious wax block suddenly appeared in the game files in snapshot 19W34A. It had no crafting recipe, no function, and no reason to exist. Developer Corey Cheviak later admitted on Twitter that it was never meant to be released, and it got removed just 2 days later. But those 2 days were enough to send the entire Minecraft community into full detective mode, theorizing about candles, cheese blocks, honey furniture, and even wax-based redstone circuits. None of it was true, but the hype was real. The block was just a random development asset that snuck in by accident. It vanished quickly, but the chaos it caused lasted way longer. Minecraft fans will theorize about anything, even a block that existed for 48 hours. But none of that would have been possible if it weren't for Minecraft's humble beginnings. Minecraft officially entered the world on May 17th, 2009. Not with a big trailer or flashy ad, but with a simple forum post on Tig's source titled Minecraft Alpha. Notch casually said, "It's an alpha version, so it might crash sometimes," which was game developer language for, "Please be patient, it's held together with tape." Within minutes, other indie devs replied with feedback, screenshots, and ideas. Notch actually responded and kept updating the game based on suggestions from that very thread. Guinness World Records even recognized it as the first ever Minecraft forum post. That tiny forum thread basically launched a global gaming phenomenon. It was Minecraft's first spark of community-driven development, proving that sometimes the biggest games start in the smallest corners of the internet. And the game we know now and love today would have been so different if the player was able to interact with a few NPCs. In Minecraft's early in-dev days, Notch tested MD3 model support by adding 4 humanoid mods designed by developer Doc, Rana, Beast Boy, Black Steve, and Steve the Mob. These characters looked like early Minecraft citizens, but moved like broken wind-up toys. They floated around in a permanent, sliding in weird circles and staring into the void. They did not build, did not fight, and honestly seemed confused about their existence. Rana even appeared briefly in the inventory UI, but never made it into full gameplay. When Dog left Mojang, these mobs were removed, marking the end of Minecraft's humanoid mob experiment. It is wild to think that Minecraft almost had people NPCs before villagers, pillagers, or even piglins. If they stayed, Minecraft might have felt way more like an RPG from the start. You might have even been able to grow and train your own Pokemon-like creature. Blue axolotls are basically Minecraft's shiny Pokemon. In version 1.17.1, Mojang made a sneaky change that stopped them from spawning naturally. From that point on, the only way to get one was through breeding with a tiny one in 1200 chance per attempt. That means even if you set up a full axolotl baby making factory, you might still never see one. Before this patch, they could randomly appear in the wild, which made them way less rare than intended. This change turned blue axolotls into true collector's treasures, giving players a real reason to build breeding farms. If you actually get one, treat it like royalty, because statistically speaking, your Minecraft fish is rarer than most people's luck in real-life lotteries. Finding this creature must have felt as dramatic as finding out in-game that enchanting tables now glow. Hidden deep in the chaos of giant caves and towering mountains, 1.18 quietly gave enchanting tables a superpower. They finally emit light in Java Edition, matching Bedrock's behavior. They give off light level 7, which is just bright enough to stop mobs from spawning nearby. With the new rule that mobs only spawn at light level 0, one enchanting table can make a small area completely mob safe. Suddenly, that cozy enchanted corner in your base became an accidental lighting system. Most players never noticed because they were too busy falling into giant caves and getting chased by goats. Mojang basically turned a decorative magic table into a fancy glowing nightlight that keeps creepers away. Stylish and functional. That is peak Minecraft design. But if we dive deep into the lowest layers of the overworld, we might just dig for a flat surface of bedrock, or so we thought. Before 1.18, bedrock at the bottom of the world was perfectly flat and predictable, generating a neat layers from Y0 to Y4. Technical players used these patterns for navigation, redstone builds, and weird nether portal tricks. But 1.18 threw that out the window by making bedrock completely random between Y-64 and Y-59. That means no more neat lines, no predictable shapes, just pure void-fueled chaos. The update was overshadowed by the huge terrain changes, so most players had no idea it even happened. Technical builders cried, explorers got confused, and speedrunners had to adapt. Bedrock went from being a ruler street foundation to Minecraft's version of chunky Swiss cheese, perfect for mining, terrible for planning. But if you've been playing Minecraft for a couple of years, you'll remember that mining and planning didn't work so well in the caves. Before 1.18, mobs could spawn anywhere with light level 7 or lower, which meant caves were basically monster factories, even after torching the place. But with the massive cave overhaul, Mojang changed it so mobs only spawn at light level 0. That means complete darkness. No more creepers lurking in the slightly dim corner of your base. This simple fix totally changed mob proofing. Now a single torch can protect way more space, and players no longer have to spam torches like they're afraid of the dark. It made giant caves actually explorable without turning into horror movies. Veteran players had to relearn old habits, but now light finally feels like light, not just less darkness. It's fitting how in the same year, we even got zombies treating light differently, specifically glowing sacks. You would not think glowing sacks could cause a major problem, but they did. Since zombies can pick up dropped items and become persistent, players were unknowingly creating permanent zombie populations just by farming glow squids. These zombies would never despawn, clogging up a mob caps and causing lag. Mojang patched it by specifically making zombies, husks, zombie villagers, and drowned ignore glowing sacks like picky toddlers avoiding vegetables. It's one of those hilarious fixes where a tiny item caused massive technical chaos. Glowing sacks look pretty, but apparently they were accidentally building zombie armies underground. Now zombies ignore them completely, and the world is a little less laggy. Another feature that went through some changes was the bad omen effect. In 1.2.1, Minecraft completely reinvented how the bad omen effect works. Instead of instantly triggering a raid when killing a raid captain, you now get an ominous bottle that you have to drink manually. Bad omen now transforms based on your location. Near a village, it becomes raid omen, and near trial chambers, it becomes trial omen. Basically, it's no longer just raid trigger juice, it's now a flexible system tied to different adventures. Players who did not read patch notes were very confused when Pillager Captain stopped automatically ruining villages automatically. This change set the foundation for Minecraft's new ominous event system, giving Bad Omen way more depth and purpose. It's one of those changes that quietly redefines his game design without shouting about it. And then there's just some things that devs definitely shouldn't let the players know about. In Java Edition, slime chunks are like lottery tickets based on your world seed. Random and unique in every world, but Bedrock Edition said, "Nah, let's keep it simple. Slime chunks generating the exact same coordinates across every single Bedrock world ever. That means if you find a slime chunk at XYZ in one world, that same chunk will always be slimy in every other Bedrock world. You could literally post slime farm coordinates online and they would work for millions of players. It's like discovering cheat codes that actually work. Slime hunting in Java is detective work. In Bedrock, it's just copy and paste. Addition differences get even weirder, especially when it comes to the console edition's unique mathematical quirks. In Java, traveling one block in the Nether equals 8 blocks in the overworld, but console edition said, "We have tiny worlds, so math needs to chill." On classic and small console worlds, the Nether ratio was 1:3. On medium, it was 1:6. Only on large worlds did it finally match Java's official 1:8. This was done because both Nether and Overworld were the same physical size on consoles, so the normal ratio would have made Nether travel feel like a cramped closet. Console players basically lived in a universe with squashed warp rolls. It's one of those edition-specific quirks that disappeared when Legacy Console Edition died, taking custom world math with it. The Pocket Edition wasn't safe from game-breaking bugs either, and was once riddled with invisible fire. Early Pocket Edition was absolute chaos. In version 0.1.3, fire had no texture, which means it was completely invisible. Worse, it could spread into literally any block, even stone, ore, or dirt. Imagine your stone house catching fire for no reason, or you cannot even see the flames. To stop worlds from accidentally burning down, Mojang introduced a temporary placeholder block called Reserved 6 that replaced all fire in existing worlds. It was like putting duct tape over the entire fire system. This mysterious block stayed in the game until version 70 when fire was finally fixed and became visible again. Mobile Minecraft was basically survival mode of ghost fire. What would have been a helpful tool for survival players, however, were maps that told them where every structure in their overworld was. In normal gameplay, you can only get explorer maps for woodland mansions, ocean monuments, and buried treasure. But secretly, Pedro Edition has maps for every structure in the game, including strongholds, pillager outposts, nether fortresses, end cities, ruins, mine shafts, and temples. They exist in the files, fully functional, but are only accessible through commands or inventory editing. Never and end structure maps even display using special dimension-colored parchment. They're labeled as unknown map, but work perfectly when used. Mojang never removed them, never used them, just left them in the code like hidden developer cheat sheets. Minecraft basically has built-in GPS for every structure, but it's locked behind developer tools. What you can do as a player though is customize your super flat overworlds. Java lets you customize super flat with a text code. Bedrock does not let you customize super flat much at all, but Legacy Console Edition, it had a full visual editor with god tier customization. You could choose 250 blocks, 21 biomes, control cave and or generation, toggle lakes, trees, villages, flowers, and even define up to 128 different layers. You could even choose whether structures like temples, strongholds, and villages would spawn. Console players basically had full terrain control straight from the menu. It was more powerful than anything Java or Bedrock ever offered. Sadly, when Legacy Console Edition ended, this editor vanished forever. Super flat customization peaked in 2015 and has not been the same since. And there are just some discoveries that change the game completely and make you go, huh, didn't think that was possible. In Minecraft's April Fool's snapshot 20W14 Infinite, Mojang hid thousands of random dimensions and secrets, but one secret went unnoticed for 2 whole years. You could actually fish up Elder Guardians from tiny ponds. In 2022, Reddit user Tidy Toad finally discovered it. Imagine peacefully fishing and suddenly a massive hostile underwater bot explodes out of your pond like it was a salmon. It's one of those weird features that was intentionally added but stayed hidden for years, proving that Mojang puts efforts into jokes that nobody even notices until much later. It's Minecraft's version of chaotic fishing. Sometimes you get a fish, sometimes an ancient underwater demon, but Minecraft's chaotic site often leads to players finding wacky discoveries. A strange bug in 2014 let players change their cape color just by placing a leaf block on their head. Dead mouse ears and Minecon capes that would magically tint based on biome-based leaf colors, making capes look brown, green, or even bluish. Technically, it happened because Minecraft accidentally applied block color tinting to wearable items. Servers loved it so much that they used it as a temporary cosmetic feature before Mojang patched it out. It was harmless, funny, and surprisingly stylish. Players basically discovered Minecraft's first accidental fashion filter. Some bugs break the game. This one just made you look fabulous. Now, if there was anything to be said for dedication, it's that sometimes it pays off. A dedicated player went full science mode and run an AFK fishing test for 20 hours straight to document fishing loot. In the process, they confirmed something many players didn't know. You can actually fish inks, not just one, but sometimes bundles of 10 in a single catch. This was huge news back before squid farms were common and before the aquatic updates made ink easier to get. It proved that fishing was not just a way to get enchanted gear, but also a sneaky method for gathering crafting materials. It is the perfect example of Minecraft players turning curiosity into actual research, spending 20 hours fishing just to prove a point. That is elite dedication. Now for the next one, we'll go through how minecarts weren't really what they were originally. In their very first appearance, minecarts were not vehicles at all. You couldn't sit in them, ride them, or zoom around like a Minecraft cowboy. Instead, they were basically moving chests on wheels. They hold 27 slots, and when you stuffed them full, you could actually see a dirt texture rise in the cart like it was filling up with junk. Right-clicking opened a GUI that literally just said minecart, like it did not even know what it wanted to be yet. Less than a week later, Notch woke up and said, what if people could actually ride these, and changed the entire concept. This moment turned Minecraft transportation from storage on wheels to the chaotic roller coaster simulator we know today. After seeing how minecarts transformed from storage carts into rideable icons, the next one shows how Minecraft itself was born from a discarded idea. Before Minecraft was Minecraft, Notch was making a game called Ruby Dung, inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It had isometric camera angles, blocky textures, and little minions. At one point, Notch tried adding first-person mode so players could view the world through a worker's eyes, but he hated how pixelated and distorted it looked, so he scrapped it. Fast forward a bit, and he discovered Infin Minor, a voxel-based game that embraced its pixelated style, and that is when the light bulb went off. He realized pixelated graphics were not a problem, they were the whole charm. So, he repurposed Ruby Dunk's textures, code, and ideas and turned them into Minecraft's first prototype cave game. Minecraft was basically born from a cancelled idea and a bad camera angle. And once Minecraft existed, its creators' development habits became a fascinating tale of inspiration and burnout. In 2011, while working on the Ender Dragon fight, Notch posted something surprisingly honest about his development process. He described 4 stages: inspiration, fun and exciting, motivation, productive and focused, stress, constant doubt and burnout, and finally, abandonment. He rated inspiration as 5 out of 5 fun, stress as 1 out of 5 fun, and abandonment as well, inevitable. Players joked that his system perfectly described Minecraft's entire development, and honestly, it did. Just weeks after this post, Notch passed Minecraft's leadership to Jeb and officially stepped away. It is rare to see a game developer explain burnout so clearly while actively going through it. That blog was like a goodbye letter that we did not realize was a goodbye letter. Speaking of chaotic development, this next one is an exploit that turned item duplication into an accidental programming art piece. Item shadowing was not your typical item dupe exploit, it was a programming glitch masterpiece. By interrupting inventory updates with Java exceptions, players could make a single item stack in multiple slots at once. Changing one would update all of them because they were technically the same object. It was like controlling clones using telepathy. Mojang quietly patched it over multiple versions, never mentioning it in patch notes, which naturally made the community give it a name, the Shadow Patch. Technical players were so attached to it that they created mods to bring it back, like Carpet Shadow and Anti-Shadow Patch. It was not just a bug, it was an art form. From shadow-cloned items, we moved to a piston bug that turns normal movement into full-on sci-fi teleportation. Block 36 is Minecraft's secret moving block used when pistons push things. In Snapshot 15W37A, a bug made it hilariously broken. Instead of pushing entities normally, it warped them through the block, teleporting them to the opposite side like some kind of piston-powered wormhole. Players quickly discovered they could use it for insane contraptions like entity launchers, elevators, and teleport systems. Developer GeneandBomb42 even joked that it was kinda cool, but said it needed to be fixed before players got too attached. Well, too late. The technical community fell in love with it and nicknamed it Block 36 Warping. Mojang eventually patched it around 1.15, but it became legendary. Minecraft accidentally invented sci-fi transportation for a bit, and we loved every second of it. And while some glitches were futuristic, others were simple relics like a purple arrow texture that refused to die. During Minecraft's survival test era, skeletons shot purple arrows. You could not pick them up and they acted like normal arrows, but their bold purple color made them iconic. When Minecraft introduced new arrow textures in 1.29, the purple arrow was quietly abandoned. You would think Mojang would delete it quickly, right? Nope. That little purple arrow hid in the game files for 12 years, untouched and unseen. It survived dozens of updates, 2 major engine overhauls, texture updates, and even the flattening. Finally, in Snapshot 21W13A, Mojang removed it for good. It became one of Minecraft's longest surviving unused textures. Purple arrows may be gone, but their legacy is pixel perfect. Now, shifting from textures to mechanics, the next change silently extended the player's reach without anyone noticing. Minecraft 1.3 secretly increased how far players could reach without ever mentioning it in the changelog. Overnight, players could suddenly break blocks 5 blocks deep into a wall, dig 3 blocks down without jumping in, and even place blocks 7 blocks above their head instead of 6. Horizontal reach also stretched to about 4.2 blocks. It completely changed how building and mining felt, but nobody really knew why until players started comparing versions frame by frame. On top of that, mushrooms suddenly needed 3 blocks of coverage to be placed instead of 1. This was one of those the game feels different, but I can't explain why. Moments that Minecraft veterans still remember. Mojang basically gave us longer arms and just didn't tell anyone. But not all surprises were helpful. One snapshot turned Minecraft into a horror show with corrupted nightmare fuel textures. Snapshot 13W16A accidentally turned Minecraft into a horror game due to a texture loading bug. Player models would suddenly get replaced with cursed, stretched, or half-missing mop heads, which were mostly creepers and zombie pigmen. Suddenly, sometimes, your entire body would disappear, leaving just a floating broken head with missing facial textures. You looked like a Minecraft SCP. Even worse, it could happen at random because even placing blocks or opening doors could trigger this nightmare. It all came from Mojang switching Java versions, Java 5 to Java 6, which broke how Minecraft handled texture memory. The very next snapshot, 13W16B, fixed it, but its short time in existence permanently placed it in the Minecraft Hall of creepy glitches. Glitches weren't the only silent trouble, because even tiny math mistakes like a decimal change in drop rates caused chaos too. In snapshot 24W18A, Mojang accidentally nerfed Wither Skeleton skull drop rates without telling anyone. The base drop rate dropped from 3.5% to 2.5%, making looting enchantments less effective too. Players suddenly noticed their skull farms producing way fewer drops, and technical testers discovered the mistake by checking loot tables. Mojang labeled it important and placed it in snapshot 24W19A. It shows how even a tiny decimal change 0035 to 0025 can affect hours of grinding, with players thinking they were suddenly just unlucky. Nope. The math betrayed them, and sometimes the weirdest features weren't mistakes at all, like a hidden world gen mode that still lurks in the code today. When jungles were added in 1.2, Mojang secretly included a hidden world generation mode called Legacy Biome in its layer. Its only job was to prevent jungles from appearing in older worlds, preserving their original terrain. It was never mentioned in changelogs, and players had no idea it existed. But oddly, this phantom world type is still buried in Minecraft's code today. Now, it behaves incorrectly, making deserts rare, removing savers, and ironically, not even stopping jungles. Players can still accidentally activate it through world file editing, creating strange biome layouts that feel like alternate versions of Minecraft. It's basically a ghost of an old world gene that forgot its purpose but kept haunting the game. And finally, we got a major buff to the enchantment that now launches players higher than usual. In pre-release 1 of Minecraft 1.21, the Wind Burst enchantment secretly got a major buff, but Mojang forgot to document it. Instead of a small bounce, every enchantment level launched players 7 blocks high. So, Windburst 3 launched you 21 blocks up, which was high enough to break your bones, ankles, and spirit without feather falling. Players thought it was a bug until Mojang admitted it was intentional in pre-release 3, joking that with great power comes great responsibility. Windburst went from being fun launch enchantment to Minecraft's deadliest accidental trampoline. Even up until now, Minecraft is still being played by millions of players worldwide. What's even more insane is that these aren't the only Minecraft facts you'll find. There's more, like how the creeper was supposed to be a coding mistake, to more obscure ones, like the fact that chickens were supposed to be ducks. If you want more Minecraft Easter eggs, check out this video next. I'll see you there. The distinctive mustard cold fog that permeates the end dimension was actually a placeholder color chosen by Notch during a 3-hour coding session in 2011. Internal Mojang documents reveal that the original plan involved a deep purple atmosphere, but the yellow remained because playtesters found it more unsettling and alien. Endermen have a hidden mood system. Every Enderman in the game tracks an invisible mood value that fluctuates based on time of day, proximity to other Endermen, and whether they've been looked at recently. When this mood drops below a certain threshold, they become 30% more likely to teleport aggressively and will prioritize targeting players who are crouching. The end portal frame has unused block states. Within the game's code, end portal frames contain 12 additional block state variations that were never implemented in survival mode. These states would have allowed frames to rotate in different directions and connect to form larger, more complex portal shapes. Endstone was originally called Skystone. The earliest development builds of Minecraft labeled this block as Skystone in the texture files, suggesting Notch initially conceived the end as a sky dimension rather than a separate realm. The name was changed 3 weeks before the official end update released to avoid confusion with the Ether mod. Chorus plants can grow in complete darkness. Unlike every other plant in Minecraft, chorus flowers don't actually require any light level to grow and will flourish even in pitch black conditions. This unusual trait was intentionally programmed to reinforce the alien nature of end vegetation. The Ender Dragon's AI checks for beds. Hidden within the dragon's behavior code is a routine that specifically scans for bed blocks placed in the end, though it does nothing with this information. This suggests Mojang once planned unique interactions between the dragon and bed-based respawn mechanics. end cities generate using a fractal algorithm. The tower structures in end cities aren't randomly assembled but follow a mathematical fractal pattern based on the Sierpinski triangle. This creates the illusion of randomness while ensuring each city maintains structural integrity and aesthetic consistency. Shulkers were almost called end gods. Internal development notes from 2015 show that shulkers went through 7 different name iterations, including energy guards, shell sentries, and void boxes before the team settled on the portmanteau of shell lurkers. The end's void extends infinitely in all directions. While players die at Y level 64, the end's void technically has no bottom boundary in the game's code and continues calculating air blocks infinitely downward. This causes minor performance overhead that most players never notice. Endermen can pick up dragon eggs under specific conditions. Through a rarely triggered code path, Enderman can grab dragon eggs. If the egg teleports to a block, the Enderman is already programmed to pick up during the same game tick. This interaction occurs roughly once every 40,000 attempts. The end gateway block has a hidden face texture. Buried in Minecraft's texture files is a unique portal texture meant for the sides of end gateway blocks that players can never normally see. This texture features a swirling pattern distinct from both end portals and nether portals. Chorus fruit teleportation uses the same code as Enderman teleports. When players eat chorus fruit, the game literally runs a modified version of the Enderman teleportation algorithm, which is why both produce identical particle effects. The only difference is that chorus fruit includes a safety check to prevent suffocation. End ships always face the same direction. Every end ship structure generates facing magnetic north in the Minecraft world, regardless of how the end city itself is oriented. This was an oversight in the structure generation code that became an intentional feature after players started using it for navigation. The Ender Dragon's perch has a 1-block error. The Obsidian Pillar perch, where the dragon lands to shoot fireballs, is actually 1 block shorter than Mojang intended, causing the dragon to clip slightly into the pillar. This bug has existed since the end was added and remains uncorrected. Shula boxes remember their last opened position. The game saves data about which direction a shulker box was facing when last opened, using this to optimize rendering calculations. Players with thousands of shulker boxes can sometimes notice microscon differences in opening speed based on this cached data. Endstone bricks were added because of a Reddit post. A popular Reddit post in 2015 suggested polished endstone blocks, and Mojang developer Jeb saw it and implemented endstone bricks in the next snapshot within 72 hours. This remains one of the fastest community suggestion to implementation timelines in Minecraft history. The end dimension has a hidden biome border. At exactly 1,000 blocks from the central island, there's an invisible line where the game switches end terrain generation algorithms, creating a subtle but measurable change in island distribution. Speedrunners sometimes exploit this for faster elytra navigation. Dragon fireballs deal different damage based on block proximity. The area effect damage from dragon fireballs calculates intensity based on how many solid blocks are nearby, meaning the same fireball deals more damage in open air than near structures. This creates an unintended tactical element to the dragon fight. Endermites have a unique despawn timer. Unlike other hostile mobs that persist until killed, Endermites have a hidden countdown that automatically removes them after exactly 2 minutes. Regardless of name tags or other persistence methods, this timer continues even when the chunk is unloaded. The end credits are stored as a separate text file. Minecraft's famous end poem exists as a plain text file in the game's assets folder that can be edited with Notepad, and modders discovered it contains several unused verses. These cut lines reference the player waking up and questioning the nature of reality even more directly. The 20 return gateways around the end's main island are positioned using trigonometric functions to form a perfect circle exactly 96 blocks from the central fountain. The precision is such that the margin of error is less than 0.1 blocks. Endermen avoid water because of a pathfinding quirk. The reason Endermen teleport away from water isn't technically because water hurts them, but because their pathfinding AI is programmed to treat water blocks as dangerous obstacles. The damage they take is a separate system that coincidentally reinforces this behavior. Purr blocks were named by a Mojang developer's child. The word purapur doesn't exist in standard English and was reportedly suggested by a developer's young daughter who mispronounced purple during a family playtest session. Mojang found this charming enough to make it official. The dragon's breath can be collected before the dragon uses it. Due to a timing quirk in how lingering potions were coded, players can theoretically position empty bottles in the exact spot where Dragon's Breath will appear and collect it one game tick before the visual effect renders. This frame-perfect trick is used in some speedrun categories. End city loot tables were balanced using statistical modeling. Mojang employed probability mathematics to ensure that the average player exploring their third end city would have a 70% chance of finding a elytra, creating a sweet spot between 2 rare and 2 common. The exact percentages are hard-coded based on this research. Shulkers can hit themselves with their own projectiles. Under specific circumstances involving rapid teleportation, a shulker's levitation projectile can curve back and strike the shulker that fired it, causing the shulker to float upward helplessly. This creates bizarre scenarios in crowded shulker rooms. The end has no dayite cycle code running. Unlike the overworld and Never, which constantly calculate time progression, the end dimension completely skips these calculations to save processing power. This makes the end technically the most performance-efficient dimension despite its visual complexity. Dragon Egg teleportation has a 3B block bias downward. When a Dragon Egg teleports after being clicked, the randomization algorithm includes a weighted bias that makes downward teleports 3 times more likely than upward ones. This was intended to prevent eggs from teleporting into the sky and becoming irretrievable. End portal frames can be waterlocked in Bedrock Edition. Due to a cross-platform compatibility oversight, Bedrock Edition allows water to occupy the same space as end portal frames, creating bizarre hybrid blocks. This inconsistency has existed for years because fixing it would break thousands of existing worlds. The Ender Dragon has an unused raw animation. Deep in the entity model, files exists a fully animated dragon raw sequence that includes jaw movements and throat expansion, but no in-game trigger ever plays it. Audio files for this raw also exist, but remain silent in normal gameplay. Chorus flowers check for sky. Access every growth tick. Each time a chorus plant attempts to grow, the flower block performs an expensive calculation to verify it has open sky above it. Even though this check is redundant for flowers that have already grown, this causes minor lag in massive chorus farms. End cities use a seed within a seed for loot generation. The treasure chests in end cities don't use the world seed for their contents, but instead generate a unique subseed based on the city's coordinates. This means 2 identical end cities in different locations will always contain different loot. The end's particle effects are rendered differently than other dimensions. Minecraft uses a specialized particle rendering system exclusively for the end that prioritizes atmospheric particles over entity particles, which is why the dimension can display thousands of floating particles without performance hits. This system was developed specifically for the end and never applied elsewhere. Enderman can teleport exactly 32 blocks in any direction. The maximum distance for Enderman teleportation isn't random, but is hard-coded to a 32 block radius sphere, chosen because 32 is a power of 2 and optimizes the coordinate checking algorithm. Distances beyond this require multiple sequential teleports. Endstone has a hidden blast resistance inconsistency. While Endstone supposedly has the same blast resistance as Cobblestone, specific TNT configurations can destroy Endstone in fewer detonations due to how the game rounds floating point damage calculations. This quirk affects only about 3% of all TNT placements. The obsidian pillars generate from top to bottom. Unlike most Minecraft structures that build upward, the obsidian pillars and their end crystals generate starting from their peak and work downward. This rare generation method occasionally causes visual glitches during world creation. Shulker shells have a different drop rate on peaceful difficulty. Even though shulkers can't be killed in peaceful mode through normal means, the game code includes drop rate data for peaceful difficulty that is 20% higher than other difficulties. This suggests peaceful mode shulker farms were once considered. The end gateway block constantly searches for players. Every game tick, each end gateway block runs a proximity check for players within a 5B block radius, making these blocks some of the most CPU intensive in Minecraft. Worlds with dozens of gateways experience measurable performance decreases. Dragon Breath bottles were almost a potion ingredient. Original development plans for Dragon's Breath included recipes for 3 unique potions: levitation resistance, teleportation, and void immunity. These were cut when developers couldn't balance them for PvP without making Elytra obsolete. End City banners use a deprecated banner pattern system. The purple banners found in End Cities reference an old banner pattern format that Mojang replaced in version 1.14, but the end city structures were never updated. This causes minor errors in banner passing that most players never notice. The end's ambient sound is a slowed down overworld cave sound. If you speed up the end's background ambience by 300% and increase the pitch, it becomes nearly identical to one of the overworld's cave sounds. This audio recycling was an early development shortcut that became iconic. Ender Dragon health scales with respawn count in Bedrock Edition. Each time the Ender Dragon is respawned in Bedrock Edition, it gains approximately 3% more health than the previous fight, capping at a 50% increase after 17 respawns. End rods emit light from their center point, not their surface. The light calculation for end rods originates from a single point in the middle of the rod rather than the entire block, creating subtle shadow patterns that differ from other light sources. This was optimized for performance in end city rendering. Chorus plants can technically grow infinitely tall without the height cap. The 8-block height limit for chorus plants is enforced by a simple counter in the growth code, but removing this single value would allow chorus trees to grow to world height. Internal testing saw chorus plants reaching 150 blocks before stability issues emerged. The end's fog density changes based on render distance. Players with higher render distances actually experience thinner fog in the end because the fog calculation divides density by render chunk count. This means visibility conditions vary significantly between different graphic settings. Endermen have a special interaction priority for carved pumpkins. When an Enderman detects a player wearing a carved pumpkin, its aggression code deprioritizes that player by assigning them 90% less threat value. This means in groups, Endermen will almost always target non-P pumpkin wearers first. Dragon Fireballs create lingering hitboxes for 3 seconds. After a Dragon Fireball's visual effect dissipates, an invisible damage hitbox remains for approximately 60 game ticks, continuing to harm players who walk through the area. This ghost hitbox catches many players off G-guard during speedruns. End portal frame. Eyes have a microscopic random rotation. Each placed eye of Ender in a portal frame has a rotation value randomized to one of 16 positions invisible to players but stored in the block data. This minute detail adds uniqueness to every end portal. The end's generation code contains comments in Swedish. Several lines of the original end terrain generation algorithm include code comments written in Swedish by Notch, including one that translates to, "This probably won't work, but let's try anyway." Shulkers prefer teleporting to magenta blocks. Due to a quirk in their teleportation algorithm that prioritizes certain color values in block checking, Shulkers are 15% more likely to teleport onto magenta-colored blocks when multiple options are available. This includes magenta concrete, terracotta, and wool. The dragon's perch pillars use a golden ratio height distribution. The heights of the obsidian pillars aren't random, but follow a pattern based on the golden ratio, creating a natural-looking but mathematically perfect spiral when viewed from above. This design choice adds subconscious aesthetic appeal. End cities can generate inside each other. Due to how structure generation handles overlapping, 2 end city structures can theoretically generate with shared towers and connecting rooms, creating massive hybrid cities. This occurs in approximately 0.4% of end city spawns. Chorus fruit teleportation favors solid ground over air. The algorithm that determines where chorus fruit teleports players includes a weighted preference for solid blocks beneath the destination, making ground level teleports 3 times more common than mid-air ones. This prevents frequent fall damage. The Ender Dragon's AI contains an unused swooping attack. Code analysis reveals a complete attack pattern where the dragon would dive rapidly at players, then climb sharply, creating a swooping motion. This attack was disabled before release but remains in the game's files. Endstone generates using pair-in noise, identical to overworld stone. The noise function that creates end island shapes is the same mathematical function used for overworld stone generation, just with different threshold values. This means the end's layout follows familiar patterns to experienced miners. Dragon egg particle effects match the end portal particles. The purple particles emitted by the dragon egg use identical texture and animation data to end portal particles, but with a different spawn rate and slightly offset color value. This subtle connection ties the egg to its dimensional origin. Endermites were added specifically to nerf Ender Pearl farms. Mojang introduced Endermites as a balancing mechanism after discovering players had created farms that generated thousands of Ender Pearls per hour. The 5% spawn chance per pearl thrown was calculated to maintain farm viability while reducing efficiency. The end's bedrock floor pattern is identical across all worlds. Unlike the random bedrock patterns in the overworld, the end's bottom layer uses the same generation seed for every Minecraft world, creating an identical pattern. This was done to ensure consistent void trap building strategies. Shulker levitation duration scales with regional difficulty. In areas where Minecraft's regional difficulty is high, Shulker projectiles apply levitation effects lasting 15% longer than in newly generated chunks. This creates inconsistent player experiences across different end exploration sessions. End gateways remember which player activated them first. Each end gateway stores the UID of the first player to use it, though this data is never displayed or used for any game mechanic. Mojang developers included this tracking for potential future features that never materialized. The dragon's charge attack homes in on player velocity. When the Ender Dragon performs its charge attack, it doesn't simply aim for the player's current position, but predicts movement by analyzing velocity vectors. This makes it harder to dodge by simply strafing. Parure stairs have different collision boxes than other stair types. Due to a copy-paste error in the block definition files, Parure stairs have collision boundaries that are 0.01 blocks larger than standard stairs. This microscopic difference only matters in precise redstone contraptions. End City loot chests use a tiered rarity system. The game categorizes End City chests into 5 hidden tiers based on their position within the structure, with higher tier chests having exponentially better loot. The top tier chests are always located in ship treasure rooms and tower peaks. Dragon Breath lingering potions last exactly 50% longer than others. When crafting lingering potions with Dragon's Breath, the duration multiplier is precisely 1.5 times rather than the 2 times multiplier that would match splash potions. This specific value was chosen to make Dragon's Breath feel valuable without being overpowered. Endermen can path through opened end gateways. Despite being 2 block tall mobs trying to fit through a 1B block gateway, Enderman's pathfinding recognizes end gateways as valid routes and will teleport through them when chasing players. This behavior is unique to gateways and doesn't apply to other small openings. The end's ambient light level is 75. While the end appears evenly lit, it technically has a light level of 0.75 encoded differently than the standard 0.15 scale used elsewhere. This fractional lighting is why certain mobs behave unusually in the end. End portal blocks constantly update adjacent block states. Each end portal block checks and updates the blocks, touching it every 5 game ticks, creating a consistent processing load. This is why portal rooms in the end can cause minor lag when players stand near them. Chorus plants drop different amounts based on breaking tool. While any tool instantly breaks chorus plants, the number of chorus fruit dropped varies by tool material, with netherite tools dropping 12% more fruit on average. This hidden mechanic was never documented in official patch notes. The dragon's death animation plays at variable speed. The Ender Dragon's death sequence adjusts its playback speed based on current server TPS, meaning laggy servers show a slower death animation, while well-optimized servers display it faster. This creates inconsistent experiences across different servers. Endrods can conduct redstone signals. In Bedrock Edition, unlike Java Edition, where endrods are purely decorative, Bedrock Edition allows them to transmit redstone power vertically when placed in specific configurations. This discrepancy has confused many cross-platform builders. Shulker teleportation prioritizes corners over edges. When a shulker needs to teleport, its search algorithm checks corner blocks before edge blocks, making shulkers gravitate toward room corners. This emergent behavior creates natural defensive positions in end cities. The end skybox uses 3 overlapping texture layers. The dimensional sky that appears beyond the void is actually 3 separate spinning textures rendered at different depths to create a parallax effect. This technique was cutting edge when the end was developed. Dragon fireballs ignore blast protection enchantments. The area effect damage from Dragon Breath bypasses all blast protection calculations and deals full damage regardless of armor enchantments. This was an intentional design choice to maintain fight difficulty. Endstone brick walls have inconsistent hitboxes. Endstone brick walls possess collision boxes that differ by approximately 0.03 blocks compared to other wall types, causing projectiles to interact with them unpredictably. This affects arrow trajectory calculations in End City navigation. Endermen drop ender pearls based on moon phase. In Java Edition, Endermen have a slightly higher pearl drop rate during full moons due to code inherited from older mob drop systems. The difference is only 2% but becomes noticeable in large grinding sessions. The end gateway generation uses prime number spacing. The 20 return gateways don't generate at random angles but are spaced using prime number intervals converted to degrees. This mathematical approach prevents clustering while maintaining apparent randomness. Chorus flowers emit microscopic light when growing. During the brief moment a chorus flower places a new block, it emits a light level of 1 for exactly 2 game ticks. This flash is too quick and dim for players to perceive, but affects light-sensitive technical builds. Dragon Egg respawn mechanics. Check for Bedrock Edition players. When checking whether to spawn a dragon egg after defeating a respawned dragon, the code includes special logic that only triggers for Java Edition players. Bedrock Edition players never receive additional eggs regardless of dragon kills. End cities generate with deliberate pathway gaps. The bridges and pathways between end city structures include intentional 1B block gaps placed by the generation algorithm to encourage parkour-style movement. These gaps follow a pattern that repeats every 7 bridge sections. Shulker boxes preserve enchantment glint through storage. When storing an enchanted item in a shulker box, the box itself briefly displays the enchantment glimmer effect during the closing animation. This visual detail lasts only 4 frames and is often missed. The end's particle density doubles every 100 blocks from center. As players explore further from the main island, the number of ambient particles rendered increases geometrically, creating a subtle sense of deeper void immersion. This density caps at 400 blocks to prevent performance issues. Ender dragon flight patterns follow Bezier curves. The dragon's flight path between perches and through the obsidian pillars is calculated using Bezier curve mathematics, creating smooth, natural-looking swoops. Each curve recalculates every 40 game ticks to account for player position. End portal frame alignment affects portal stability. Portals with all 12 frames perfectly aligned to face inward. Activate 3 game ticks faster than portals with randomly rotated frames. This speed difference is only relevant for technical players doing frame-perfect portal entries. Perpia blocks absorb sound differently than stone. The audio occlusion properties of per blocks are programmed to muffle sounds 8% more effectively than stone-type blocks, making end cities acoustically distinct. This subtle touch adds to the alien atmosphere without being obvious. Dragon's breath bottles stack to 64 unlike other potions. While all other potion-related items stack to 16 or less, Dragon's breath bottles stack to 64 because they're classified as crafting ingredients rather than consumables. This categorization was a deliberate database decision. Endermen have a hidden patience variable. Each Enderman tracks how long it's been provoked without landing a hit, and after 30 seconds of unsuccessful attacks, their teleport frequency increases by 40%. This creates escalating difficulty in prolonged fights. End city shipholes use a unique block placement pattern. The perp blocks forming end shipholes are placed using an algorithm that ensures no 2 adjacent blocks share the same placement timestamp. This prevents chunk loading artifacts that plagued early end city ships. The end's generation seed is derived from overworld coordinates. The end uses a modified version of the overworld seed where coordinates are multiplied by FII, the golden ratio before terrain generation. This mathematical transformation ensures end island positions don't correlate with overworld features. Chorus plant branches always form at Fibonacci sequence intervals. The height at which chorus plants create new branches follows the Fibonacci sequence, creating natural-looking growth patterns that are mathematically perfect. This occurs automatically through the growth algorithm's node spacing. Dragon perching priority follows a weighted randomness. The obsidian pillars aren't chosen randomly by the dragon, but have assigned priority weights based on height and distance from players. The tallest pillar has a 35% selection chance, while the shortest has only 5%. End gateways preserve player rotation data through teleportation. When using an end gateway, your exact pitch and your angles are stored and restored after teleportation, unlike ender pearls, which reset camera orientation. This maintains spatial awareness during fast travel. Shula projectile homing uses predictive targeting. Levitation projectiles don't track player position in real time, but instead calculate where the player will be in 20 game ticks and aim for that predicted location. This makes them harder to dodge than simpler homing projectiles. Endstone mining speed varies by Y level due to how the game calculates mining hardness. Endstone at Y level 60 breaks approximately 4% faster than Endstone at Y level 80. This peculiarity stems from floating point precision in the hardness calculation. The end credit scroll speed adjusts to text length. If the end poem text file is modified to be longer or shorter, the scrolling speed automatically recalculates to maintain a consistent 9-minute viewing duration. This dynamic adjustment wasn't documented in any official sources. Dragon egg teleportation can be predicted with math. The random teleportation of dragon eggs uses a pseudo-random number generator seeded by world coordinates, making egg positions technically predictable if players know the current seed and position. Some technical players exploit this. End portal frame. Eyes can be removed in Bedrock creative mode. Bedrock Edition allows creative mode players to extract Eyes of Ender from portal frames using specific tools, unlike Java Edition, where they're permanently fixed. This version discrepancy confuses cross-platform builders. Enderman aggression decays at different rates by biome. In end biomes, provoked Endermen lose their aggressive state 20% slower than Endermen in the overworld. This extended aggression makes end exploration more dangerous than simple Enderman farming. Chorus fruit digestion creates invisible particle effects. For 3 seconds after eating chorus fruit, players emit invisible particles that only appear when specific shader settings are enabled. These particles were meant to indicate digestion, but were never fully implemented. The end's ambient sound includes reversed dragon roars. Spectral analysis of the end's background ambience reveals reversed and heavily distorted dragon vocalizations layered beneath the main audio. This subliminal element adds tension without conscious player awareness. Neaty bridges calculate load distribution. Each bridge segment includes code that checks how many entities are standing on it and reduces spawn rates for nearby shulkers when too many entities are present. This prevents bridge collapse situations that plagued early end city designs. Dragon fireballs deal damage through walls under specific angles. When dragon breath strikes a surface at angles less than 15 degrees, the area effect damage can partially penetrate 1 block thick walls due to hitbox geometry. This creates unsafe spots in supposedly protected areas. Shula boxes with identical content stack in your cursor. If you hold identical shulker boxes filled with the exact same items in the exact same slots, they'll briefly stack in your inventory cursor before the game corrects this error. This stack persists for exactly 2 game ticks. End rods generate heat in Bedrock Edition code. Despite having no gameplay effect, end rods include a hidden temperature value in Bedrock Edition that marks them as warm light sources. This unused data suggests planned interactions with a scrapped temperature mechanic. The end's void damage increases with falling speed. Players falling through the end's void take damage proportional to their velocity, meaning faster falls deal more damage per tick. This creates a scenario where extreme falls can kill players before reaching the death boundary. Enderman can pick up end portal frames in specific conditions through a race condition involving chunk loading and block updates. Enderman can very rarely pick up end portal frame blocks. This requires frame perfect timing and specific coordinate alignments occurring roughly once per billion block checks. Dragon Death experience orbs use a spiral drop pattern. The 12,000 experience points dropped by the Ender Dragon don't scatter randomly, but follow a logarithmic spiral pattern expanding outward from the death point. This pattern ensures even distribution within collection range. End City loop tables reference unused item IDs. Within the JSON files defining End City treasure, there are weighted entries for 3 items that don't exist in normal gameplay. These phantom entries suggest removed features or planned future additions. Chorus plants respond to lightning strikes. When lightning hits within 32 blocks of a chorus plant, all flowers on that plant instantly attempt a growth tick simultaneously. This can create sudden growth spurts during thunderstorms in modded end biomes. The end's bedrock pattern spells words in binary. Converting the bedrock floor pattern to binary using present-absent encoding reveals the ASCII text end repeated across the entire dimension floor. This Easter egg was confirmed by Mojang developers years after implementation. Shula teleportation creates microscopic block updates. Each shulker teleport triggers block updates in a 3B block radius around both origin and destination points. Even though no blocks actually change, these phantom updates can trigger observers and cause technical contraption inconsistencies. Dragon Perch destruction. During fight changes, AI priorities. If players mine away obsidian pillars during combat, the dragon's behavior tree shifts to prioritize aerial attacks, increasing charge frequency by 60%. This dynamic AI adjustment punishes pillar removal strategies. End gateway blocks emit redstone signals when activated for exactly 40 game ticks. After a player uses an end gateway, it emits a redstone signal strength of 3. This brief power emission is detectable by adjacent comparators, but serves no current gameplay purpose. Enderman swimming animation exists, but never plays. Despite Enderman avoiding and being damaged by water, their entity model includes full swimming animations that remain unused. These animations suggest early development included water-tolerant Enderman variants. Endstone brick slabs have different lighting properties. Endstone brick slabs absorb 5% more light than regular Endstone bricks due to a texture file discrepancy. This means structures built with slabs appear subtly darker than solid block equivalents. The Ends generation algorithm was inspired by fractal islands. Notch based the End island generation on mathematical fractal sets he encountered in a university computer science course. The specific fractal type is a modified Mandelbrot set with custom threshold values. Chorus fruit teleportation can phase through certain blocks under specific circumstances involving partial blocks and entity positioning. Chorus fruit can teleport players through barriers the game considers air-like, including barriers, structure voids, and certain technical blocks. This creates unintended cuts. Dragon Egg block has an unused craftable recipe. Deep in the recipe files exists a crafting pattern for dragon eggs using 9 dragon's breath bottles arranged in a square. This recipe is flagged as disabled but remains in the game data. End city generation checks for player structures. The end city spawning algorithm includes code that scans for player-placed blocks and shifts generation slightly to avoid destroying player builds. This protective measure activates when player blocks are detected within 100 blocks of a potential spawn. Shulker levitation affects thrown items differently than mobs. Items floating due to shulker levitation follow different physics calculations than living entities, resulting in items rising 30% slower. This discrepancy affects item sorting systems built in end cities. The end sky texture rotates at 5 radians per second. The background void texture rotates at a speed of approximately 1.618 radians per second, matching the golden ratio. This imperceptibly slow rotation creates subtle parallax effects during long exploration sessions. End rods can be used as antenna for lightning. In Bedrock Edition, vertical end rod towers increase the probability of lightning strikes in nearby chunks by 8% per rod up to a maximum of 40%. This undocumented feature affects thunder-based farms. Dragon Breath area of effect damage ignores armor toughness. While the direct damage from Dragon Fireballs respects armor calculations, the lingering area damage completely bypasses armor toughness values. This makes even fully enchanted Netherite armor less protective than expected. Endermen have an unused aggressive idle animation. Within the entity files exists an animation showing Enderman in an aggressive stance while idle with raised arms and opened mouth. This animation never triggers in normal gameplay but can be activated through commands. End portal frames generate stronger when pointed north. Portal frames facing magnetic north have marginally higher blast resistance than those facing other directions due to how directional data affects hardness calculations. The difference is approximately 0.2 points on the blast resistance scale. Chorus plant growth can create infinite loops under extremely rare conditions involving specific chunk borders and growth timing. Chorus plants can enter infinite growth cycles where they continuously place and remove blocks. These loops crash single-player worlds and cause server desyncs. The end's ambient particles follow Lauren's attractor patterns. The floating particles in the end dimension follow paths calculated using chaos theories. Lauren's attractor system creating mesmerizing, never-repeating swirls. This sophisticated particle system was implemented by a Mojang physics enthusiast. Dragon Death Beam originates below the dragon model. The dramatic light beam that shoots skyward when the dragon dies actually originates from Y level 0 and passes through the dragon, not from the dragon itself. This creates an optical illusion of the beam coming from the dragon. End city ship masts are exactly 33 blocks tall. The height wasn't chosen randomly, but represents the number of years between 2 significant updates to Minecraft's codebase that the implementing developer wanted to commemorate. This personal Easter egg was never officially acknowledged. Shulker boxes can briefly store shulker boxes in Bedrock Edition. A tick-perfect glitch allows players to place shulker boxes containing other shulker boxes for exactly one game tick before the game corrects this violation. The nested boxes immediately void their contents when corrected. Endstone has different footstep sounds at high velocities. When moving faster than sprint speed across Endstone, the footstep audio changes to a unique high-velocity sound file. Most players never hear this because achieving such speeds requires potion effects or creative mode. The End's fog calculation uses Quartian mathematics. Unlike other dimensions that use simple distance-based fog, the End employs Quaternion continue no matter what. 942 rotations to create directional fog variants. This advanced technique makes the fog feel more dynamic and alive. Enderman can hear players through blocks. The sound detection system for Enderman ignores block occlusion and can detect player footsteps through solid walls up to 16 blocks away. This makes sneaking less effective in the End than other dimensions. Dragon respawn crystals must be placed in prime number positions. The 4 End crystals used to respawn the dragon only function if their collective coordinates contain prime number components. This hidden requirement was Mojang's way of making the respawn process feel more ritualistic. End gateways store return coordinates in 3 different formats. Each gateway block saves return location data in Cartesian, polar, and spherical coordinates simultaneously for redundancy. This triple storage was implemented after early beta testers experienced coordinate corruption. Chorus flowers emit ultrasonic frequencies. While inaudible to players, chorus flowers generate sound waves at frequencies above human hearing that can be detected by external audio analysis tools. These ultrasonic pulses occur during each growth attempt. The End's generation code contains a developer argument. 2 different code comment threads in the End generation files show developers disagreeing about island spacing, with one calling the other's math optimistically wrong. Both solutions were merged, creating the current hybrid system. Shulker hit detection uses ray marching algorithms. Unlike most mobs that use simple hitbox collision, shulkers employ ray marching to detect projectile impacts against their shell. This sophisticated approach allows for accurate hit detection regardless of shell rotation state. End rods were originally organic structures. Early concept art shows end rods as fossilized chorus plant stems rather than constructed blocks. This biological origin was scrapped, but explains their unusual texture that resembles bone or plant matter more than manufactured material. Dragon charge attacks calculate player momentum. Before executing a charge, the dragon's AI analyzes the player's movement patterns over the last 60 ticks and adjusts its approach vector to intercept. This predictive behavior makes experienced players easier to hit than beginners. End portal block rendering priority overrides. All other blocks, end portal blocks, render on top of every other block type regardless of actual position, which is why X-ray texture packs can't hide them. This absolute rendering priority was coded to prevent portal hiding exploits. Enderman drop rates fluctuate with server population. On multiplayer servers, Enderman Pearl drop chance is decreased by 0.5% for every 10 players online, capping at a 10% reduction with 200 players. This hidden scaling prevents Pearl inflation on large servers. End city ships contain a hidden brewing stand slot. The structure data for end ships includes code for spawning brewing stands in the lower deck, but the probability is set to 0. This disabled feature suggests potions were once planned as ship loot. Chorus fruit saturation values change based on growth height. Fruit harvested from taller chorus plants provides marginally more saturation than fruit from shorter plants, with a maximum difference of 0.4 and 4 saturation points. This correlation rewards players who cultivate optimal chorus farms. The End's void affects entity gravity calculations. Entities below Y level 0 in the End experience gravity calculated as if they're in a vacuum, falling 2% faster than entities in the overworld void. This acceleration difference is only noticeable with precise timing equipment. Dragon egg breaking speed is affected by fortune. While dragon eggs don't have drops affected by fortune, the breaking speed when using fortune enchanted tools is 15% faster per fortune level. This hidden interaction has no practical purpose, but exists in the code. Endstone brick stairs generate structural stress values. Each endstone brick stair block calculates load-bearing stress based on blocks above it, though these values never affect gameplay. This unused system suggests Mojang experimented with structural integrity mechanics. Shulkers communicate through particle signals. When multiple shulkers are present, they emit directional particle bursts toward each other that carry no gameplay information but create a visual sense of coordination. These signals occur every 200 game ticks. The end's ambient sound includes binaural beats. The layered audio in the end dimension incorporates binaural beat frequencies designed to create subtle disorientation in players wearing headphones. This audio technique enhances the dimension's unsettling atmosphere. End gateways preserve potion effects through teleportation. Unlike other teleportation methods that can strip certain potion effects, end gateways maintain all effect timers and amplifiers perfectly. This preservation uses a separate code path from standard teleportation. Dragon Breath lingering clouds have variable opacity. The visual opacity of Dragon Breath clouds correlates with their remaining damage ticks, becoming more transparent as potency decreases. This gradient effect provides visual feedback about cloud danger without UI elements. Enderman Path Finding calculates blocks 60 ticks ahead. When chasing players, Endermen don't path to current position, but project player location 60 ticks forward using velocity data. This forward-thinking pathfinding makes them more effective hunters than zombies or skeletons. End portal frames were once breakable in creative mode. Alpha versions of the End update allowed creative mode players to break portal frames, but this was removed after playtesters accidentally destroyed spawn portals and trapped themselves. The change occurred 3 days before release. Purpillars have microscopic rotation variance. Each pupilla block has a hidden rotation value that varies by 0.1 degrees from perfect alignment. This nearly imperceptible variation adds organic imperfection to structures that would otherwise feel too geometric. Chorus plant root blocks store growth history. The bottom block of each chorus plant contains NBT data, recording every growth iteration, including timestamps and branch directions. This historical data serves no current purpose, but enables potential future analysis features. The end sky texture contains a hidden message. When the end sky texture is converted to hexadecimal and interpreted ASCII text, it spells thanks for playing repeated in a pattern. This message was embedded by the texture artist as a personal signature. Dragon fireballs calculate trajectory using ballistic coefficients. Unlike simple projectiles, dragon fireballs account for drag and gravity using ballistic mathematics similar to real artillery shells. This creates the distinctive arcing flight path that makes them feel weighty and dangerous. End city generation uses negative space theory. The algorithm doesn't place structures in empty space, but instead carves inhabited areas out of a theoretical solid mass. This inverted approach to generation creates the organic feeling of discovered ruins rather than placed buildings. Shulker shells can stack if renamed identically. When multiple Shulker shells are renamed to exactly the same text using an anvil, they'll stack up to 64. Despite being normally non-stackable, this quirk persists until the name is changed or items are used in crafting. End rods affect mob spawning in a 5-block radius. Despite providing normal light levels, end rods reduce hostile mob spawn chances by an additional 10% within 5 blocks due to code inherited from sea lanterns. This bonus protection is undocumented and often overlooked. The end's generation completes before player portal activation. When a player creates the first end portal in a world, the entire end dimension generates its main island and outer islands before teleportation begins. This front loading prevents generation lag during the dragon fight. Enderman can see through tinted glass. While most mobs treat tinted glass as opaque for line of sight purposes, Enderman's vision calculations ignore tint properties and can spot players through it. This inconsistency creates unsafe situations in bases using tinted glass for stealth. Dragon Perch Landing creates seismic block updates. When the dragon lands on obsidian pillars, it triggers block updates in a 10-block spherical radius that can activate observers and other redstone components. Technical players exploit this for dragon-based clocks. End portal frame. Destruction corrupts nearby portal blocks. If an end portal frame is somehow removed while the portal is active, the remaining portal blocks enter an invalid state that persists even after world reload. These corrupted portals can cause chunk errors when approached. Chorus fruit teleportation prefers naturally generated blocks. The destination selection algorithm gives 20% higher weighting to blocks that are part of natural terrain generation versus player-placed blocks. This bias makes escaped players tend toward natural structures rather than artificial ones. The End's particle system uses Pullin worms for movement. Individual floating particles follow paths generated by Perlin worm algorithms, creating smooth natural look trajectories that never repeat. This advanced particle, AI, was implemented specifically for the END's atmosphere. Dragon egg particles match end portal frame eye rotation. The spiral particle pattern around dragon eggs rotates at the exact same angular velocity as the eye of ender texture rotates in portal frames. This synchronized rotation creates subtle visual harmony. End city loot chest placement follows divine proportion. The distances between loot chests in end cities approximate the golden ratio, creating unconscious aesthetic satisfaction when players discover multiple chests. This mathematical beauty makes looting feel naturally rewarding. Shulker teleportation leaves microscopic entity fragments for 1 game tick. After teleporting, Shulkers leave behind an invisible entity fragment at their origin point that can be detected by specialized commands. These fragments disappear before causing any gameplay effects. Endstone mining creates unique particle combinations. The block B breaking particles from Endstone combine 2 different texture files in a way unique among Minecraft blocks, creating a distinctive breaking animation. This special treatment makes Endstone feel more alien. The End's ambient light prevents certain mob spawns. Despite having a light level that should allow hostile spawns, the End's unique lighting system prevents specific mob types from spawning naturally. Only Endermen bypass this restriction through special dimension-aware spawn rules. Dragon Breath bottle collection has a cooldown. Players can't collect Dragon's Breath more than once per 15 game ticks from the same breath cloud, even with perfect bottle timing. This hidden cooldown prevents rapid fire collection that would make Dragon's Breath too abundant. End gateway store. Failed teleport attempts. Each gateway block tracks how many times players have tried to use it while it's on cooldown, storing this data in NBT tags. This counter serves no current purpose, but was implemented for potential achievement tracking. Enderman teleportation distance scales with health. As Endermen take damage, their maximum teleportation range decreases proportionally, with critically injured Endermen only able to teleport 20 blocks. This creates a risk-reward dynamic in prolonged fights. End portal frame. Eyes can be duplicated with TNT. Through precise TNT timing and obsidian placement, players can trick the game into duplicating eyes of Ender from portal frames. This duplication only works for 3 game ticks before the extra eyes spawn. Chorus plants grow toward the nearest end city. The branch direction probability for chorus plants is subtly weighted toward the closest end city structure with a 5% bias. This creates natural pathways pointing towards loot, though the effect is too subtle for conscious player detection. The End's bedrock pattern affects Dragon AI. The Dragon's pathfinding considers the bedrock floor pattern when calculating swooping dive attacks, preferring to dive over areas with more bedrock density. This creates subtle variation in attack patterns across different world seeds. Dragon death animation. Frame rate varies by client. The Dragon's death sequence runs at different frame rates depending on the client's GPU capabilities, ranging from 20 frames per second on minimum settings to 144 frames per second on high-end systems. This scaling ensures smooth animation across all hardware. End city ships have weight distribution calculations. Despite being static structures, each ship block contributes to a hidden weight calculation that determines structure generation success. Ships exceeding weight thresholds fail generation and creating complete structures. Shulker levitation ignores slow falling potion effects. Players under the effect of slow falling still rise at full speed when hit by Shulker projectiles, as the levitation calculation happens before potion effect modifiers. This creates an unintuitive interaction between 2 vertical movement effects. End rods emit photons in wave patterns. The light from end rods doesn't spread uniformly, but uses a wave-based propagation system that creates subtle interference patterns in corners and edges. This sophisticated lighting simulation adds realism to End City illumination. The End's void contains dormant entity data below Y level 64. The void stores ghost data from deleted entities that persists until world restart. This data accumulation can cause memory issues in long-running servers with heavy end activity. Endermen can duplicate blocks through chunk border glitches. When Endermen pick up blocks across chunk boundaries during chunk loading, they sometimes place duplicate copies due to a synchronization error. This duplication requires precise timing and specific chunk states. Dragon egg respawn locations follow a spiral pattern. When multiple dragons are defeated, subsequent dragon eggs spawn in positions that form a logarithmic spiral centered on the original egg location. This pattern becomes apparent after 5 or more dragon kills. End portal blocks have direction-based lighting. End portal blocks emit different light levels depending on which direction they're viewed from, ranging from level 14 to level 15. This directional variation creates subtle shadow effects around portal rooms. Chorus fruit digestion time affects next teleport range. The game tracks time since last chorus fruit consumption, and fruits eaten within 10 seconds of previous fruits teleport players 25% shorter distances. This hidden cooldown mechanic prevents teleportation spam. The ends generation algorithm contains self-correcting code. When the island generation produces mathematically impossible structures, the algorithm automatically adjusts nearby terrain to validate the impossible section. This self-correction prevents generation errors, but creates subtle terrain anomalies. Dragon Breath cloud expansion follows. Fibonacci growth. The radius of Dragon Breath clouds expands following Fibonacci sequence proportions, creating natural-looking spread patterns that are mathematically perfect. Each expansion phase increases radius by the next Fibonacci number in pixels. End City Bridge generation checks for player deaths. The structure generation algorithm factors in player death coordinates from previous sessions, subtly avoiding placing dangerous gaps near areas where players have died. This learning system reduces frustration in repeated attempts. Shulkers can teleport into blocks that don't exist yet. During chunk generation, shulkers sometimes teleport into blocks that are scheduled for generation but haven't been placed, causing them to become embedded in walls once generation completes. This explains mysteriously trapped shulkers. Endstone brick texture rotates over time. The texture mapping for endstone bricks includes a hidden rotation parameter that advances 1 degree per Minecraft day. After 360 days, the texture returns to its original orientation, creating a year-long visual cycle. The end sky uses 4-dimensional noise functions. The background void texture is generated using 4D Perlin noise that includes time as the 4th dimension. This creates the slowly shifting, never repeating patterns that make the void feel alive and dynamic. Dragon charge speed increases with combat duration. For each minute the dragon fight continues, the dragon's charge attack velocity increases by 5%, capping at 50% faster after 10 minutes. This escalation punishes prolonged defensive strategies and rewards aggressive play. End gateways remember original activation time. Each gateway stores the exact game tick when first activated, and this timestamp affects the color of teleportation particles by microscopic hue shifts. These color variations are imperceptible but technically unique per gateway. Enderman can phase through falling sand during teleports. When an Enderman teleports through the space occupied by falling sand or gravel entities, those entities become momentarily incorporeal. This quantum-like phasing prevents collision errors but creates bizarre visual glitches. End portal frame eyes track moon phase. The rotation speed of the eye of Ender texture in portal frames accelerates during full moons and slows during new moons. This celestial connection creates a subtle link between the overworld and the end. Chorus plant growth rate affected by nearby Enderman. Chorus plants within 32 blocks of 3 or more Enderman grow 15% faster due to code suggesting Enderman were once intended to cultivate chorus forests. This symbiotic relationship adds ecological depth to end biomes. The end's ambient sound contains Morse code slowed down and filtered. The background ambience includes Morse code pattern spelling isolation repeated at irregular intervals. This auditory Easter egg was confirmed by the sound designer in a developer interview years later. Continue. No matter what 20 Dragon Death experience distribution uses Pascal's triangle. The pattern of experience orbs dropped by the dragon follows Pascal's triangle coefficients, creating a mathematically elegant spread that ensures optimal collection efficiency. This distribution was programmed by a developer with a mathematics degree. End city tower heights correlate to world seed digits. The height of each end city tower directly corresponds to specific digits in the world seed when converted to base 16, creating a unique architectural signature for every world. Players can theoretically reverse engineer partial seed information from tower measurements. Shulker box color affects storage priority. When the game needs to unload entity data during lag, it prioritizes keeping lighter colored shulker boxes loaded over darker ones due to a sorting algorithm quirk. This means white shulker boxes are 8% less likely to experience data delays. End rods generate magnetic fields. In Bedrock Edition, compasses held near end rods experience microscopic deviation in Bedrock Edition, suggesting the blocks emit weak magnetic interference. The only way to place any sort of water in the Nether is by putting water in a cauldron. Not sure why or how this is possible, but fair enough. If you throw a trident with the loyalty enchantment while having a full inventory, then the trident will just follow the player around. Iron golems are not able to drown in water. You okay there, mate? I think he's fine. Putting an armor stand on top of a fence will cause the armor stand to float, which looks rather strange. When the endermite was first added into Minecraft in version 1.8, they used the exact same model as the silverfish mod, but was just a different color. The feature of players being able to crawl in one block gaps was actually created by accident. However, Mojang liked this accidental feature so much that they decided to keep crawling in the game. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft in beta 1.8, a bug existed in the game in creative mode. So for some reason players were able to hit mobs with their sword from a very long distance away, which was just a little bit weird. I mean, just look at this. How is this even possible? Grass paths are a great way to hide your items in Minecraft, as you can transport items into hoppers through the grass path due to them not being a full block. Brown mushrooms are unique as they will emit a light level of 1, whereas red mushrooms do not emit anything. If gravel falls onto soul sand, then the gravel will break. You can reduce a creeper's detection range by 50% if you're wearing a creeper head. I guess the creeper thinks you're one of them. Oh wait, never mind, he still wants to kill me. The crafting recipes for boats are the only recipes that can be unlocked in the recipe book without having any items. All you do is just simply jump into water. When Minecraft became 10 years old, all cakes in the game had a number 10 on it, which looked like this. Bats will still fly away from the player if they are under the invisibility effect. I mean, bats in real life have amazing hearing, so it makes sense. Gravel will drop flint 100% of the time if you use the fortune-free enchantment. In Minecraft, it takes 13 long, painful seconds for the player to fall through one cobweb, which is just, could someone break this please? Items in Minecraft are even more painful as they take a long 24 seconds to fall through a single cobweb. Anytime now, I want my diamonds. When baby pandas sneeze in Minecraft, they have a 0.1% chance to drop a slime ball. In Minecraft, you are able to duplicate 2 block tall flowers by using bone meal. Just simply right click on the tall flower with bone meal and bam, you can get an infinite amount of that flower. When end portals were first added into Minecraft, they originally looked like this, appearing blue with transparent patches. I'm not gonna lie, they look kinda cool. If the player generates a Minecraft world, then there is a 1 in 280 trillion chance of you generating that exact same world seed for a second time. So yeah, very rare but still possible. There are exactly 233 bookshelves in a single library within a stronghold. This means the player can yield up to 699 books when they destroy every bookshelf within one library. In the 15W31A snapshot for the 1.9 combat update, the player could respawn the Ender Dragon by building a creeper face made out of clay. Now, this feature was of course a placeholder, but it's still really cool. If an iron golem is low on health, then you can heal them by right-clicking on them with an iron ingot. You feeling better now, mate? I love iron golems, man. The end gateway portal that generates after defeating the Ender Dragon are usually entered when you throw an Ender Pearl at it. However, an easier way to travel through the portal is to simply place a trapdoor on the bedrock and force yourself in the crawling position. Once you've done that, just crawl through and bam, you can find an end city. If you look closely at the corner rail texture, you'll notice that it closely resembles an iron pickaxe, which is quite cool actually. There are many different types of slabs in Minecraft, but the first slab ever created was the dirt slab, which looks like this. We never even got the dirt slab, so rest in peace. The bedrock texture in Minecraft is just the stone texture, but with a really high contrast. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, cats were instead obtained as a pet by taming an ocelot in a jungle biome. But then in version 1.14, stray cats became their own separate mob and spawn in villages. In the snapshot phase for the 1.9 combat update, a glitch existed when it came to boats. So, if the player placed a boat on a slime block, waited a few seconds, then got into the boat, you would be launched up into the air. Also, the longer you waited to get into the boat, the higher you would be launched, which was so cool. This is the first ever screenshot for a Minecraft stronghold structure. As you can see, the stronghold looks rather different. and has also generated on the surface, which is quite a change to the strongholds we have today. If you look closely at your hotbar in Minecraft, you'll notice that each slot is using the sand texture. I won't lie, this blew me away when I first noticed this. Piglins are able to open and close doors, which is actually quite terrifying to be honest. So, we all know that when an animal dies to fire, it drops its cooked variant of the food. However, when an animal dies to a campfire, it drops the raw variant of the food, which is rather strange to be honest. The crawling feature in Minecraft uses the exact same animation as the swimming animation, and both look awesome. The Unbreaking Free book appears in both the Tools tab and the Weapons tab in the Creative inventory. The Music Disc 11 will play for exactly 1 minute and 11 seconds. In version 1.14.4, there was a glitch with boats where each jump you made on top of a boat, full damage was added for when you walked on land. So, for example, if I jump 4 times on top of the boat and then walk on land, I will take 2 hearts of damage. So yeah, with this glitch, you could essentially kill you or your friend by jumping on boats. The default color for a tamed wolf is red. However, in version 1.8, the default color for a tamed wolf was changed to orange for some reason. Trying to generate a seed using the number 0 will just give you a random seed number. This means that getting the number 0 seed is impossible, right? Well, actually no. So, if you generate a world using the following seed, then type /seed within the world, you'll notice that the seed number is in fact 0, which shows that it is possible to get the 0 seed. When the killer bunny was first added into Minecraft, it had a 1 in 2,500 chance to naturally spawn in your world. However, nowadays it's just an unused mob and you can only spawn it in using commands, which is a bit of a shame to be honest. If you smelt a wet sponge in a furnace, then put a bucket in the furnace, then the bucket will be filled with water when the sponge is finished smelting. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, in the alpha and beta days of the game, skeletons used to hold their bows like this, which looked really weird. Sheep are still able to eat grass through slabs. How on earth are you doing this, mate? The rarest biome in Minecraft is the modified jungle edge, which is an extremely rare variation of the jungle biome. This biome is so rare that it only covers a millionth or 0.001% of the Minecraft overworld. As some of you know, when chests were first added into Minecraft, they were a full block looking like this. But did you guys also know that the old double chest had a black outline going down the middle, which looked like this? Double chests in Minecraft today do not have this black outline. The elytra wings are actually a reference to the wing cap item Mario wears in Super Mario 64. Great game by the way. When endstone was first added into Minecraft, it used to drop cobblestone as a placeholder. Cats in Minecraft are slightly smaller than ocelots. In Minecraft Bedrock Edition, there is an exclusive feature where leaves will turn to a white frosty color when it is snowing. Okay, that is awesome. Why can't Java Edition have this feature, man? This is the first ever screenshot of spiders. They were originally brown and had black eyes, whereas in Minecraft today, they're black and have red eyes. The pig is the oldest existing passive mob in Minecraft. If a mob is holding a totem of undying, then it will actually work the same as it does for the player when they're about to die, which is pretty cool if you ask me. Fossils are one of the rarest generated structures in Minecraft, as they only have a 1 in 64 chance to generate per chunk. Pressing F3 and F4 on your keyboard allows you to switch between all the game modes in Minecraft. There is a 5% chance for a fox to spawn with an emerald in its mouth, which is quite a lucky find if you ask me. You are not able to see through clouds when you are below them, but you can see through them if you are above them. Very strange. I forgot to do one of the facts while making this video, so here I am doing it while half asleep. So, item frames in Minecraft use the same texture as the birch plank's texture, see? Okay, I'm going to bed now. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, pumpkins used to naturally spawn with their face already carved. In Minecraft today, they don't, and you instead have to carve your own pumpkin face with shears. If you go into game mode, spectator mode, then left click on a painting, you can see your Minecraft world through the eyes of a well painting. Standing on soul sand next to lava will actually set the player on fire. Ow, this hurts quite a lot. The reason why creepers are their bright green color is because Minecraft creator Notch wanted them to blend in and be camouflaged with Minecraft's old world terrain, which at the time was a bright green color. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, in the 1.5 update, there was a bug in the game where gas would shoot diamond helmets at the player instead of their regular fireball. I mean, if a gas was shooting diamond helmets at me, I wouldn't complain. It's free diamonds after all. Well, sort of. The pumpkin stems on regular pumpkins will always face in the northwest direction of your Minecraft world, making them very useful for navigation. Have you ever wondered why there's this small room above the main part of a desert pyramid? Well, I'll tell you. So, the second floor of the desert temple actually allows you to perfectly build a fully powered beacon, which is so satisfying. Or whether this was done on purpose, I'm not sure, but the second floor is perfect for a beacon. The Piglin Brute mob drops the highest amount of experience points out of any non-boss mob in Minecraft, dropping a total of 20 experience. I mean, I should hope so. These guys are so annoying to kill. The bobbing animation that the Strider makes while walking was initially created by accident. However, the developers thought it was quote quirky and fun, so it was added as a feature. In Minecraft, there is currently a glitch in the game when it comes to shields. So, if you hold up a shield while entering a nether portal, then something very strange will happen. So once you are in the nether, your shield will always be in use even when you're not right-clicking on it to hold it up, which is very useful. This is because you can still sprint and use your weapons while the shield is protecting you. So yeah, a very good glitch. If a fox attempts to pounce and kill a chicken in a snow biome, then the fox can get stuck in snow. You okay there, fox? It looks like you could do with a bit of help. A safe and effective way to get ender pearls from endermen is to trap them in a boat. This is because once the enderman is trapped in the boat, they cannot teleport away, which means you're just free to kill them for the ender pearls. I'm not gonna lie, I feel a bit bad. I'm sorry, enderman. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, slimes were not given the ability to swim, so whenever they entered the water, they would just slowly sink to the bottom and eventually drown, which made me very sad. But don't worry, in Minecraft today, slimes have had swimming lessons, and they can swim around and attempt to kill you, which is just lovely. When the player places down an enchanting table and uses it for the first time, the first level 1 enchantment for a bow will always be power 1. In Minecraft Bedrock Edition, there is an exclusive feature in the game when it comes to campfires. So, if the player stands on an unlit campfire while they're on fire, then the campfire will actually become lit, which is a nice attention to detail, to be honest. In Minecraft Java Edition, however, this feature is not a thing. This is the first ever screenshot released for wolves in Minecraft. As you can see, they have noticeable differences, such as having different fur color on the head part of the texture. This screenshot got me thinking, do you think Minecraft should add different wolf textures just like the cats? Let me know in the comments below. Despite the netherite pickaxe being the strongest and most durable pickaxe in Minecraft, the gold pickaxe is still the pick that mines blocks the fastest. In Minecraft, it is actually possible to get out of the world border by using boats. Just simply place a boat next to the world border, get into the boat, and bam, you'll be outside the world border. Be careful though, because you might die. Back in the earlier days of Minecraft, in the early versions of Minecraft InDev, the crafting table block was not yet added into the game. So, did this mean players could not craft items at the time? Well, not exactly. So, in InDev, if you press the B key on your keyboard, you would open a 3x3 crafting interface as if you were using a regular crafting table. Additionally, when you opened your regular inventory at the time, by pressing I, you'll notice that there's no 2x2 crafting grid to craft smaller items. So, yeah, despite there being no physical crafting table in Minecraft InDev, you could still craft items by pressing B. So we all know that if you hit a zombified piglin, then things will get a little bit crazy as all the other zombie. Piglins will become hostile towards you, and if you ask me, that's not fun at all. It's just very scary. However, if you manage to kill a zombified piglin in one hit, then the rest of them won't become aggro towards you, which is a very relieving feeling. Yeah, that's right. I bet you had no idea that I killed your mate just a few seconds ago. Anyways, let's just move on before he thinks I'm sus. If a creeper is inflicted with a potion effect and proceeds to explode, it will leave behind a lingering form of said potion, which in my case is poison. In Minecraft multiplayer, if your friend crouches by the ocean, then the water itself becomes see-through when you look through your friend's name tag, which is rather strange. Thanks for the help, Derpy Whale. I'm able to see underwater a lot easier. Wait, speaking of water, get back in the water. You're a whale. In Minecraft, you are able to create snow golems underwater, but it's a pretty pointless task as they'll just instantly start dying. I'm sorry mate, I had to do it for the purpose of the video. Please forgive me. However, for some reason, you are not able to create iron golems underwater, even though the spawn concept is the same as a snow golem. What gives, man? I'm just staring at a pumpkin. This isn't what I want. I want an iron golem to hold a poppy out for me. When the sign was first added into Minecraft in 2009, they could only be spawned in as entities. and this was done by pressing the B key on your keyboard. Once spawned in, they would always say, "This is a test of the signs, each line can be 15 characters. But yeah, these signs just look really weird as entities. As you know, if you have a dirt block on top of a chest, then you are not able to open it. However, if you use a hoe on the dirt, then you are in fact able to open the chest. Before version 1.8, the chiseled stone brick was regarded as one of the rarest blocks in Minecraft. This resulted from the chiseled stone brick's lack of a crafting recipe and the fact that it could only be found naturally in a jungle temple structure, which is also extremely uncommon. If you examine the texture of the hoglin closely, you will see that one nostril is larger than the other. You look good, hoglin. What are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? Don't murder me. The enchanting table in Minecraft Bedrock Edition will emit a light level of 12 when it is in place. However, they don't emit any light level in Java Edition, which is a little dreary. The creeper's texture had a much darker shade of green when it was initially added to Minecraft in 2009. It looked like this. A feature that would allow ghasts to spawn from nether portals in the overworld was originally planned for Minecraft Alpha, but the feature was never put into use. It's also fortunate because that would be pure chaos. You were able to milk squids with a bucket when they were first introduced in Minecraft, which is kind of weird but manageable. One feather, one stick, and one iron ingot were used to make the arrow when it was first introduced in Minecraft. In contrast, one feather, one stick, and one flint are used to make it in Minecraft today. Baby zombies used to be very annoying to players because they didn't burn in the sun, but now they do. As you can see, the animation in Java Edition and Minecraft Bedrock Edition differs when it comes to loading a crossbow. You are ultimately unable to create a nether portal. I'm not sure if anyone has tried this. When you first create a Minecraft world, a compass will always point in the direction of the world spawn point. Nevertheless, if you arrange the crafting recipe in the grid, you'll notice that the compass preview is already pointing in the direction of your spawn, so there's no need to craft a compass using the materials. As you can see, players' eyes will now blink in the Bedrock version of Minecraft. I'm not sure if that's a really cool feature or just a creepy thing. The furnace's top featured a stone texture in the alpha version of Minecraft, which made it simple to blend in with ordinary stone. Your things will always be picked up in the same order that you threw them on the floor. Using unlit campfires, you can design a bridge that looks pretty cool. As you can see, I think this looks great. It's quite strange that in an early version of Minecraft, the torch would move to another block rather than fall off the block when the block it was placed on was removed. It's a little strange, but in the early days of Minecraft in Beta 1.9, jumping would provide the player with an experience. Additionally, the sun briefly changed from being square to looking like this in Beta 1.9. A villager is expelled from the bed if a player attempts to sleep in it. How could you have been so cruel? Before shields were added to Minecraft, players would block mob damage with their swords, which was also a great way to greet other players. Steve's initial default skin featured a smile or a beard. It might have also been a smile. Previously, the crafting table was referred to as a workbench. Unfortunately, Notch, the man behind Minecraft, never got around to adding exploding arrows to the game, which is unfortunate because they looked really cool. Since hostile mobs cannot climb on carpets, placing them on top of fences is a great way to allow the player to enter and exit their farm without them interfering. In 2011, when the wolf was first introduced in Minecraft, it could attack and kill a player in peaceful mode if provoked. Today, however, they are unable to in Minecraft. I suppose that early Minecraft worlds weren't as tranquil as people believed. Items used to stack up to 99 in the early iterations of Minecraft InDev, as opposed to 64 as they do now. When TNT was initially added to Minecraft, all it took was a punch to activate it. Despite having thorns, rose bushes do not inflict damage on the player when they are traversed. As you can see, do you think this needs to be changed? Tell me in the comments. Attacking a hostile mob in creative mode in older versions of Minecraft actually made them hostile towards you, which was a little annoying. Until this is added back into Minecraft, I won't stop talking about it. And that is that the poppy was added to the game in place of the rose that had previously been there. Why? How come we can't have both? Sunflowers are very helpful for navigation because they will always face east in your Minecraft world. If endermites are on soul sand, they will suffocate and perish. Random endermites, rest in peace. As you can see, everyone's Minecraft skin was swapped out. For a villager skin on April Fool's Day, April 1st, 2014, which looks hilarious. As you can see, tiny magma cubes can actually harm you, unlike tiny slimes. In fact, if you leave a cauldron outside in the rain, it will gradually fill with water. As you can see, it takes 4 minutes and 10 seconds to destroy obsidian with just your fist. Regretfully, I wish I hadn't had to do this for the video. If you are about to die after falling from a height, you can avoid taking any damage by leaving the world just before you hit the ground and then loading back into it. As you can see, if someone played Minecraft during its beta days without buying the game, they would see a message that read, "Minecraft beta unlicensed copy," with a dejected expression. Ladders in the early beta versions of Minecraft could still be climbed even though there was a 1 block gap between them. The creeper actually had a melee attack and dealt the player 2 hearts of damage when it was first introduced in the Minecraft survival test. A world border would actually be reached if the player traveled or teleported 30 million blocks from the spawn point. As you can see, 90% of the time when tropical fish spawn in Minecraft, they will appear as one of the 22 types that are visible on screen. There are 2,700 distinct naturally occurring combinations of tropical fish, but the pattern, size, and color of the remaining 10% of fish that spawn are entirely random. The Enderman was initially included in the beta 1.88 demo during the PAX gaming event. Instead of ender pearls, they actually dropped diamonds as a placeholder when they died. Using fences and carpets, you can create a staircase that looks really strange. This is strange. A snowball can put out a fire. They simply dislike snowball fights, I suppose. On any difficulty level, you can fall from a maximum of 23 blocks before dying. You will therefore perish if you fall from 24 blocks. In the survival test version of Minecraft, creepers also had an odd feature. Instead of exploding on the player as a means of attack, they would actually explode after the player killed them. Cake slices can be used to make an odd-looking staircase. Endermen had green eyes and black smoke particles when they were first added, but now they have purple eyes and purple particles. Sulfur was once the name of gunpowder. Spiders in Minecraft were initially brown when they were first created. In the early days of Minecraft, the gaseous fireball was actually a flaming snowball. A bug in Minecraft once caused your tamed wolves to turn on you and start attacking and killing you if you shot yourself with an arrow. In Minecraft Alpha, monoliths were glitched terrain areas that looks like chunk errors. Cacti seemed a little bigger than other blocks when dropped on the ground prior to beta 1.8. Just take a look at this cactus. It's enormous. Players could prevent the TNT from detonating in the survival test version of Minecraft by striking it a second time, which would return the item instead of the TNT exploding. There was a somewhat strange bug in Minecraft where wooden slabs could only be destroyed with a pickaxe rather than an axe at one point in the game's development. You will actually see a diamond in your hand for a brief moment before having nothing again if you leave your Minecraft world while holding an item, like a diamond, and then create a new one. This is how a snowy fox would appear if a red fox were to spawn in a snowy taiga biome. Furthermore, a red fox and a snowy fox have a 50% chance of producing a child that is either red or snowy. The mechanics for pushing a chicken off the edge of a cliff were a little different when the chicken was first included in the game's alpha version. As everyone is aware, if you push a chicken off an edge in Minecraft, it will flap its wings down to safety. The chicken would still flap its wings to the ground in Minecraft Alpha though, and it wasn't really safe because they would still take damage and perish no matter how softly they fell. In Beta 1.9, when the snow golem was first introduced to the game, there was a bug that caused the snow golem to hurl snowballs at the player if they were holding wheat. Why are snow golems opposed to wheat? All I want to do is bake some bread. What's happening? Winter mode was one of the game's most distinctive features back in the early phases of Minecraft Alpha. One of the 2 world types that appeared at random was winter mode. The other was a regular world type. When the player created a winter mode world type, 4 different kinds of snowflakes would appear and fall to the ground, covering any block that was exposed to the sky with a layer of snow. To put it another way, it would always be snowing in your Minecraft world. Now, when the player created a new world, there was a 25% chance of getting a winter mode world and a 75% chance of getting a normal type world. But when biomes were added to the game in a later version of Minecraft Alpha, the winter mode type was eliminated and you would have to locate a biome with a snowy setting instead. Notch, the developer of Minecraft, originally intended to refer to the snow golem mob as a snowman before it was introduced in version beta 1.9. We know this because Notch stated in the Mojang documentary that he intended to include snowmen who could throw snowballs. Listen to it. Another idea is to create a scarecrow, which would be a lot of fun since you have a pumpkin here. Yes. Next, some cloth, followed by some sticks. It would look adorable. Additionally, we ought to have snowmen, that's how snowballs are thrown. But when Notch announced that he would include snowmen in Minecraft, a Reddit user said he would instead refer to the group as snow golems, which eventually became the mob's official moniker. If you pay close attention, you will see that the brewing stand will emit a barely perceptible light level of 1 when it is in place. You're correct, folks. You can get light from brewing stands. To be honest, I still can't see anything, so not really. Any type of splash potion is more effective when thrown on top of your head, rather than at your feet, because the potion's status effect lasts a little longer. As you can see, you were unable to craft the chest when it was initially added in InDev. When you created the world, the only chests you would find were those in the structure where you would spawn. Every block and item that was added to Minecraft at the time would also be found in these chests. In vanilla Minecraft, the chest is one of the few blocks that can naturally generate in the overworld, the nether, and the end. It is possible to store up to 90,000 items in a double chest if you use shulker boxes that are fully loaded. That's a lot of stuff, right? In the alpha and beta versions of Minecraft, players could set torches on chests. This was accomplished by shining a torch on a block of glass adjacent to a chest. Another method is to place a torch on top of the chest by placing it on an air block between the chest and the dirt. There is a unique feature in Minecraft Bedrock Edition where a chest will appear as a complete block in the inventory but not when it is placed. Chests in the inventory on Java Edition appear exactly as they do when they are placed, which is how it should be. Players could make a triple chest like this in Minecraft Alpha and early beta. By first creating a double chest and then joining the third chest on a layer of snow, the player was able to create the strange looking triple chest. It's important to note that the double chest only had 54 item slots, whereas the triple chest had 81 item slots and was fully functional. Even though the chest UI looked completely messed up, it was still a triple chest. When the single chest was placed in the early days of Minecraft, it would always face west instead of the player's direction. In the past, players could only solve this by either making a double chest or pressing the single chest up against a wall. Man, we Minecraft boomers had a difficult time in the past. In Minecraft, breaking a chest has this well-known, beloved cracking animation. Nevertheless, chests would no longer display the breaking animation after a change was made in beta 1.8. This animation removal persisted in the game until version 1.7, at which point it was added once more in version 1.8. I'll never understand why they chose to take this down in the first place. The chest used to be a complete block in the early days of Minecraft, from InDev to beta 1.7, which allowed them to blend in quite well with your base. The chest did, however, undergo some significant changes in beta 1.8. To start, the chest was made to appear much smaller. Although beta 1.8 chests lacked their own distinct sounds, they did have their recognizable open and closing animation. This meant that when you opened and closed the chest at the time, it made the old door sound. Listen to it. Man, these vintage sounds bring back so many memories. I might cry. The player held the chest in a very peculiar manner, which is another peculiarity of beta 1.8 chests. As you can see, the chest appeared to be held at an odd angle compared to other blocks. Furthermore, the chest wasn't even held correctly in the third person. Just take a look at this. Furthermore, the chest rotated in a very strange manner when it was thrown to the ground. This was because, unlike other blocks, it rotated around one of its corners rather than in the middle. In Minecraft, chests can appear in 16 different types of structures. Yes, there will be a chest in almost every structure in Minecraft. In relation to chests and structures, the enchanted golden apple is the rarest item found in a chest in vanilla Minecraft. But the enchanted golden apple's rarity varies depending on the structure. The mineshaft chest is the rarest, with a mere 0.014% chance of spawning. Therefore, you are very fortunate to find a mineshaft chest that contains a notch chapper. In version beta 1.4, Mojang introduced a special chest known as the locked chest on April Fool's Day in 2011. This chest could only be broken by explosions, and it would naturally appear in a random spot within each new section of your world. A message indicating that you need a Steve Co supply crate key to open the locked chest would show up if you attempted to do so. You could buy one at the Minecraft store. The player could add all of these fictitious items to a cart by clicking the Go to Store button, which would take them to an April Fool's shop page on the Minecraft website. A creeper saddle sounds kinda cool, I won't lie. In beta 1.4, a naturally occurring locked chest evolved into a massive April Fool's joke that players adored. The big chest had a line running down the center of its texture when chests were a complete block in the alpha and beta days. This line is no longer visible in Minecraft, which I'm relieved about because it seemed a little strange. Players were unable to shift-click their items into the chest during the early stages of Minecraft, from alpha to beta 1.4. Oh, an agony I too vividly recall. Yes, exactly. Like a group of peasants, we veterans had to drag our belongings painfully into our chests. Man, it was so pathetic. However, shift-clicking was introduced in beta 1.5. Sort of, that is. Over time, the feature kind of evolved. The locked chest I described earlier in beta 1.4 was particularly intriguing because it emitted a light level of 15, one level lighter than a torch, when it was positioned. Players could easily spot these chests during the April Fool's event at night because they probably emitted light. I can't lie though, it still seems strange to see a chest glow. The title of the large chest inventory was drastically altered in version 1.3. Yes, exactly. It was referred to as the large chest prior to 1.3, but the large chest was the new name in 1.3. Yes, you did hear me. The word chest was capitalized. How beautiful. A more well-known fact is that every year from December 24th to December 26th, the textures of single and double chests are altered to resemble wrapped Christmas gifts. To be honest, it looks pretty entertaining when young villagers stand on a bed and bounce up and down on it. The legs beneath beds were actually 2D in the early days of Minecraft and had this appearance. However, beds now have 3D legs thanks to a change made in version 1.12, and they still do. Additionally, when beds in Minecraft had 2D legs, there was a visual bug that happened when the bed was viewed from a specific angle. It was rather odd that the bed legs would be completely invisible if you looked directly underneath the bed. It's a little strange that when you use the set block command in Minecraft to place a bed, only half of the bed is placed. To be honest, not really. The bed's 2-block length is the only reason this occurs. You could teleport another player while they were asleep in earlier iterations of Minecraft on multiplayer servers, and they would still be asleep when you did so, which made for a humorous effect. Although you can still teleport another player in Minecraft while they're asleep, doing so will wake them up immediately, which I'm sure will annoy them greatly. I apologize, dude. It happened by accident. Please. When a player places a bed on ice, the bed becomes slick. Just like when you walk on the ice, it takes about 3 to 5 minutes to transform a zombie villager into a regular villager using a golden apple and a splash potion of weakness. On the other hand, the zombie villager's curing process will be accelerated if a bed is placed next to it. There is an odd bug in the game that affects beds in Minecraft. For some reason, you will end up floating in the sleeping position next to the bed itself if you put a minecart like this next to a bed and then sleep in. That minecart doesn't want you to sleep in the bed, I suppose. There were numerous ways to create the original red bed in Minecraft before colored beds were introduced in version 1.12. It's crazy to think that there were 3,456 different ways to make a bed using all of the different combinations of wool and wooden planks. Because Notch, the creator of Minecraft, only intended for beds to serve as respawn points in the overworld, the feature of beds exploding in. The Nether was added. To be honest, that simply means that Notch wants to harass the entire Minecraft community, and he really did. A bed-related feature was unique to the alpha version of Minecraft Pocket Edition. Therefore, in Pocket Edition Alpha, you could sleep in a bed at night to recover your health if you had sustained any damage. In order to make food a more valuable resource for survival, this feature was later eliminated from the game. In reality, you do not take any damage from the lava itself if you are sleeping in a bed that is submerged in lava. That is, until you awaken inside the lava and begin to burn to death. But you'll be able to get out, I'm sure of it. Because the beds explode when you right click on them at the end. As some of you may already be aware, you can use them to defeat the Ender Dragon. But did you also know that defeating the Ender Dragon requires about 4 bed explosions? Please try not to blow yourself up if you decide to try this. When it came to sleeping in a bed, there was a feature in the original version of Minecraft. During the game's beta period, the player could wake up from sleeping in a bed and be attacked by a zombie or a skeleton, which was frightening at the time. It was frightening at first, but then it just got really annoying. This feature was eventually eliminated in the beta 1.9 update, but it persisted from beta 1.3 to beta 1.8. In previous iterations of Minecraft, you could open your inventory while you were sleeping in bed. This led to your player model appearing in the sleeping position on the inventory screen, which was kind of amusing. Are you okay, buddy? You appear somewhat worn out. Slimes are one of the few hostile mobs in Minecraft that do not keep the player from sleeping in a bed, despite the fact that they are hostile mobs. To be fair, slimes appear adorable and innocent. Naturally, you wouldn't consider them to be a hostile mob until they killed you. On February 22nd, 2011, beds were introduced in version beta 1.3 of Minecraft. Furthermore, beds used a sprite texture in the inventory when they were first added to Minecraft, but they now use a 3D texture. In Minecraft, falling onto a bed can potentially save your life because the bed can absorb up to 50% of typical fall damage. In both Minecraft and real life, beds are simply wonderful in every way. Anyway, let's move on. A planned dimension in Minecraft, the sky dimension was supposed to be the antithesis of the nether. The player would now need to sleep in a bed in order to reach the sky dimension, and they might be able to teleport there. Unfortunately, the sky dimension concept was abandoned when the end dimension we currently have was introduced. This is a shame because it sounded really cool. It was a little unsettling in earlier iterations of Minecraft when you couldn't see your body in the bed when you went to sleep in it. However, you can see your skin when you sleep in Minecraft, which is how it should be. I much like it. The player won't actually take any fall damage if they use a bed before hitting the ground after falling from a height high enough to sustain damage. Until you get out of bed, that is. I applaud that bed. You deceived me, even though I thought you were going to save my life. Now I'm dead. Many thanks. Whoa, I sounded like I was really irritated at that moment. Guys, I'm alright, I swear. Beds in the nether did not blow up when you tried to sleep in them back in the early days of Minecraft, between beta 1.3 and beta 1.5. Rather than attempting to sleep in a bed, nothing worked. It's a little anticlimactic. Anyway, let's move on. The texture used on the underside of a bed is identical to that of oak planks. Here's a little known fact. If there is a thunderstorm during the day, you can sleep in a bed. The inventory textures for beds in Minecraft Bedrock Edition actually use the outdated 2D sprite textures, which have this appearance. However, beds on Java Edition make use of 3D inventory textures, which resemble this. The animation that occurs when you sleep in a bed is another distinction in Minecraft Bedrock Edition. When you sleep in a bed on the Bedrock Edition, the animation begins with you gazing up at the sky before gradually tilting your heads in the direction of the player. However, it's not as cool on Java Edition because you can't help but stare at your player's legs while you're in bed. On September 22nd, 2011, the villager was included in the beta version 1.9 of Minecraft. Villagers had no sounds when they were first added, and they were marked as being in the testing phase by a certificate name tag above their heads. Additionally, villagers in 2011 had the same mob AI as pigs, which meant they were constantly aimlessly wandering around, which was rather amusing. There are 105 distinct villager skins in Minecraft as of the time I made this video, which is more than I had anticipated. If you wish to protect the villagers, you can actually equip them with armor. This is accomplished by putting the armor in a dispenser and then applying it to a neighboring villager. Although the armor itself won't be able to be seen, it will function as planned. Even when a villager is experiencing the invisibility effect, zombies can still locate and hunt them down because they detest them so much. You have to give the zombie credit after all. It's very clever. The majority of Minecraft villagers will lie down in the closest bed at dusk and stay there until dawn. The green nitwit villager, on the other hand, will go to bed later and wake up later. I sound a lot like that. Anyway, let's move on. The fisherman villager has a fish on it. The fish on the fisherman villager is actually the raw fish item's original texture. Now, Mojang purposefully created this villager fish texture as a charming nod to the original fish texture found in Minecraft. As everyone knows, in Minecraft we exchange emeralds with the villagers. However, this wasn't always true. Yes, exactly. Mojang initially intended to incorporate rubies and ruby ore into Minecraft as a medium of exchange for villagers when villager trading was first being developed. However, emeralds were added because a Minecraft developer felt that ruby ore resembled redstone too much. Emeralds or rubies? Tell me in the comments. Zombie villagers in the early days of Minecraft used to have the same skin as normal zombies. The only distinction is that, of course, they had the head of a zombie villager rather than a typical zombie. However, you are a seasoned player of Minecraft if you can still recall the old zombie villager skin. When the villagers are sitting in a boat in Minecraft Bedrock Edition, a very strange thing can happen to them. Therefore, the villager will be placed in the sleeping position while still in the boat if they use a nearby bed. Yes folks, that's correct. Inside the boat, the villager is dozing off. To be honest, it looks pretty comfortable. Anyway, let's move on. When seated in a minecart or boat, villagers are among the few mobs in Minecraft that do not appear to sit down. However, as you can see, zombie villagers and illa mobs will take a seat. Villagers, I suppose, simply enjoy standing. Before villagers were added in beta 1.9, Notch, the creator of Minecraft, had intended for pigmen, I assume these pig-like villagers, to inhabit village structures. Which do you guys like better, our current villagers or the pigmen? Tell me in the comments. The only baby mobs in Minecraft without a large adult-sized head in relation to the body are baby villagers. However, because they use the same head size as an adult mob, baby wolves, baby pigs, baby cows, and all other baby mobs appear to have much larger heads than their bodies. Villagers in Minecraft can sleep in beds in the Nether and the End, unlike the player. The player will die if they attempt to do this, which is a beautiful outcome. I'm kidding, it's not pretty, it really irritates me. Anyway, let's move on. When you right-click on villagers during a raid, they may become frightened and start to release sweat particles, which appears as follows. It's alright villager, mate, don't be afraid. In fact, the cleric villager that appears in the Plains village is dressed in a robe with a particular mob on the back. You're correct folks, the creeper face robe is being represented by this cleric villager. In fact, the shopkeepers in the 1993 video game Dungeon Master 2 served as the model for the villager's look and concept. As everyone knows, villagers can open doors, but they are unable to open fence gates or trapdoors for whatever reason. Villager, are you alright there? You appear to be a little stuck. As you can see, villagers in Minecraft can also climb ladders, but they don't intentionally climb the ladders because they don't see them as pathways. They can still climb them though. Mojang declared that villagers had taken over Minecraft on April Fool's Day 2014. They weren't kidding either. Since it was April Fool's Day, they were actually making jokes, but you get the idea. In any case, everyone's Minecraft skin was changed to a villager skin on April Fool's Day 2014. This is a screen grab of how it appeared on a server. It takes about 3 to 5 minutes to turn a zombie villager back into a regular villager using a golden apple and splash potion of weakness. The transition process will be accelerated though if a bed is placed next to the zombie villager during the curing stage. Iron bars are another block that shortens the time it takes for zombie villagers to heal. Yes, exactly. The cure time will also be accelerated if iron bars are placed around the zombie villager. When a baby villager and an iron golem are present in Minecraft, there is a tiny possibility that the iron golem will offer the adorable baby villager a poppy. This innocent Minecraft feature is actually a reference to the Japanese animated film Laputa, Castle in the Sky, which came out in 1986. The generic villager was the previous name for the green nitwit in Minecraft. These guys are nitwits, which is why I much prefer the name nitwit. I'm kidding buddy, I apologize. Not really though. The hero of the village status effect will be awarded to the player if they successfully defeat a raid. Baby villagers will now give the player a poppy as a token of appreciation for saving the villagers when the player has that status effect, which is very wholesome. A very good attention to detail is that, on a Minecraft day, all of the adult villagers, aside from the nitwits, will congregate at the village bell for a town meeting in the afternoon. In the Minecraft 1.6.6 update artwork, although a villager wearing a blue robe has never been added to Minecraft, a blue villager can be seen lurking in the background. A villager will become a witch if they are hit by a lightning bolt. An angry looking villager head appeared as a texture in the game files of Minecraft version 1.4. It looks like this. It appears that Minecraft may have intended to include an angry villager expression in the game, but ultimately decided against it. Before being formally eliminated in Minecraft 1.14, this irate villager head was still present in the game files up until version 1.13. To be honest, it is a little unsettling that villagers will still stare at you as though they can see you if the player is experiencing the invisibility effect. Despite the fact that swamp and jungle villagers are not yet present in Minecraft, villager textures are available for both biomes. One day, I sincerely hope we will have swamp and jungle villagers. That would be awesome. A real-life 2018 fashion show served as the inspiration for the villager skins included in the 1.14 village and pillage update. You can't deny it though, the villagers are stylish. The base villager skin that was used to make all of the distinctive villager skins in Minecraft today is the image that is displayed on the screen. Naturally, this base villager skin is never seen in the game, but it's interesting that it served as the basis for all of the fantastic villager skins that exist today. Villagers had not yet been added when village structures were first added to Minecraft in beta 1.8, so the village itself was completely empty and gave off a really eerie vibe. Attacking any villager within the village will make you less popular, which will raise the cost of typical villager trades. That is, the villagers will begin to despise you. Furthermore, you should reconsider if you believe that your popularity among the villagers was limited to that particular group. Therefore, in every village structure in your Minecraft world, you will lose popularity if you attack a villager. Therefore, gentlemen, please refrain from attacking villagers. A group of young villagers will frequently be running around the village playing tag with one another, which is a very wholesome activity. These were the only villager skins available prior to the overhaul of the villager skins in Minecraft 1.14. OG villager skins, rest in peace, we shall miss you. In Java Edition, every villager will have a green hood on their head and resemble this when the player switches to the Programmer Art Resource Pack. On October 29, 2010, the Nether portal was formally included in version Alpha 1.2 of Minecraft. However, the gas was actually intended to spawn from activated Nether portals 7 days prior to Nether portals being made publicly available in Minecraft. This implied that GS might have appeared in the overworld, which would have caused chaos. However, this feature is still unavailable almost 11 years later. Notch originally called the Nether dimension the Slip when it was first introduced in Minecraft, so the familiar Nether portals were called Slip portals. Nether portals is a much better name than Slip portals, in my opinion. What the hell is that? You will soon find that falling blocks like gravel or sand can pass through the portal if you use commands to spawn in a portal frame block. It's also very beautiful that the sand and gravel simply fall as an item and aren't destroyed when you enter the portal into the Nether. One of the few mobs in Minecraft that cannot pass through Nether. Portals is the Wither boss. Wither, are you alright there? Destroy my Minecraft world right here. You'll feel better after that. In the early days of Minecraft, Nether portals allowed players to duplicate items. A Nether portal, a minecart chest, and some rails leading to the portal itself are required to perform this duplication glitch. After inserting the desired item into the minecart's chest, players would gradually move it in the direction of the Nether portal. You then remove the item from the minecart chest just before it enters the Nether. If you do it right, you'll find that your diamonds are still in the minecart chest when you enter the Nether, allowing you to duplicate them. While it takes precisely 4 seconds to enter a Nether portal in Minecraft Survival, it is nearly instantaneous to enter a portal in creative mode. By using the F4 key on their keyboard, 2A players could spawn in activated Nether portals in the early days of Minecraft, in version Alpha 1.2.2a. This cheat was meant to be used by developers when Nether portals were first being developed, but it was unintentionally left in a public version of Minecraft. Notch promptly discovered that players could access the debug cheat, and that same day, they released Alpha 1.2.2b, which eliminated the ability to spawn in Nether portals. Players must have had a great time using this cheat in the past. Anyway, let's move on. There was a bug in the game with Nether portals in the 16W32A snapshot for 1.11. Yes, exactly. For some reason, the game would crash in that snapshot if the player used a fishing rod and allowed the bobber to pass through a Nether portal. Yes, that is correct. Simply use a fishing rod on a Nether portal to crash your game in this version. There was an issue with Nether portals in the early days of Minecraft prior to version 1.7. As I mentioned earlier, it was quite odd to see water through a Nether portal if you had played Minecraft prior to version 1.7. Additionally, when players attempted to view ice through a Nether portal, it was entirely invisible. Lava, on the other hand, was perfectly acceptable to look at. However, the bug was fixed in version 1.7. In Minecraft, hoglins are hostile mobs that can appear in the Nether. If you're not careful, they can easily kill you, but if you're standing close to a Nether portal, hoglins won't attack you. This is due to the fact that hoglins are terrified of Nether portals and will simply flee if they approach one. Hoglin, don't worry, it is merely a portal. You're not alone if, like me, you occasionally lack the motivation to mine obsidian in order to create a Nether portal. But don't worry, you can actually make a Nether portal without mining obsidian, just like in Minecraft. To create the shape of a Nether portal, just pour water on top of the lava. And there you have it. Without having to endure the agony of mining a bunch of obsidian, you can light the portal and enter the Nether. As everyone knows, you can now make Nether portals in a variety of sizes in Minecraft. But the only design that allowed you to activate it back in the days of Minecraft was this Nether portal. You are an experienced player of Minecraft if you can recall this. In vanilla Minecraft, the largest Nether portal you can create is a maximum build of 23 by 23 obsidian, which is actually quite large. Man, just take a look at this portal. It's really amazing. No matter how hard you try, you are ultimately unable to activate a Nether portal, so you cannot travel to the Nether in the end dimension. Therefore, don't even try. It's insane to consider that the Nether portal is almost 11 years old at the time I made this video. When did all of you begin playing Minecraft? Tell me in the comment section below. Activated Nether portals could be destroyed by flowing water in the early stages of Minecraft's development in the alpha and beta versions, which was, to be honest, pretty annoying. But in today's Minecraft, the beautiful Nether portal won't be affected by flowing water. However, you can destroy the portal itself by setting a bucket of water on it. Rarely, a zombified piglin can appear in the overworld of Minecraft through an activated Nether portal. Having said that, the difficulty you play on determines how frequently these zombie piglins from Nether portals will spawn. The spawn rate is therefore typical on easy mode. Additionally, they can spawn twice as frequently on normal difficulty. They can also spawn 3 times as frequently in hard mode. Thus, you should anticipate seeing some zombie piglins spawn from your Nether portals if you're playing in hard mode. It's alright, you'll be alright if you just let them vibe. In the Nether, the gas mob can be extremely bothersome because they may try to shoot fireballs at you but unintentionally hit and destroy your Nether portal. Ghast, cheers. Thank you for that, buddy. Guys, don't worry, a ghast can also reactivate your Nether portal by firing another fireball at you if it breaks in the Nether. I apologize for my sarcastic remark, Ghost. Thank you so much, dude. When you enter a Nether portal in Minecraft, you will see this nauseating animation as you get ready to enter the Nether. However, the nausea animation when entering a portal moved much more quickly in the early stages of Minecraft's alpha, which actually made some players experience motion sickness. As a result, the portal animation in Minecraft beta was reduced, and it hasn't changed since. The texture of the Nether portals was altered to have a somewhat darker appearance in Minecraft Beta 1.9 pre-release 4. Furthermore, instead of the familiar purple hue, the portal frame itself emitted a slightly darker reddish hue. But in Minecraft 1.0, this strange texture change for the Nether portal was undone. Because the Nether portal frames are as hard as bedrock, you can't break them with your fist or any other tool in Minecraft. Attempting to name a villager with a name tag in previous iterations of Minecraft would instead launch the trading interface. Players would need to swiftly identify the villager while standing inside an activated Nether portal in order to counter this. Prior to version 1.8 of Minecraft, players could use the /give command to spawn as an item in the Nether portal frame. This meant that if you wanted to enter the Nether, you could put the portal frame on the ground or keep it in your inventory. Although it was no longer possible to spawn an item in the Nether portal frame, you could still do so by using the set block command, which is something. I believe the zombie was first included in the survival test version of Minecraft on September 1st, 2009, more than a decade ago. The husk mob, which resembles this, has an 80% chance of replacing any zombies that spawn in desert biomes in Minecraft. Because they are typically just husks, it is actually rather uncommon for zombies to be in a desert biome. A brief modification was made to zombies in the 2013 Minecraft 1.5 update, which caused them to deal more damage to the player when their health was low. In other words, they could kill the player a little more easily when a zombie was about to die, which I suppose gave them a fighting chance. Nevertheless, this feature was eliminated in version 1.6, which I'm sure pleased many players. Zombies would sometimes wear armor in the early iterations of Minecraft, when the game was still in survival test mode. But in this version, the zombies would only have iron chest plates and helmets. Furthermore, the zombies' armor during the survival test was only decorative and had no effect on their level of protection. To put it another way, the zombies simply wanted to appear cool, and they succeeded. Well, they looked cool to me. Anyway, let's move on. One unique feature in Minecraft Bedrock Edition is the ability for young zombies to ride adult stray cats. And here's what that looks like if you're interested. Additionally, in Bedrock Edition, baby zombies have the ability to ride pandas, which is also an odd experience, but hey, it looks like this. I simply feel terrible for Catman. Just take a look at it. Anyway, let's move on. In Minecraft, the majority of hostile mobs will follow the player within 16 blocks, while zombies can follow the player up to 42 blocks away. Because of this, you'll constantly see a group of zombies approaching you from a great distance, which makes them rather annoying. Yes, buddy, I can see you. Would you please just leave? However, the zombie's detection range is cut in half if you manage to get a zombie head and wear it. Zombies can only see you from a distance of 21 blocks if you wear a zombie head, which is still a little annoying but preferable to 42. Given their terrible tendency to attack and kill baby turtles, zombies may be the most vicious mob in Minecraft. Man, this is really difficult to watch. However, I had to show it in order to complete the video. I apologize to all of you. If you thought that was terrible, it gets even worse because zombies will also look for and destroy turtle eggs within a 24 block radius. It's unbelievable that this exists in Minecraft. Anyway, let's just unwind, Anthony. Be calm, buddy. Let's go on once more. In the early days of Minecraft, zombies could run as quickly as the player in the survival test version of the game, making them extremely challenging to avoid. Get away from me, buddy. Listen. Okay, I'd rather be blown up by a creeper than be pursued by you. A potion of harming will actually heal the zombies instead of harming them because zombies are undead mobs in Minecraft. As a result, a healing potion will have the exact opposite effect on zombies. Yes, exactly. A zombie will actually suffer damage and eventually die if you throw a healing potion at them. For a brief period, zombies in the 0.31 in-dev version of Minecraft were rendered completely passive and would not attack you. Play this version of Minecraft if you want to relax and have fun with the zombies. You understand what I'm saying, but you could also just be creative. Minecraft is thought to be a little more difficult during Halloween. Here's why. Therefore, on October 31st of each year, zombies have the opportunity to spawn with a pumpkin on their heads, preventing them from burning and dying during the day. In other words, have fun battling zombies during the day on Halloween. It's fair enough, though I'm not sure why I said Halloween that way. Let's move on. In Minecraft, the zombie was the second mob to be introduced. What was the first mob though? The first mob to be added was the human mob, which consisted solely of Steve skins running around aimlessly and flapping their arms in an amusing way. But since the human mob has been eliminated from Minecraft, zombies are the game's oldest hostile mob, which is quite remarkable. Fantastic work, zombie. Mate, you have my admiration. Zombies would drop 0 to 2 feathers when they died in the early stages of Minecraft, from version in-dev to beta 1.7. You are an experienced player of Minecraft if you can recall this. Furthermore, the only reason zombies in Minecraft ever dropped feathers was because Notch didn't know what to drop after a zombie was killed. However, zombies now drop a variety of objects in Minecraft. To be honest though, I kinda miss it when they dropped feathers because it made making arrows much simpler. Anyway, let's move on. Gold armored zombies are 48% likely to spawn on hard difficulty. Following that, they have a 37% chance of spawning in leather armor, a 12% chance in chain armor, a 1% chance in iron armor, and last but not least, a very rare 0.04% chance in diamond armor on hard difficulty. I would really like to know if you have ever seen a zombie wearing diamond armor, so please let me know in the comments. In fact, zombies can spawn in the nether. Here's why. Therefore, when the player attacks zombified piglins on hard difficulty, reinforcements will sometimes spawn. Now, the reinforcements are usually just more zombified piglins, but occasionally zombies can also be included, which is really cool. For some reason, zombies would not burn in the sun when they were standing inside a cobweb in the early days of Minecraft. Rather, they would simply relax in the cobweb and atmosphere during the day, which I'm sure zombies adored. Only in extremely rare circumstances can one obtain the zombie head item I mentioned earlier in the video. Therefore, a zombie head can only be obtained by players if a nearby zombie is killed by a charge creeper exploding. Thus, be wary of the charge creepers. If a husk is submerged, it will transform into a regular zombie after 30 seconds. If this newly transformed zombie remains submerged for another 30 seconds, it will then transform into a drowned mob. In the early days of Minecraft, the infant zombie horde would not burn in the daytime sun. Because of this, they were among the most annoying mobs ever. During the day, you would be trying to vibe when a foolish baby zombie would charge at you and possibly kill you as well. Fortunately, a change was made in version 1.13 that makes me very happy. Baby zombies will now burn in the sun. God, oh god. The player has a slim chance of getting burned if they are attacked by a zombie while they are burning. Additionally, the likelihood of the zombie setting you on fire increases with the level of difficulty you are playing on. Therefore, if you're playing hardcore, beware of burning zombies. There is a bug with axolotls in Minecraft as of the time I made this video. As you can see, an axolotl will start to move very quickly around the player if you attach a lead to it. I don't know why they do this, but this axolotl is having a great time. Additionally, this glitch can be used with multiple axolotls. This means that if you attach multiple axolotls to a lead, they will all quickly circle around the player, giving the impression of complete chaos. Well, let's move on. Axolotls are extremely endangered in real life, which is why they were added to Minecraft. Therefore, I think it's fantastic that Mojang is bringing attention to them. Axolotls will attack every underwater mob in Minecraft, with the exception of dolphins and turtles. This includes fish, squid, glow squid, guardian, elder guardian, and drowned. A player or mob has a 1 in 3 chance of dying if they attack an axolotl. This implies that they will recover 2 hearts of health while feigning death for 10 seconds. The axolotl you see on screen is a green version of the mob that hasn't been released yet, and it looks pretty awesome. Unfortunately, the green axolotl was never formally included in Minecraft 1.1.7, despite being visible in the 2020 screenshot of the live recap. Furthermore, even though the green axolotl doesn't appear in the actual update, it is briefly visible in the trailer video for the first part of the Caves and Cliffs update. Green axolotl, may you rest in peace. We shall miss you. Axolotls can be bred in Minecraft by using buckets of tropical fish, but not by using the actual tropical fish items. This is due to the fact that axolotls will only consume live fish in the real world. The fish in the buckets are still alive, you know. Thus, this feature makes sense. Because there are only about 1,200 axolotls remaining in the wild, blue axolotls have a 1 in 1,200 chance of spawning. To be honest, it makes me sad to read that fact. Once more though, I'm happy that Mojang is raising awareness of axolotls. As you can see, axolotls in Minecraft can climb up blocks despite their diminutive size, which is really adorable. They're getting there after all. They're making an effort. This axolotl is yours. It is very nice of the axolotl to grant you the regeneration effect for a few seconds. If you kill a mob that it is engaged in combat with, you can collect an axolotl with a bucket by right-clicking on it. The resulting bucket will look like this. This enables you to insert the axolotl bucket into a dispenser so that it will dispense when a button is pressed. A bucket of axolotl can also be used to showcase your beautiful axolotl by placing the bucket inside an item frame. To tell the truth, I feel a little mean by this. It's terrible that the axolotl is stuck in an item frame when it should be relaxing in the water. Anyway, let's move on. The only variation that isn't based on an actual axolotl is the blue one. It's a good attention to detail that the other 4 axolotls are actually based on actual axolotls. The blue axolotl was added after someone on Reddit suggested it, so don't worry, it's still a very interesting animal. Dark Eyes Flame, a Reddit user, suggested that Minecraft should include a rare blue axolotl and model its appearance after Mudkip from the Pokemon series. The blue axolotl is based on Mudkip from Pokemon, which is awesome, but it isn't based on real life. No matter how durable it is, a wooden tool will burn in the furnace exactly the same way. This implies that an old wooden tool with poor durability will work just as well as a brand new wooden tool. Items were melted in a different manner prior to the addition of furnaces to Minecraft. In the early iterations of Minecraft, players could smelt ores by placing them on the ground and using a flint and steel to light them on fire. It was undoubtedly a very different method of smelting OES, but at least it was successful. In Minecraft, a lava bucket is the most efficient boiler fuel to use because it can smell up to 100 items, which is insane. It takes precisely 17.5 seconds to destroy a furnace in Minecraft Java Edition if you break it with your hands. Don't waste your time doing this, as I did with Minecraft Bedrock Edition, because the furnace won't drop as an item. It takes 17.5 seconds to destroy a furnace with your hand again, but the furnace will fall as an object. Furnaces were much more difficult to destroy with a pickaxe in the early iterations of Minecraft, Alpha and Beta. Additionally, it took the same amount of time to destroy the furnace in both Minecraft Alpha and Beta, regardless of the pickaxe you used. In other words, it was extremely painful to break a furnace back then. Every item in an active furnace melts in precisely 8 seconds. This is how the top portion of the furnace texture in the alpha versions of Minecraft was composed of stone. Because you could blend the furnace in with regular stone, it was much easier to conceal it from other players, which was pretty cool. Nevertheless, the top portion of the furnace was given a unique texture in Minecraft Beta. These snowy houses resemble the village structures found in snow biomes. There is a chest in that snowy house that has a 9.9% chance of containing a furnace. In Minecraft, if you have a tamed cat and a furnace running, be ready for your cat to sit on the furnace to stay warm. At one point in the Minecraft version, there was a brief alteration that made the furnaces use the same texture throughout and lost their faces. To be honest, this doesn't look right at all. However, this modification was promptly undone. The furnace smelt time was another temporary modification made to the in-development version of Minecraft. As previously stated, it takes 8 seconds for an item to smell in Minecraft. However, during development, this time was reduced to 4 seconds. Yes, the item melted much more quickly in development, but this modification was swiftly undone. It is more efficient to use a block of coal rather than just coal when smelting objects in a furnace itself. This is due to the fact that a furnace can melt up to 80 items from a single block of coal, but only 72 items can be melted from 9 coal blocks. There used to be a really annoying furnace placement bug in the early stages of Minecraft Alpha. When you wanted to put a furnace in your home in Alpha, it would always be orientated away from the player, which was really annoying. In the past, I detested this. Oh, hold on, am I recording? Let's move on. You can spawn in the lit furnace, which is an active furnace, by using the set block command in Minecraft. Now this lit furnace is in the name because, strange as it may seem, it will always remain lit as you can see, even when nothing is smelting inside of it. For a total of 14.22 hours or 42 Minecraft days, a 64 stack of coal blocks will smelt items in a furnace. The coal blocks can therefore be smelted for a considerable amount of time. By default, a furnace's graphical user interface just says, well, furnace. The GUI name will, however, change to whatever you rename the furnace to if you rename it in an anvil, which is really cool. When in operation, furnaces emit a light level of 13, which is marginally lower than a torch's light level of 14. Even though it is only illuminated from the front, furnaces will light up the blocks surrounding it. However, an experimental modification to furnace lighting was made during the snapshot phase of the 1.4 update. Therefore, it was altered in snapshot 12W39A so that the furnaces only illuminated the blocks in front of them. However, the change was later undone in a 1.4 snapshot because it seemed to be causing performance problems. Before the 1.9 combat update, players could spawn as an item in the previously mentioned lit furnace. Thus, the lit furnace item appeared as it should have in the inventory between versions 1.3 and 1.7. However, a bug appeared in version 1.8 where the lit furnace item in the inventory had a missing texture, as shown here. This was peculiar because the item appeared to be completely messed up, even though the lit furnace appeared normal when placed. The 1.9 combat update removed the ability to spawn in the lit furnace as an item, so it didn't matter. The crafting table was added to Minecraft InDev on January 30th, 2010. This means the crafting table will soon turn 12, which is absurd, dude. It was an odd Minecraft crafting recipe when it first appeared. Minecraft's in-development version introduced crafting. Arrow was the first crafting recipe. For this arrow, you need 8 apples shaped like a chest plate. People, I'm serious. This crafting recipe started it all. It's lovely. Minecraft's early alpha and beta versions made breaking the crafting table painful. Man, it took a long time because using an axe to break it had no effect on how quickly it broke. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but it took a while. However, beta 1.9 added the ability to smash crafting tables with an axe, which made everyone happy. The smithing table block in Minecraft lets players upgrade diamond tools and armor to netherite. Starting with Minecraft 1.14, the smithing table looked like this. But now it looks like this. The previous smithing table texture is similar to the crafting table texture, so it was likely a placeholder before being changed. Without crafting tables, Minecraft players couldn't craft. Alright, I'm kidding. Sort of. Before crafting tables, players could only create by pressing B on their keyboard. Yes, exactly. Now that I think about it, pressing B let players craft items anywhere using a 3x3 crafting grid, making Minecraft easier without a crafting table. Man, in Minecraft Pocket Edition's early days, now Bedrock Edition, players couldn't craft stone-related blocks at the crafting table. Pocket Edition users had to use an outdated stone cutter to make their beloved stone blocks. The ancient stone cutter now looked like this. Many Pocket Edition players will feel nostalgic just looking at this block. Let's proceed. A furnace can smelt items with crafting table fuel. The fact that one crafting table can smelt 1.5 items is insane. Yes, I know. Yes, exactly. The crafting table was called the workbench in Minecraft Alpha to Beta 1.1. Since Beta 1.2, we've called it the crafting table, and I love it. Early Minecraft Bedrock Edition smithing tables were made from one crafting table and one cobblestone. The smithing table, made with 2 iron ingots and 4 planks, replaces the crafting table in Minecraft. The Minecraft Bedrock Edition fletching table was originally made with 1 crafting table and an arrow. Modern Minecraft fletching tables have 2 flint and 4 planks. Many minor crafting table texture changes have been made. This was Minecraft's first crafting table texture, which is nostalgic. An early 1.14 snapshot changed it to this. That was short-lived, as a 1.14 snapshot changed it again. It wasn't long before the crafting table looked like this in 1.14.1. It's been that way since. Some Minecraft structures automatically create the crafting table. These follow. I love that witch huts will have crafting tables first. Second, an igloo basement can be a lovely crafting table. You'll find amazing crafting tables in tiny village homes next. Yes, I know. Who would have thought villagers would have craft tables? See what? I praised you. Eventually, a crafting table can be made in the tents outside the pillager outpost. If you can make that tent, man, watch out for those pillagers. A crossbow arrow to the face is bad. Couldn't manage. Alright, I'm kidding. Sort of. Before crafting tables, players could only create by pressing B on their keyboard. Yes, exactly. I realized pressing B let players craft 3x3 items anywhere. Minecraft was easier with a crafting grid because you didn't need a crafting table. Early Minecraft Pocket Edition, now Bedrock Edition, did not allow players to craft stone-related blocks on the crafting table. Pocket Edition users had to use an outdated stone cutter to make their beloved stone blocks. The ancient stone cutter now looked like this. Many Pocket Edition players will feel nostalgic just looking at this block. Let's proceed. A furnace can smelt items with crafting table fuel. The fact that one crafting table can smelt 1.5 items is insane. Yes, I know. To be honest, use coal. If you look under the crafting table, you'll notice the bottom texture matches the oak planks. I talked a lot about texture then. Anyway, let's continue. What did I say again? Yes, indeed. Though the bottom texture is identical to oak planks, the crafting table's bottom texture was different in earlier Indev and Minecraft versions. Yes, exactly. If they looked under the crafting table in Indev, they'd get the oak log texture. Being on a crafting table is strange, but understandable. Have you ever spent time admiring the crafting table during the day? None other than me. If you're weird like me, the crafting table texture has a hammer, saw, and pliers. I've always found this odd. Even after all these years, I feel deceived because I always thought those pliers had a creepy face. Do you think Minecraft should include any of these tools? If so, tell me in the comments which one you prefer and why. Oh my god, remember when items left in the crafting grid were thrown to the ground when you left the interface? It was less annoying. You know what? It was because your diamonds could fly into the lava after the crafting grid closed, ruining your year. You would be responsible for 90% and the game for 10%, but since it was still in the game, I can blame it. I was glad to see that version 1.12 returned items left in the crafting grid to your inventory when you closed the crafting interface. Remember when the crafting table was the workbench? You're a Minecraft veteran. Yes, exactly. The crafting table was called the workbench in Minecraft Alpha to Beta 1.1. Since Beta 1.2, we've called it the crafting table, and I love it. Early Minecraft Bedrock Edition smithing tables were made from one crafting table and one cobblestone. The smithing table, made with 2 iron ingots and 4 planks, replaces the crafting table in Minecraft. The Minecraft Bedrock Edition fletching table was originally made with 1 crafting table and an arrow. Modern Minecraft fletching tables have 2 flint and 4 planks. Many minor crafting table texture changes have been made. This was Minecraft's first crafting table texture, which is nostalgic. An early 1.14 snapshot changed it to this. That was short-lived, as a 1.14 snapshot changed it again. It wasn't long before the crafting table looked like this in 1.14.1. It's been that way since. Here are some Minecraft structures where the crafting table can naturally appear. I love that witch huts will have crafting tables first. Second, an igloo basement can be a lovely crafting table. You'll find amazing crafting tables in tiny village homes next. Yes, I know. Who would have thought villagers would have craft tables? The tents outside the pillager outpost can eventually house a crafting table. Take care of those pillagers if you're crafting in that tent, man. A crossbow arrow to the face is bad. Minecraft's early alpha had a snowy world type. No matter how. And the world where it always snowed when you saved an alpha was 1 in 4 no matter how far you traveled. You're an experienced Minecrafter if you remember this world type. In alpha and beta, only armor durability protected you. This meant that leather armor, like this, would protect better than severely damaged diamond armor. This feature was stupid. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. Once, spiders were OP. Before version 1.8, spiders could track and see players through walls. This was terrifying because during beta, spiders were always on ceilings because they could climb the opposite wall. The spiders would then occasionally descend on your head from above, making them even scarier. Minecraft alpha and beta players will remember that taiga biomes' spruce trees gave them oak planks. It was odd that spruce and birch trees only made oak planks because oak was the only available type. However, you are an experienced player if you can name every tree that gave you oak planks. Am I the only one who feels nostalgic about this vintage 2D door sprite? Man, I'm clueless. Like the old door sprite, everything about alpha and beta doors is a throwback. As everyone knows, Minecraft watercolors vary by biome. However, experienced Minecraft players will only remember this vivid blue water. Is it strange that looking at this water makes me nostalgic? Man, it recalls simpler times. Oh god. Do you remember how hard slimes were to find? Slimes were only found in deep caves because swamp biomes didn't exist. Even this encounter was rare. The main way to detect slimes was by hearing their old, distinctive sounds. Have a listen. If you remember these slime noises, you're a veteran. These are ancient. Clay was one of Minecraft's hardest to find blocks. Any alpha or beta player will recall. In fact, clay was scarcer than diamonds. Finding this block was exciting, but it could only be used to make craft bricks, which was disappointing. Due to our limited building blocks, we weren't spoilt for choice and couldn't complain. You're an experienced player if you remember the alpha and beta brick textures. Some players thought bricks were great for construction, while others thought they were ugly. During Minecraft's alpha and beta stages, only this square moon appeared. Today, Minecraft has many nighttime moon phases. Experienced players will only see this moon. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you can find this spawn point. Yes, exactly. Ver created the first survival game map, which you see in Minecraft. Verda invented the survival game mode and created this famous SG map and others. This legendary man created SG-1 and a game mode still played today. When discussing the SG-1 map, you may recall the 2012 Minecraft survival game event. Many Minecraft YouTubers, including Ant Venom, Captain Sparkles, and others, played survival games on Very's map to the death. Ant Venom won 12 years later. You are an experienced player if you played the Hive and MCSG in 2013. They were massive servers with famous survival game maps like SG4, Breeze Island, and SG7. However, SG4 stood out. We all remember opening the chest that gave us that slow, impending doom by sinking through cobwebs into lava or activating the hangar's lava trap. Dying. In early Minecraft, sugarcane was called reeds. If you remember when sugarcane was called reeds over 12 years ago, you're an experienced player. We know pink sheep are rare in Minecraft, but we still see them. If you played Minecraft back then, you'll remember the pink sheep's wool was much paler. They seem odd now compared to the bright pink sheep. Players with more experience will remember these. If you played Minecraft in alpha or beta, you probably built your base in a cave or mountain. Why? Minecraft had few blocks at the time, so players had two options. They could build an ugly blocky wooden house like everyone else, or a beautiful mountain base that complemented the beta landscape. Constructed a mountain base or wooden house? Share in the comments. Minecraft's early alpha and beta boats were terrible and amazing, because boats were the fastest mode of transportation in Minecraft beta. By arranging boats on adjacent blocks, you could create a boat bridge. You could then sit in a boat and right-click on the other boats to cross. You are a pro if you remember this lightning-fast boat ride. Players of Minecraft Beta 1.8 may recall that inventory textures were messed up in every block. Without lighting effects on every block texture, this happened. Each block was shadeless, making them ugly. If you remember this, you're an experienced player. Or, we're both weird because few noticed this. Oh god. Do any of you remember when Minecraft world creation took seconds? Minecraft worlds take 10 years to create, so that was a great time. I know the game has many features, but I remember how quickly a world developed in beta. I took this for granted, but it takes forever now. Did you remember that chests only faced west when placed? Since I do. Formerly, players had to make a double chest or press the single chest against a wall to fix this, which was annoying. If you can remember your chest always facing the same way, you're a pro. Veteran Minecraft players may remember hearing this sound while exploring a cave in the beta. The cave noises in Minecraft are terrifying. Hearing these cave sounds alone in alpha or beta was even scarier. As a longtime Minecraft player, you'll know that alpha and beta were terrifying. Oh god. Have you played Minecraft Classic for free on the official Minecraft website? This was amazing. It was a great way for non-paying players to try Minecraft's building features. Alternatively, you may have cracked Minecraft before. If you remember playing Minecraft Classic online, you're an experienced player. Have any of you ever had passive mobs appear in your Minecraft world after generating the surrounding chunks? Minecraft no longer allows animals to spawn in chunks with passive mobs. This creates many dead areas in your world where no new animals can spawn, which is annoying. Alpha and beta passive mobs spawned constantly because there was no limit on how many could spawn per chunk. If you remember this, you're an experienced player. Early Minecraft players could punch doors to open and close them. Modern Minecraft doors are unaffected by punching. Experienced players punch open doors. Water used to be dangerous in Minecraft. Players could die if the water was only 1 block high. Since I understand how it feels, please comment if you were a player who died in the water back then. Minecraft creepers used to be scarier. When about to explode, they would strafe towards the player and explode, which was terrifying. Modern Minecraft creepers stand by and accept their fate when they explode. Your Minecraft veteran status is confirmed if you remember the creeper movement. If you remember when the Ender Dragon health bar said boss health instead of Ender Dragon, you've played Minecraft a long time. Minecraft alpha and beta players will remember how useless the nether was. I'm serious. Only gathering glowstone, getting shot by ghasts, gathering more glowstone and getting shot again was an option. No piglins, blazes, withered skeletons or nether fortresses. I think you get it. Simply put, boring. Do you remember switching tools while breaking a block to save durability? Since I do, you could break some stone with your diamond pick and then switch to the wooden one to preserve its durability. It was fun, but probably inefficient. Remembering how skeletons held their bows makes you an old school player. Ancient skeletons' poor aim is understandable. They're holding the bow wrong. In early Minecraft, villagers could use this blacksmith structure. These were great because they were the only buildings in a village with chests, and the loot was sometimes crazy, like obsidian or diamonds. If you remember these blacksmith structures, you're experienced. Minecraft's early players will remember how 3 cobblestones were used to make smooth stone slabs. It didn't make sense, but let's move on. After all, many things in alpha were confusing. If you played Minecraft in alpha or beta, you'll understand the pain of mobs destroying your farms, because walking over a farm would destroy it. Man, it was annoying. Another boring aspect of alpha and most beta farms was the lack of fence gates. If fences were built around your farm, a door was the only safe way in and out. I admit it was ugly. Several of you probably recall this. Minecraft players from alpha and beta may remember the stick and fishing rod textures being the same when cast. Look at this, a stick with a fishing line is all it is. Such a strange sight. If you played Minecraft in beta 1.8, you'll remember how excited the community was when the Enderman was added. Dude, it was terrifying the first time you accidentally glanced at an Enderman and they teleported next to you. Nobody expected it. Regarding Enderman, a fan-made video was made when its addition was announced. It may be remembered by experienced players. After playing Minecraft long enough, you'll know how painful it is to load up a 2013 world and find your pet dogs waiting. Minecraft dogs are the most loyal pets. Shame on me for leaving. Let's proceed. The yellow bloom. Some may recall, this and the rose were the only flowers you could use to decorate your home back then. Yes, exactly. Then, players had to make do. Not much decoration was available. You remember when gunpowder was sulfur? Congratulations. You are an experienced Minecrafter. I remember seeing mods and texture packs on the Minecraft menu in older versions. Not sure, this may seem odd, but only experienced players can appreciate it. I loved texture packs. Remember how Minecraft's music played after you saved and exited to the title screen? Since I do, Minecraft's music now stops when you pause or switch game modes, which I don't like. Not sure, simply put, it was. Pleasant to leave your world while the soothing C418 song played. This screenshot must be recognized by an experienced player. Yes, exactly. This Minecraft screenshot started all the Herobrine rumors and fan theories. Is this screenshot real? I suppose we'll never know. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west in Minecraft and real life, but in the alpha, it rose in the north and set in the south. The Notch Temple in 4 words. You're an experienced Minecrafter if you remember this great map. View it. If you played Minecraft when dogs were first added, you may remember dog attacks and peaceful mode deaths. You're right. For veterans, peaceful mode wasn't so peaceful. Why bother? We deserve to attack a wolf. In early Minecraft, the death screen said game over instead of you died. I did die in Minecraft, so I guess the game statement is more appropriate for when a dumb creeper blows you up. A part of me died inside. Let's proceed. Remember the game over screen's E0 score? Since I do, nobody knew what it meant, so it was just there. You're an experienced player if you remember it. If you remember milking squids with a bucket in Minecraft's beta days, you're a veteran. It was weird but cool when this feature was available for a short time. Traditional zombie village texture. Minecraft's first version had no hunger bar, so players had to eat food to refill their hearts. Back then it was simpler. Remembering this makes you an experienced player. Bows were powerful in Minecraft because you could spam click arrows and shoot them quickly. It was crazy. Food didn't stack in early Minecraft, which I remember. It was one of the game's worst features. It was annoying to have a lot of raw pork chops. You're an experienced Minecrafter if you remember this door sound. I miss this sound. Another early Minecraft feature I remember is punching a sheep to drop wool. No shears or similar were needed. Punching it would drop the wool. It was absurd. Do you remember switching between render distance and fog with the F key before beta 1.8? I was annoyed when they removed it. Oh god, remember when Minecraft fences didn't attach to solid blocks? Since I do, and it was annoying. Previously, walking around block-long fences was exhausting. They were also annoying for this. An old-school Minecraft player remembers this cobblestone texture, which was loved or hated by the community. Mossy cobblestone was one of the rarest blocks in the game because it had no crafting recipe and could only be found in difficult-to-find dungeons. Remember before Minecraft's sprinting feature? Yes, exactly. Before the beta 1.8a update, sprinting was unavailable in Minecraft, making travel much harder and slower. Oh god, zombies and skeletons could wake you up and attack you in Minecraft beds. Remember that feature? Not sure if it was cool or annoying. Choosing is difficult. Does anyone remember when you could display mob entity numbers by pressing F3? You could cheat to find cave systems. If you remember the original creative mode inventory, which was a list of every item in the game without tabs, you are an experienced Minecraft player. I recall the challenge of this outdated creative mode inventory. The new one is better. Do you remember when only pigs dropped food in Minecraft? It was hard to find food because chickens, cows, and sheep didn't drop any. Older gamers will remember when the chest was a full block and had no animation for opening and closing. Back then, chests were simpler. Do you recall when mobs were dumber and couldn't navigate walls? This meant creepers would jump at you when you passed the wall, frightening you. Yes, creepers would look at you through your home's glass window from outside. My god, it scared me. They look scary. Speaking of creepers, if you still hear the explosion sound, you are a veteran Minecrafter. Have a listen. Players from the past will remember how inconvenient it was to not be able to place double chests together. It wouldn't let you put two double chests in your beautifully designed home. It was aggravating. Minecraft's title screen background changes with each update's theme. This didn't exist in earlier Minecraft versions. It brings back memories to see the title screen with the dirt background. I also remember a different Minecraft title screen logo. Remember when the logo was just cobblestone texture? I do, and thought it was cool. Minecraft veterans can climb ladders with a 1-block gap between each ladder. This trick saved a lot of ladders until they removed it. If you remember this Minecraft feature, you're old school. That was the gradual lighting change at night. I was terrified watching the light change. Do you remember the old fence making recipe? Because I do it now. 2 sticks and 4 planks are used to build Minecraft fences today. I use this recipe even though earlier Minecraft versions used 6 sticks. Can't stop thinking about it. I always mess up fence recipes. You know how hitting F5 twice in Minecraft shows your front skin? This feature is amazing. This wasn't possible in earlier Minecraft versions. It was depressing that you could only see your back by pressing F5. I wanted full skin visibility. However, I failed. Remember when Minecraft only allowed 5 worlds? Minecraft had only 5 world slots before creative mode and commands, so every world mattered. Mods like single-player commands and an excessive number of items allowed players to fly and spawn items in the past. You can now do things in Minecraft without mods. Any Minecrafters remember a simpler time before beds? Since I do. Early versions of the game had no beds, so you had to wait out the night cycle, making it harder to survive. If you played Minecraft early on, the inventory key was I instead of E. Some may recall, early Minecraft zombies dropped feathers for no reason. Probably some of you recall this. Indeed, it was odd. To get feathers for my arrows, I killed zombies. It was also strange that enchanting tools or armor at level 30 required all your XP for 1 tool instead of 3 levels before lapis was required. To use it on 1 item, you must grind those levels for a long time. Older players will remember the intrigue of not knowing what enchantment you'd get. Today, Minecraft shows you one of its possible enchantments. However, earlier Minecraft versions required you to take a chance and see what you got, which was annoying. TNT used to ignite with a hand punch. It was great that you didn't need steel or flint. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember the Glacier Seed. Minecraft's beta seed gave you this inspiring world generation. It looked great. The hunger bar was added. You could right-click a cooked pork chop and it would disappear after eating. You could right-click it and it would disappear. Minecraft alpha players will remember how Minecraft worlds looked before biomes. Only one type of grass was bright green. It also made your Minecraft worlds bright and unique. Anyone remember this? In Minecraft, when you or a friend died, their body vanished and died, which was strange. In Beta 1.8, village structures were added but no villagers had spawned, leaving the village eerie and deserted. I found a village in the game, but it was empty. Just being around it was strange. Oh god. I remember how long the crafting table and furnace took to mine. It would take a long time to use an axe on a craft table. Using a diamond pick on a furnace would take forever. Remember when you could repeatedly click your sword? You probably don't need experience to remember this. Many do, I'm sure. Many were furious when this changed. Were you in that group? Leave a comment below. Some of you may remember Minecraft's crazy fire spread. It would be disastrous to start a fire in your world. If you remember blocking with your sword instead of your shield, you're an experienced Minecrafter. Stairs, fences, pressure plates, cacti and other blocks looked huge when first dropped in Minecraft. Really, look at them. You may remember this bug. It was hilarious. Remembering Minecraft makes you a veteran. Do you remember when Minecraft caves were only made of stone? Granite, diorite, andesite blocks would stand out. Back then, caves were simpler because all you found was stone. The cooked pork chop the zombie pigman dropped after dying was one of Minecraft's strongest food sources in alpha and beta. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. Old lava texture, some may recall. You're an experienced Minecrafter if you remember this. Texture. Using creative mode to build your home from diamond blocks a few years ago makes you a Minecraft veteran. Simply put, many people did that before. Did you join that group? Share in the comments. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. You would then encounter huge chunk errors in your Minecraft world. The following would appear. Oh god, if you played Minecraft in alpha, you'll remember how annoying this was. Back then, breaking a tree didn't rot the leaves. Very annoying. If you cut down several trees in your world, the leaves wouldn't decompose unless you broke them by hand. The legendary enchanted golden apple had a crafting recipe in early Minecraft. The enchanted golden apple or notch apple can be made with 8 gold blocks and 1 apple. However, some thought the apple's effects were too strong. In the 2015 1.9 combat update, the enchanted golden apple crafting recipe was removed. Enchanted golden apples are rare in Minecraft and only found in mineshafts and dungeons. You're a Minecraft veteran if you remember the notch chapel crafting recipe. Wow, remember when mobs could attack you in creative mode in beta 1.8? The ugliest thing ever. An intruder would walk up and blow up my house while I was building it creatively. Any Minecrafters remember being unable to change brightness? Since I do. Cave systems were previously hard to see. Without torches, caves were dark. Today, you can explore a Minecraft cave with full brightness without a torch. A little crazy. Did your Minecraft world ever have surface-generated dungeons? Since I do. While going about your daily business in a desert biome, you would suddenly find yourself in a large square hole with an exposed dungeon or a partially covered dungeon that needed to be dug out. I also remember a sand block covering the spawner and 2 chests. You could locate them precisely when removing the dungeon. As I recall, Minecraft cookies were one of the hardest to find. I'll explain. Minecraft cookies are made with wheat and cocoa beans. In Minecraft's beta, cocoa beans were only in dungeon chests. Yes, exactly. They were hard to find because there was no other way. Cocoa pods spawned on jungle trees in version 1.3, making cocoa beans easier to find and bake. Yes, you are a Minecraft veteran if you remember how rare cookies were in the beta. Bone meal grew trees and wheat farms instantly, making it powerful in early Minecraft. Version 1.5 nerfed bone meal by requiring staged tree growth. If you remember the old bone meal that instantly grew a tree, you are a Minecraft veteran. A bug made wooden slabs only breakable with a pickaxe in the game's early development. Yes, exactly. The axes broke. No fists or other weapons allowed. A pickaxe was needed. It was strange too. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. You're a Minecraft veteran if you remember when the villagers were added in beta 1.9 in 2011, a long time ago, and had the testificate name tag above their heads. If you remember this feature, you're an old school player. Do you remember when Minecraft's diamonds were considered the game's end because there wasn't much else to do? Yes, there was a time without tool enchanting, abandoned mineshafts, or ender dragons. Building or diamond mining were your only options. It was lovely despite its simplicity. Remember how Minecraft's early nighttime stars looked different? This may only be remembered by me. The stars looked like this in earlier Minecraft versions. They are huge compared to Minecraft's stars, which are more realistic, smaller, and brighter. You are a Minecraft veteran if you remember this. Do you remember when Minecraft didn't need a recipe book for crafting? Since I do, I couldn't make anything. I was annoyed that the game didn't help me, so I googled it. You learnt to make things yourself. Indeed, I enjoyed that task. Creative mode debuted in Minecraft Beta 1.8 in 2011. In Beta 1.88, you always started a creative world with blocks in your hotbar. Do you remember when Minecraft's maximum build height was 128 blocks? Since I do, I was surprised to see the clouds level with me as I built up to the build height. Minecraft's build height is 256. It's twice as high as before. In Minecraft Alpha and Beta, did animals jump around more? I may be the only one remembering. No idea what it was. A sheep hopping around is an example. They only do that. They jump around until killed. I suppose only experienced Minecrafters remember this. From the cooked pork chop used for the pig in early Minecraft came the steak texture today. You're right, since only the pig dropped meat before version 1.8, the cooked pork chop had this texture. The texture replaced the meal drop for the cow. The pig also created a new texture for cooked pork chops, which naturally looks like this. Congratulations! You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this launcher. Remember when Minecraft's crafting table wasn't called that? Not at all. Actually, it was the workbench. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. Minecraft's alpha and beta swords were much stronger. In alpha and beta, a diamond sword could deal 5 hearts of damage, killing a creeper in 2 blows. A bit overwhelming. Sword damage was reduced in beta 1.9 when enchanting was added. Thus, a diamond sword's damage dropped from 5 to 3.5 hearts. Today, Minecrafters make golden apples from gold ingots. It wasn't always written this way. You're right. In early Minecraft, golden apples were made with 8 gold nuggets and 1 apple, not ingots. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. Minecraft's alpha and beta players will remember a frustrating issue when they destroyed stairs. Thus, in alpha or beta, a broken wooden or cobblestone stair cannot be repaired. Not at all. You would receive 1 brick instead of the stair. Therefore, most Minecraft villages today have grassy walkways. If you played Minecraft years ago, you'll remember that settlements had gravel walkways instead of grass. The gravel walkways look like this. You're an experienced Minecrafter if you remember settlement gravel pathways. Which is better, gravel or grass? Share in the comments. When did the inventory's wooden and cobblestone staircases have this texture? What the heck? They're not steps. So let's continue. Do any of you remember when shift-click couldn't move inventory items into chests? Since I do, you had to pull your food, wood, and jewels gently to a chest for transport. It took a long time, but that was the norm. It went much easier. Today in Minecraft, shift-clicking anything moves it to the chest immediately. I like this feature. I'm glad the game included it. The desert temple was built with wool instead of terracotta in early Minecraft. You are an experienced Minecraft player if you remember this. I remember it well because I always made a bed on my first night with desert temple wool. If you played Minecraft creative mode in beta 1.8, you may have known about a glitch that let you hit monsters from afar. I'm doing all this mob killing from afar. How is this possible? You are a Minecraft veteran if you remember this odd issue. Minecraft 1.7 and 1.8 players may remember the super secret settings button in the options menu. When I clicked super secret settings, several shader effects transitioned. I loved this, so I was sad when they took it. Those who played Minecraft before corner and upside down stairs are veterans. When you built your wooden house in Minecraft, you could only arrange stairs one way, making it look simpler. This is probably familiar to many. However, versions 1.2 and 1.3 allowed you to arrange stairs upside down and connect them on corners, adding detail to your builds. Minecraft veterans can remember this Mojang logo, this logo, or this logo. Remembering my Minecraft alpha players. It brings you back to a time when cactus were more realistic because breaking one would cause half a heart of damage, which was cool. It's natural to get hurt punching cacti. Do any of you remember when Minecraft cakes required buckets? What the hell is this trash? It takes buckets to make a cake. Why is that happening? I must retrieve them. Do you remember when Minecraft chain armor required a secret recipe? Since I do, before 1.8, players could use commands to spawn in fire and make chain armor. I was amazed when I learned this. Chain armor was impossible to make in 1.8 because fire blocks could no longer spawn. However, it was once a cool little item. This one was annoying, so many will remember it. Do any of you remember how it pulled you down when you first started drowning? Swimming back up is difficult and could kill you. It was so annoying. Just thinking about it brings back bad memories. I died often. When you and your friends played multiplayer Minecraft in the early days, dungeon spawners always had pigs instead of mobs. A zombie spawner would contain a pig, which was odd. I think we can all agree that blocking another player with your sword while crouching was a sign of peace, not an attack. I miss doing this on servers, guy, and it was kind. The next sound, Ancient Water, makes me nostalgic. If you remember, you're an experienced Minecrafter, the sound you made when you landed or splashed in water. Have a listen. Today, Minecraft requires the command weather rain to make it rain or game mode creative to enter creative mode. Creative mode was initially accessed by typing game mode 1. Use the strange toggle downfall command to make it rain. If you remember those outdated Minecraft commands, you're a veteran. Minecraft lighting has improved since then. I love our new lanterns. However, do you remember when the villagers had these cheap looking wall lamps, fences, torches? Since I do, I could see why they wanted to build a lamp. Lanterns didn't exist then, but they didn't look good. I'll credit where credit is due. Actually, that was the closest thing to a lamp. So let's continue. Remember when desert biomes had tiny lakes? I may be the only one who remembers this. Minecraft desert biomes have little water now. In the past, there were many tiny lakes. Oh my goodness. Do you remember when Skeleton's bow and arrow marksmanship was terrible? Since I do. Look at this. This skeleton's arrows miss me 90% of the time. His aim is rather modest. Today's Minecraft skeletons are silly. They basically have aimbot, but alpha and beta testing was poor. I like naming, tagging, and coloring wolves in Minecraft. In early Minecraft, you couldn't change collar colors or name tags, so all domesticated wolves had red collars. I'm sure many remember this. Minecraft veterans can recall the sounds of bow firing and arrow falling. Initially, Minecraft players could eat while their health bar was full. You could make fun of your friends by eating in front of them and boasting about your health. The worst man was me. So let's continue. Players spawning in beds, doors, and sugarcane would look odd in the inventory. Come on, surely this is a door. This man is what? It gets worse because these spawned used to place half the door. As in, what? No difference in bed. Half of the generated variation would be placed, rendering it ineffective. Really, who wants to sleep on this bed? Man, I'm speechless. If you remember these, you're an experienced player. Minecraft sunsets are stunning. Just look at the sky. However, early Minecraft players may remember that the sky didn't change color as the sun rose and set. Such a strange sight. I see it. Traditional diamond texture. While diamond texture hasn't changed in a while, I still get nostalgic looking at older gems. I remember being thrilled to find diamonds in beta. Thus, my favorite diamonds will always have the original diamond texture. Minecraft Pocket Edition originally had a Nether reactor core block. A massive netherite tower will appear when the player-built nether reactor is activated. The construction contains glowstone, dust, nether quartz, and more. Additionally, zombie pigmen would automatically turn against the player. Nether Reactor replaced Netherrealm in Pocket Edition because it couldn't be included. You're a Minecraft veteran if you remember the Nether Reactor core. Minecraft Beta 1.8 follows. This update was so big that many experienced Minecraft players will remember it. Beta 1.8 added the hunger bar, more food, villages, mine shafts, strongholds, planet generation, sprinting, and more. Beta 1.8 changed Minecraft the most. Does anyone remember the stonecutter, man? Please avoid that stonecutter. The original Pocket Edition model. In Pocket Edition, you couldn't make stone blocks on a crafting table, so you needed this stonecutter. If you remember this stonecutter, you're an experienced player. If you played Minecraft during the snapshot phase for 1.66, you may remember horse armor having a crafting recipe. Yes, exactly. 6 diamonds and 1 wool can make diamond horse armor. However, horse armor. With 1.6, crafting recipes were removed. You're a backwards gamer if you remember these crafting recipes. No further comment. The rose. Missing the rose. My channel has so many rose references that it's almost a meme. I miss it terribly. I like the poppy, but why can't the rose and poppy get along? If you played Minecraft Pocket Edition, you'll remember the blue rose. This blue rose was supposed to be red, but hardware issues made it blue. Yes, I don't understand either, but you're an experienced player if you remember this blue flower. Minecraft Pocket Edition veterans may remember sleeping to recover health. Yes, exactly. In Pocket Edition Alpha, players could rest in a bed to recover, which I thought was cool. If you recall, please let me know. Minecraft players from 2011 will remember the Ether mod. The Ether mod created the Nether's opposite, the Ether. The only way into the dimension was through this glowstone gateway, which many of you know. This glowstone gateway is popular, so many people tried to activate it in vanilla Minecraft, but failed. Okay folks, be honest, did you try a vanilla glowstone gateway? This world had the notorious castle, library, 2 settlements, lighthouse, and tutorial. The massive Minecraft logo above is also notable, absolutely gorgeous. Veterans will remember the tutorial world from Title Update 3. Except for new surprises, this tutorial globe resembles TU1. These secrets include an underwater glowstone tunnel by the castle that leads to a chest with diamond tools and armor, and a Minecraft world logo lever that opens a nether gateway. The tutorial world for Title Update 5 will be familiar to veterans. Since Minecraft TU5 added sprinting and eating, the world now has tutorials for each. Mountain Stronghold, 3 villages, and, most importantly, the Music Disc Quest. This mission involves searching the world for 12 chests with different music discs. However, some console edition tutorial worlds exist. Please let me know in the comments if you want a video on the rest. In Minecraft Beta, animals swimming in water would cause the lighting to bug out. These pigs bobble in the water, but it's amazing how their texture darkens. Old rain sounds. Because they were so loud, dude, experienced players will remember the old rain noises. Pay attention. Prepare your ears. The following Minecraft seeds will be remembered by experienced gamers. Our first seed is a notorious Minecraft 1.7/1.8 only seed. I'm talking about seed 4. The world created with seed number 4 has a small island with many trees, sheep, and a cave entrance. After entering the cave, you'll see a stronghold building with the final portal. This gave you a cool survival island seed with only a fortress, which presented a unique challenge in the past. If you remember seed number 4, you're an experienced player. Veteran gamers may recall the next seed that gave you 15 diamonds at spawn. Thus, the seed is just numbers and only works with versions 1.2 to 1.5. When you create the globe, a jungle and desert biome will greet you. After 100 blocks from spawn, you'll find a desert settlement and temple. The desert temple chest had 6 diamonds, but it was better. Yes, exactly. In the village's blacksmith's chest, players can find 9 more diamonds, totaling 15. You can see why gamers liked this diamond seed in the past. In Minecraft 1.2 to 1.6, the community found one of the most unusual and never before seen seeds. Obviously I'm talking about Dossier seed. When you spawn with the seed, you'll see a village in a plains biome. However, a stone brick building near the settlement is submerged. The end portal room in Strongholds was accessed through this building. Yes, exactly. The water surrounds only one end portal room. No fortress to investigate. If you remember this seed, you were lucky to see something new. Ravines. Each of us found one. They usually include coal, iron, or a creeper descending on you. From Minecraft 1.2 to 1.6, a ravine seed gave the player everything. I'm serious. Creating a world with the seed on screen would give the player this notorious ravine at spawn. Due to its mineshaft and fortification, this ravine is famous. Please examine this, man. The stronghold is above the mining shaft. The valley was deep enough to hold 15 diamonds, though I'm sure there were more. If you used this Minecraft seed before, let me know in the comments. Next is Minecraft's beta seed, known as the worst ever. Despite being called the worst seed ever, it was once popular due to its high quality. Who would have thought? Upon spawning, you find an exposed dungeon with a zombie spawner, which was hard to find in the Minecraft beta. Examining the dungeon reveals a hole that leads to a network of caves. Continuing down the tunnel reveals other cave systems and lots of diamonds. Everything was below your spawn point, so it wasn't the worst seed. If you enjoy produced structures and are an experienced Minecraft player, you may remember a popular seed from 1.6. The seed included a settlement, desert pyramid, and 2 exposed fortresses at your spawn spot, which was beautiful. Treasure isn't bad either. The dungeon held name tags, music discs, and horse armor, while the pyramid held diamonds and emeralds. Please comment if you recognize this famous seed. The seed is 404. Remember or never heard of it? The community's 404 challenge made seed 404 popular in Minecraft's beta days. On your first Minecraft day, gather as many resources as possible. After nightfall, you had to reach this large gravel patch inside the spawn point. Then you had to break the gravel to reveal a deep cave system. Descends into darkness. The gravel revealed a terrifying cavern. After that, the player had to survive in the harsh cave system. Torches were banned, making it difficult to see inside the caverns. If you remember the Beta 404 challenge, you're an old school gamer. How are you, folks? My voice lulls many to sleep, which is great but strange. One request has been made to record me speaking in my monotone voice. Today, I'll read you an hour of weird Minecraft info to help you sleep. Relax and listen to me. Let's begin, even though this is personal. Yes, giving a parrot a cookie kills it immediately. Chocolate poisons real parrots. Cookie-fed pears in Bedrock Edition are poisoned for 1,000 seconds. It's interesting that Minecraft parrots originally ate biscuits. This soon changed due to concerns that kids would do the same in real life. Skeletons stuck in powdered snow can become strays. Considering that the stray is the cold weather version of the standard skeleton, it makes sense. He dresses to stay warm. Minecraft seems to be subtly telling a story about mob adaptation. Minecraft has 7 panda species, like the typical, aggressive, lethargic, anxious, playful, feeble, and extremely rare brown panda, which has a 2% chance of spontaneous reproduction. You can distinguish pandas by carefully examining their faces. I had no idea they had different emotions. Cave game. Notch's official temporary term was Minecraft's original name. Interestingly, Gamerpool came up with the name Minecraft. Notch thought Minecraft was a great name, short, descriptive, light-hearted, and sardonic. The rest is history. All our childhood stories now mention Minecraft. Enderman 1.8, released in 2011, had green eyes instead of purple. Enderman could also pick up any block, including bedrock and illegal mob spawners. A cheat code today, Enderman's eyes are purple and he can only pick up a few blocks like dirt. They are also inconveniently located. The gas's first sound comes from a special cat. C418's cat, startled from sleep, made the sound. C418 also made some of Minecraft's most famous music, which you should know. A shout out to C418. Did you know lightning affects many mobs? Lightning supercharges creepers, as we all know. Did you know that lightning strikes villagers, turning them into witches? Does a hit pig become a zombie piglin? Red mushroom cows become brown and vice versa. Additionally, lightning kills a turtle instantly, making it drop a bowl instead of a sea wrasse. I'm not sure why a turtle would drop a bowl, but a hoe is useful for more than farming. It's also used to break sponges, targets, hay bales, ward blocks, skulk, moss blocks, and mushroom lights. Why a hoe breaks mushroom lights faster is still puzzling. I don't get it, but it makes sense. Everyone knows that 12 eyes activate the end portal. Since each frame block has a 10% chance of spawning with an eye of ender inside, a naturally illuminated end portal has a 1 in 1 trillion chance of spawning. It's crazy that some of these seeds have been found and shared on YouTube. This would be like finding a girlfriend or a girl to talk to, which hasn't been recorded. Perhaps one day. Another intriguing cookie fact. Next month, December 2025, I'll reveal myself. This has been anticipated for over 4 years by many. I never had trouble face revealing. My faceless channel became my thing after I started it. I think I'm funnier and foolisher in real life. It's time for me to face the public and explore new material. Many exciting plans, I think. I've recorded about 50 TikToks of me going about my daily life to share. On Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. For in-person streaming with a face cam, I want an office. A basketball net behind me will let me dunk in my Minecraft stream for fun, which will be fun. Never expect me to look like Michael Jordan. I may show my brick face so we can stream IRL. Making a name for myself on YouTube or streaming games with face cams has always been my goal, because I think it would be fun. I'll blind you with my chop in December. Let's get to the facts. Falling into a bed reduces fall damage by 50%. Despite its height, falling on a delicious berry bush will reduce your fall by 100%, while hay will reduce it by 80%. I have no idea why. A beautiful berry bush couldn't prevent your fall. It works like a cobweb, but cobwebs are awful because you're stuck in them for 5 minutes. Call your stepbrother to escape. The famous Steve Skin may be smiling. The weird part follows. He's not even smiling. The famous pixelated smile is a beard, according to official confirmation. My interpretation of Mojang's words is always a smile. I think Steve will always be that happy blocky face we used to start Minecraft. I feel uneasy calling Steve an adult. I still see him as a Minecraft-skinned 14-year-old. Did you know that Notch initially reversed the width and height parameters to make the pig? Instead of a pig, the modern creeper stands upright due to this error. Notch turns him green and blows him up, the most annoying feature ever. That error plagues me daily. If you get a skeleton to shoot the creeper enough times before it dies, it will drop a music disc. Creating music disc farms is now possible, even though no one knows why. Though strange, it's enjoyable. Games involve getting skeletons to shoot a creeper. Feels like friendly fire. You get 10 out of 10 satisfaction when a music disc comes out. Skeletons and zombies are unaffected by instant harm potions. They only suffer from instant healing potions, which seems odd for undead creatures. Furthermore, neither regeneration nor poison potions affect them. You must heal zombies and skeletons to kill them. I call it Mushroom Island or Mushroom Fields, are a rare biome in the game. It may surprise you that hostile mobs do not spawn in the Mushroom Island biome at any time of day. Since it usually spawns in a deep ocean, it is hard to find, but it is ideal for farming or bases. To keep Creeperers out of my dreams, I should have based myself on a Mushroom Island. The desert well construction has been considered one of the game's most pointless additions since version 1.2.1. However, 1.20 suspicious sand was added. You can finally find suspicious sand beneath the well's water, but it's not useful unless you like pottery fragments. Like my friend Brick, he loves brick pots, so wells may be his favorite structure in the game. The 12% chance of damage per use makes anvils appear somewhat mined or used before breaking completely, as opposed to an anvil, which takes the same damage each time. Anvils should last 25 uses before breaking and requiring a new one. Has anyone seen a basalt generator? Cobblestone generators are well known. Need blue ice and soul sand. If lava flows into an area with soul sand at the bottom and blue ice on top, it creates an endless basalt generator that no one needs or wants. No one intended the Warden to be an overworld mob. In the 1.16 Nether update, the Warden was supposed to be a Nether mob. He was said to be a blind piglin with a unique biome that only responded to sounds. For the overworld to have a legitimate boss mob, this idea was probably abandoned. I think the old city will become a dimensional doorway that takes us somewhere else. That could take 10 years or more. Many Minecraft mobs have unique fears. For instance, Enderman fears water. Creepers, skeletons, hoglins, and piglins are afraid of cats, dogs, fungus, and fire, which seems odd since they are neverborn. The least well-known fact is that pandas fear rainstorms and cover their faces. That was unknown to me. This is great. To turn a snow golem into a snowman, cut off and dump the pumpkin's head with shears, revealing his silly face. Blue ice is slicker than packed ice, so boats move faster. Blue ice allows the boat to travel nearly twice as fast as other types of ice, which allow only 40 meters per second. It seems fast, but I don't understand 70 meters per second in Minecraft blocks. Not sure. Foxes like to pick up things, but if one gets its mouth on a totem and takes lethal damage, the totem will activate and save the fox. Totems are not just for humans. Was it known that a wolf's tail indicates its health? A tall, airborne tail indicates good health in your wolf. If the tail is low, he will die. Thus, feed your wolf meat to straighten its tail. It takes 20 minutes to finish. The fastest way to the border is through the nether, because one overworld block equals 8 nether blocks. Shearing a mushroom cow turns it into a normal cow and drops the mushrooms from its back. The cow won't become a mushroom cow again no matter how long you wait. Take care not to shear your cows. Feeding brand mushroom cows certain flowers and milking them with a bowl yields strange stew. Oxydaisy flower regenerates. The alien flower provides fire resistance while cornflower boosts your jump. Dandelion and blue orchid saturation. Exposure to blue light causes blindness. Use a poppy and torch flowers to see at night. Tolviz weaken. Valley lily poisons. Natural wither effects accompany wither flowers. I thought I was reading a fairy tale while reading the whole thing. Check and tell me if this is true. Instead of throwing away old armor, smelt it. 1 nugget can be extracted from any iron or gold armor in a furnace. Yes, you heard correctly. Only 1 nugget, no ingot. Center on purple background. I thought it should have been a cookie, but congrats, dude. Like you, man, we're unique. Fireproof netherite tools and armor can float in lava. If you die in lava with complete netherite, you can recover your armor and tools. Give up everything else. All of them are burned and will never be seen again. Toasting any bunny turns it black and white. Ryan Holtz, a Minecraft developer, saw a Reddit post about a girl's rabbit going missing and included the memorial in Toast. So Toast is always remembered. The addition is great. Never knew that existed. The chance of a chicken egg hatching is 12%. 4 chicks may hatch at the same time with a 0.39% chance. Given 256 eggs, at least one should hatch 4 chickens. I love it when this happens, it's satisfying. Charge creepers explode, dropping skeletons, wither skeletons, zombies, creepers, and piglin heads. Without a trident with channeling, getting mob heads is difficult unless you want to wait years for a lightning strike to hit a creeper. Notch, who named the Ender Dragon gene, says it's female. When you kill the Ender Dragon and harvest her egg, you deprive Jean of her children. Shame on you. Putting a bed in the end or never and sleeping will blow it up. I think we all knew. Did you know villagers' situation differs? It appears that villagers can sleep soundly in both the nether and the end without a huge explosion. Man, lucky villagers. Mining obsidian with your fists would take 250 seconds. However, using a wooden pickaxe cuts the time in half to 125 seconds, or just over 2 minutes. Mining obsidian with a stone pickaxe takes a minute. Using an iron pickaxe takes 40 seconds. It takes 21 seconds to use a gold pickaxe. It takes 9.4 seconds with a diamond pickaxe. Using a netherite pickaxe, mining obsidian takes 8.3 seconds. A fully powered beacon requires 1,476 ingots, or 164 blocks. A netherite beacon now requires nearly 6,000 scraps. Gold is also required. You can make a beacon from gold. My hardcore world doesn't have a netherite beacon because of this. A sponge can absorb 7 blocks of water per direction, or 65 blocks total. Smelting sponges in a furnace will dry them, but putting them in the nether will dry them immediately. Since ancient debris has high blast resistance, many nether miners use TNT and beds instead of a dull pickaxe. It's faster, riskier, and more fun. The dragon head at the tip of the End City ship can be worn in the helmet armor slot. It comes alive when worn while running. However, few know that redstone can move and animate the dragon head, creating amazing creations. Attacking a mob and dealing a critical hit doesn't randomly release heart particles. It shows how much you harm the mob. Thus, observing 5 hearts emerge from a mob causes 5 hearts damage. You can use leads to link monsters to a chicken and push it off to move them down. Chickens serve as parachutes, allowing mobs to descend slowly. To be honest, I should use this. Brilliant. Due to desert heat, a snow golem spawned there will immediately absorb damage and die. If fire resistance potions are applied quickly, the snow golem can withstand the heat as long as the effects last. If your iron golem is battered and injured, give him an iron ingot to repair him. Iron blocks, nuggets, or raw iron. Not usable. Functioning requires an iron ingot. Only gold cannot break and gather in the game. Thus, crushing gold ore with a gold pickaxe breaks the block but does not release any gold. Luck potions in creative mode help players get better loot. Bad luck, the opposite effect, can only be ordered. After 3 changes, the bad luck symbol now resembles a dried up 4-leaf clover. Map designers still use the potion effect, so it hasn't disappeared. If you create a new world, your first Iron Blade enchantment always loots 3. Exiting your single player world before looting 3 to enchant the Iron Blade will randomize your enchantment. You only have 1 chance to get it. If you make a glowy sign and regret it, you can turn it back into a normal sign using a black ink bag from a squid. Evokers also cast a spell on nearby blue sheep by emitting an orange particle and saying, "Oh, woo 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 woo." It sounded like a Harry Potter folk fairy tale about a character who turns blue wool into red wool. This references Age of Empires Monk's ability to change team colors. Age of Empires sheep can be claimed by any troop without monks switching teams. It's easier to fall asleep in bed if it's raining inside. More specifically, 32 Minecraft minutes early. We all know Minecraft minutes are different from real world minutes. This calculation yields just under 27 seconds. When talking about beds, 27 seconds is long. After exploding a / potion treated creeper, it will release its effects. In the absence of Dragon's Breath, this is the only way to get the prolonged potion effect. Many are unaware of the Desert Temple's new secret room in 1.20. A brush can reveal pottery, emeralds, and other treasures from the mysterious sand in the upper temple. Look closely at an empty hotbar. The texture is familiar. Hotbars have the same texture as sand due to their low opacity. Look up at the sky to see this. You would likely never unsee this again. Sorry for that. If you break a tripwire trap with your hand or other equipment, the wire will still trip. Shearing the shrink between the tripwire hooks prevents the trap from activating. When dispersing bombs, it's like cutting the right cable. Real life is full of such situations. Nitwits, green-coated villagers, are worthless and unemployed. They wake up later than other responsible villagers who work. It reminds me of my friends who wake up at 4. 1 minute and 40 seconds later than the rest of the hamlet, Nitwith will wake up, truly living without work. When hay is placed under a bonfire, smoke will peak at 24 blocks instead of 10. Most of my campfire builds use this method. When a horse and a donkey are bred with golden apples or carrots, the offspring are always mules. Like cats in real life, Minecraft cats don't take fall damage no matter how high they fall. The cat will fall without heart damage even if there are 10, 100, or 1,000 blocks. They are unbeatable. As most people know, you can use the middle mouse button to copy a block in Minecraft on a computer. Many players don't realize that when they hold control and use the mouse's middle click button to click an object, such as a sign with text, the chest with the same NBT data is grabbed, allowing them to repeatedly insert the same objects. Usually TNT cannot explode in water, only those who have. Players of Minecraft factions and base raiders will know this. If sand is dropped on the TNT before it explodes, it will shatter nearby blocks even in water. Dropping items is a simple trick that will help many players. Minecraft defaults to Q as the drop key. Holding down the Q button lets you spit quickly. Holding Ctrl Q drops the entire stack of blocks immediately. In Java Minecraft, the small green book that lets you quickly create goods and displays book recipes on the inventory screen has a name. Call it the information book. Commands to hold the book in inventory are even more intriguing. Find out if you're unaware of Banes of Arthur's performances. Most people know Bane of Arthur makes cave spiders more dangerous. Most people are unaware that it also endangers endermites and silverfish. Additionally, it slows these mobs for effect. Unless you use nether bricks, the only block in the game that can be used to create both a fence and a wall, you must choose your materials carefully when building walls or fences. The clock's 64 frames, which take 18.75 seconds to advance, complete the Minecraft day, which lasts 20 minutes. Baby piglins are Minecraft's most heinous gremlins. Gold isn't returned when paid. They pay no taxes. They don't pay rent. You get the point. Their social contribution is minimal. They resemble brick, my friend. When hanging a sign, the chain shape depends on your crouching. The standard chains support the signs without squatting. When you crouch, the chain forms an inverted V. Pick one that fits your body. One piece of blue ice contains 81 regular ice pieces. Make 9 packed ice from 81 normal ice. The 9 formed a blue ice block. A worse buy one get one free offer has never existed. You can experience Minecraft as a mob if you want. Once in spectator mode, click on any mob to see the world through their eyes. Some mobs, like the creeper, see everything as green. Enderman has inverted color vision and resembles me. Spiders use all 6 eyes, making Minecraft look strange. Why do end ships in end cities have one magenta glass piece? In snapshot 15W31A, one of the first with cities, the developers placed beacons inside ships with speed 1. Later, it was discovered that this was for testing and removed in subsequent snapshots. What if you raided end ships for elytra and beacon? Would have been insane. However, the magenta glass fragment used to change beacon colors remains. A bucket of milk will eliminate all potion effects. However, honey bottles are more useful. All potion benefits will remain. Drinking honey will eliminate only negative traits such as slowness or poison, not positive ones like fire resistance. Even though they're flying, ghasts don't spawn in the air. Gas spawns on the ground like anything else. Yes, you thought you were unique? Even though you can fly, you must spawn on land. To fit their large back in the globe, they need a 5x5 block wide, 4 block high space to spawn. Allowing tree leaves to spontaneously despawn is thought to increase the likelihood of apples, sticks, and saplings. This is misinformation. Whether you break it by hand or let the leaves despawn is irrelevant. The decline will be identical. Instead of waiting for saplings or apples, smash leaves with your fist if you're in a hurry. As a Minecraft player, waiting for it. Despawning naturally has always felt better than breaking it by hand, so I won't believe this. Sugarcane is usually planted in sand or soil. Sand does not accelerate sugarcane growth. Did you know that sugarcane can be planted on grass blocks, coarse dirt, rooted dirt, podzol, mycelium, sand, red sand, suspicious sand, moss blocks, and even mud, despite popular belief for years? Select your block carefully. Tradition says sugarcane grows faster on mud. Dude, believe me, Minecraft 1.2.1, the first version, was released. I promised to add 2 unused hieroglyphic textures to the game. Unsure how to pronounce that word, a big term. One block has a creeper face and small shapes. Another block resembles a breeze or blaze. It feels like wind to me. That's odd. Thus, Minecraft may have prepared these blocks years before we knew. Dinnerbone invented leg twists in 2012. However, his new block had too many tech issues. The idea was scrapped. Luckily, Mojang gave this idea another try in 2018 with the 1.14 update, which added lecterns without disrupting Minecraft. It also makes a great decorating block. Except for pink, magenta, and green, all glazed terracotta can be found in natural structures in the game. This color is unique in that it can only be created by the player. I'm still confused by glazed terracotta. It seems fractured, blocks without texture. I'll admit it resembles me. It is well known that sugarcane barely reaches 3 blocks. When hunting sugarcane naturally, 1 in 9 times, you may find 4 block tall sugarcane. We've probably seen this before and are amazed thinking we've found something rare. However, 11% is likely. 2 torchflower seeds are needed to breed a Minecraft sniffer. Unlike most mobs that just release a tiny version of themselves, sniffers will drop an egg that you must set down and let hatch. Did you know infant sniffers have a formal name? I think snifflets is one of the coolest and most fitting names for them. When we see a newborn cow, or pig we call it, infant sniffers are called snifflets. That's adorable. Never use scaffolding blocks or bamboo to find the best smelting fuel. Scaffolding and bamboo are the worst game fuels. Only 25% of an item is smelted per bamboo. One piece of cobblestone needs 4 bamboo pieces to smell. What a scam. Cake is a unique and awesome Minecraft dish. Many consider making a cake at home a trophy or milestone. However, you may not have known that Minecraft added cake to celebrate its 2010 Indie of the Year win. Thus, whenever you bake a cake, remember that you are honoring one of the greatest games ever. Being a top Minecraft YouTuber is great, thank you all. Blocks above the chest usually prevent chest opening. It stops completely. From childhood, I've built chests with slabs or stairs above them so they can be opened. These blocks don't count as full blocks. Building hack, sort of. If you want to decorate your chest room, a hoglin will become a zillin after 15 seconds of overworld exposure. A zoglin will feel nausea for 10 seconds after zombification, but the zillin is unaffected. It trembles and looks silly. Set down an armor stand if zillins are pursuing you. Zillins hate armor stands and attack them. Why they act this way is beyond me. They may think an armor stand is me and attack it because they're stupid and can't see. Not sure. My favorite skin is white, grey, black, dark brown, light brown, chestnut, and creamy. One of 35 horse skin patterns. Falling into a lava pit will kill you in 2.5 seconds. Wearing armor can extend your survival time. The better the armor, the longer it takes to burn and extends your survival time by 11 seconds. The helmet has aqua affinity and respiration because the chest plate is the only armor in the game without an enchantment. Leggings have sneak swift, boots have soul speed and feather falling, and the chest plate is ordinary. It covers your nipples, which is good. Enchanted golden apples, or god apples, are best found in ancient cities. The highest chance of finding 1 or 2 golden apples in ancient city chests is 8.4%, 4%. If the warden's spitballs don't kill you, when starting a gold farm, walking on magma burns every time. You must always sneak. Enchant Frostwalker on your boots to become a deity and move freely on magma blocks without damage. In essence, he became Jesus. Everyone recognizes Minecraft's golden carrier. However, original players will remember golden carrot texture appears differently. More traditionalists know that the golden carrot has 4 textures. In 12.34a, this long curving carrot was the first texture. It got stubbier, which is worse. Instead of embarrassing us for being naturally born, they made it look like a carrot. The painted pot is rarely used in the game. Each of the pot's 4 sides can have a different design. This means there are 194,481 brick pot designs. I want to challenge someone who can find every survival combination. That would take me ages. If I reach 1 million likes, Brick will help me collect all 200,000 design pots. Deep slate blocks, supposed to be grimstone blocks, behave like logs if you look closely. Directional textures face in the direction you position them. Honestly, I dislike this. Putting down deep slate blocks is annoying. It looks completely messed up. The alley mob, also known as the Pixie or Wisp, was planned for the 2020 Never update. The idea was scrapped until 2020 when the Ally defeated the Copper Golem and Glare in a 1.19 mob vote. My favorite Copper Golem is now alive in Minecraft. My 2022 vote was for that. Did you know Pufferfish had 2 textures? First released in 1.7, it had 2 black eyes and was brighter yellow. It seemed alarmed. Another fish-like creature had a brighter texture than Pufferfish. 2 protruding limbs and a pale belly are visible. He's annoying and derpy. You hear slime bouncing when you crack a sea pickle while sitting. Horses can jump, run, and have many health issues. Donkeys, on the other hand, can vary in health but always jump and run fast because they are fat slobs. They dislike exercise, like my friend Brick. A donkey with superior skills can only be bred with a faster horse, but the result is a mule, so it's not a donkey. Looks more like Shrek. Since version 1.14, the annoying, pointless wing trade we all hate has worn the same clothes. Before receiving his famous blue robe hood, Mojang had many wandering trader ideas. The first features a huge green emerald in the water trader's brow. Small Uzi Vert put a diamond in his forehead. Not sure why he did that. He wore lighter clothes with a darker cape and a huge emerald bag in front. The wandering trader's robe and colors were similar to today's, but it had no hood. A fedora would have looked odd on wandering trader. He looks bald or like a zookeeper or scavenger. I suppose it emphasizes the local's baldness. The game's in-dev 0.31 version added gunpowder without anyone in front of it. There was zero. Sulfur was its first name. All mobs in the game could drop sulfur and had a different name. Witches and gas can drop gunpowder, but only creepers can today. The crafting table is a game icon. Mojang nearly named this block incorrectly, even though it lets us play the game and make crazy things. Since Minecraft is called Minecraft, the original name, the workbench, was terrible. It makes sense to have a crafting table. Thus, switching from the workbench to the crafting table greatly improved and unified the game. With the enter chest, players can hide an entire chest's contents. I thought this chest was the coolest when it first appeared in the game because no one could see or steal your stuff. I think shulker boxes have lessened the uniqueness of ender chests, but ender chests weren't always like this. Previously, ender chest operated like a community chest. In other words, if your friend opened an ender chest on the other side of the world after you put your diamonds in the entrance chest, they could steal them. However, I love this feature's privacy. Choosing the Programmer Art Resource Pack from the game's Resource Packs page lets you quickly access old Minecraft graphics. The ugly old Netherrack, which looks more Minecrafty because it reminds me of the past, is in this resource pack, which contains all the original textures. In addition to many other blocks changed throughout the game, it restores diamond, gold, and redstone ore textures. Because anvils need 31 iron ingots, 3 blocks at the top and 4 nuggets at the bottom. Some say their crafting formula is very expensive. After anvil was added, the crafting recipe required 55 iron ingots, 6 blocks and 1 ingot in the middle. 1 broken anvil costs nearly a stack. It's good that Minecraft changed the recipe. Originally, the enchantment table could be made without obsidian. Cobblestone, which resembles a piston with diamond corners, was originally intended for the enchanting table instead of obsidian. Minecraft covered it with a luxurious scarlet cloth to make it look fancier. Mojang concluded that cobblestone was insufficient for a major game item. They replaced the cobblestone with obsidian to make it look like this. Instead of waiting for a creeper to explode, a creeper can explode in front of you if you light it instantly with flint and steel. Therefore, you can run past these creepers, fire them with flint and steel, drive past them without worry. As everyone knows, Minecraft gravity drops sand and gravel. Lanterns must also be mounted on a solid ceiling or ground block. If you hang a lantern from a solid block and quickly replace it with gravel before the lantern pops, you can create an illegal floating gravel and lantern combination that explodes if either block breaks. It defies gravity in both ways. We almost missed out on this lovely logo when designing the Minecraft logo, despite its fame, especially with the creeper face inside the craft letter A. These ideas were early. Some designs were flat pixelated text, while others resembled school computer flash games. Not the worst logo, this white, blue, and green one was considered because it resembles a children's game. Despite being a kid's game, today's logo is unbeatable. It looks like Minecraft and is popular. A TNT block cannot explode and shatter any blocks if placed at Y level 320's height limit. This is because blocks cannot go higher than this threshold. TNT blocks explode into nothing when popped with a dispenser at theoretical level 321. Additionally, creepers who miraculously reach the height limit share this trait. A giant slime or magma cube's name tag will be applied to all of its lesser slimes. Thus, a single name tag can yield many slimes with the same name. This resembles a duplication glitch. Calling it cookie produces 9 more cookies. If you live in a snowy biome, use clear windows because Minecraft doesn't show snow falling from the sky. Snowfall is only visible through old glass and invisible through tinted glass. This applies to typical rain. Since you can see snow, your base will feel more cool and immersive. Dragon head on city ship end. The piglin head has a hidden animation when powered by redstone. When the head is powered, the piglin looks like a moron because its ears flop. A cute boy, yes. Silk Touch lets players get most unobtainable blocks, like grass blocks and diamond ores. Silk Touch won't work on sloppy gravel and sand. In survival mode, these bricks are unavailable, despite your efforts. Even when applying Silk Touch, you cannot have naturally occurring suspicious sand or gravel. Riding a camel lets you avoid zombie swarms because you're higher up and they can't reach you. If zombies are getting you down, buy a camel from a desert town to make life easier. No wither can spawn in snow. The thin snow cover interferes with the soul sand bricks that connect to the withered skeleton skulls. Thus, the construction must be elevated to avoid blocks. A wither can spawn in a snowy biome. It's incredible that even a little snow can prevent wither spawning. Be a boss, right? If you magically land on a totem while falling, it will pop instantly, saving your life. Don't miss the totem on the ground when you land. If not, you'll die and join the earth. This trick is pretty cool. Is this worth the risk in my hardcore world? Captured and placed next to their head with a dispenser, the villager can wear the pumpkin. If you want to protect your villagers from Endermen, give them a Halloween costume. The beacon is a huge, exotic brick in the game. Despite its uniqueness, mining a beacon with your fists is odd. It has diamonds and obsidian. Picking it up again requires no special tools. Even stranger, mining a beacon with your fist is as fast as with a pickaxe. Bro, how can it make sense? Did you know mobs cannot cross rails? It's like creating an imperceptible barrier against the mobs by circling yourself with rails. One tiny rail particle blocks their approach. Zombies are stupid. Skeletons and creepers can shoot and blow you up respectively. The rails are impassable to zombies. So what, fools? Milking a cow yields milk. You can milk a mushroom cow for soup. However, goat milk is an option you probably didn't know about. No difference between goat and cow milk. Gaze into their soul without angering the Enderman. Instead of glasses, Endermen are too stupid to see you through glass. They become blinder. Thus, making close eye contact with Endermen without upsetting them is ideal. Lighting TNT with a lava-soaked fishing pole is unusual. Try lighting your next TNT with a fishing rod instead of a dull flint and steel or redstone torch. Your friends will be impressed and your aura will improve. However, it's excessive. But now you can fish for fire. Using a spawn egg near a swamp wish hut will make all cats black. Black cats are unlucky and witches love them. Cookie, my full black cat, annoyed my mum at first, but she now likes him because he's cute. Walking on campfires causes minor damage. If you wear frost walking boots before the walk, you'll be fine. Walk around campfires without worrying about your feet smoking, burning, or stinking. Ocelots hunt chickens if they see them. After cautiously approaching the bird, it will kill it. Taming an ocelot won't harm your hens, but only wild ocelots do this. As everyone knows, the beacon beam passes through glass but is blocked by solid objects. Colored glass can change the beacon's color. Beacons can pass through bedrock, surprisingly. Thus, if you need the beacon to beam through bedrock blocks, you are confident it will work. Still, unless you build the beacon beneath the world, which would be interesting, this is unlikely. Leather horse armor is a new addition to the game, and some of you may not know that you can dye it any color. Letting you give your horse the extra care he needs to find a partner and have kids. Giving a fox a fire-enchanted sword lets it fight and burn creatures. An automatic KFC chicken deep fryer reduces cooked meat when you kill an animal like a chicken. Lightning strikes a copper rod connected to redstone, creating a redstone current that powers the redstone and activates the object. Players can activate levers in two ways. More advanced, throwing a wind charge at the lever turns it on or off. You're making cool wind-powered devices. Google Minecraft. Turn your mouse into Steve's arms by clicking on the small grass block button at the bottom of the screen to shatter blocks. You can also get and improve the pickaxe by smashing stone or iron ores. If you leave, a creeper appears in front of you and explodes when you return to Google. If you can't afford Minecraft, you can play online. Note blocks can be placed beneath other blocks to make many sounds. Sound types are listed here. Wood blocks form string bass. Glass makes clicks and sticks. Sand snare drum. This flute is for clay. Compressed ice makes chimes. Wool enables guitars. Piano keys are dirt. Bales of hay make a banjo. Emerald blocks make 8-bit sounds. Soul sand makes cowbells. A glowstone electric piano. Use gold blocks for bells. Xylophones have iron blocks and bones. Finally, the bass drum is stone. Just before reading, that was unknown to me. You get more gold, diamonds, and iron by luck than by mining. Most people don't know that geodes can collect amethyst shards more successfully. Thus, you can make the indispensable spyglass used by all players. That was sarcasm. Snow can be applied to all solid blocks except packed and ordinary ice. Minecraft lets you put snow on blue ice. However, I think other ice blocks are. Labeled transparent so snow won't stick. But who knows? Know that honey blocks are smaller than regular blocks? You can shoot an arrow through a honey block's side. Even against a block, it creates a hedgehog glitch secret shooter perspective. While drinking a potion, the witch becomes animated. They usually take a potion to heal. Imagine having a huge nose that needs magic to raise to drink anything, including the potion. Everyone with a big nose deserves praise. Do your water blocks freeze when you decide to build a farm in winter? Try adding waterlog leaves to your farm. Water and leaves won't freeze into ice, but it will flow into the soil to keep it moist so farms can grow. I must do it on my farms. After stopping attacking you, silverfish will look for a block to crawl inside and hide, turning it into an infested block. When you return, the silverfish will immediately return for round 2. Most annoying mob in game. Blocks also give teammates superpowers like invincibility. An ally you own is unharmed. In addition, they cannot use axes or swords. Allies become explosion proof as they hold blocks for you. Interesting fact, hoglins are too big for boats. Placing a newborn hoglin in a boat is a simple workaround. No problem fitting infant hoglins. They will grow into full-grown hoglins and stay until you release them. Looking closely at the fisherman villager may reveal something familiar. The bottom shows the original fish's texture before cod, salmon, and pufferfish replaced it. Compare the torches and levers textures. Have you noticed anything? The torch and lever have the same bottom half texture, down to the darker pixels. The only differences are the 4 top pixels. Orange for the torch, grey for the lever. Minecraft artists are slacking. Marine lanterns are underrated game blocks. The block is animated and attractive. Look closely at the block's center for a swirl. It can be hard to see, so increase the brightness. Playing with a fish in a glass tube with a slime block on the bottom is fun on land. With the slime block, the fish will jump high as it floats, sometimes jumping 20 blocks off the ground. They become Michael Jordan. This works if you're learning how to throw pearls and using ender pearls to find an end city on the end islands. Consider bringing snowballs. Ender pearls and snowball throws are alike. If you're not confident in your throw, toss a snowball first and watch where it lands to avoid hitting the island's edge, falling into the void and losing everything. Since your pearl will land in the same spot, you won't waste hundreds of hours playing Minecraft. Initially, the game only had a red bed. This bed can be made red with planks and white wool. The bed now has the most unique crafting recipes in the game, since any 3 plank colors and 16 wool colors are available. This means Minecraft has 21,296 bed making options. Not all Minecraft water is safe to land in. A full water source block will stop your fall even if you land on the smallest patch or corner. If you try to land in a water cauldron, you will likely die from fall damage, so avoid that at home. Original slime lacked the transparent jelly appearance we know today. Slimes began with an entirely solid opaque texture, which was only in the game for 5 days before being permanently changed to transparent on July 28, 2010. It was also smart to make slimes transparent because opaque slime looks awful. The hidden Minecraft world generation debug mode is only accessible by holding down the Alt key while pressing the world type button. Then the hidden debug option appears. The debug world shows all types of redstone, open and closed fences, and even glass pane margins, which would normally only be shown if attached to another block. The debug world displays many cursed blocks, including door tops and portal blocks. The tool was added to Minecraft before the flint item, even though the flint and steel needed flint and iron to make. Before the crafting recipe, only mob drops provided flint and steel. Steel and flint have had 3 textures throughout history. Minecraft blocks like stone and soil have very short names. After the Copper Age update, a block with the longest name was added. The game's longest named item is the waxed weather copper golem statue. Come on bro, I'm reading an essay. That one thing integrates 5 different aspects. Minecraft is getting smarter. The standard orange fire damages half a heart per tick. Soul fire, which is blue fire that burns soul soil or soul sand, does twice as much damage as ordinary fire, causing a full heart of damage per tick. Soul campfires work similarly. When making mob grinders or traps for friends, keep this in mind. Soul fire is more destructive than ordinary fire. The wooden mansion can have many rooms, but the lava room, a glass tube filled with lava, is rare. The obsidian surrounds it, and removing the lava inside gives you a diamond block to keep. Remove all lava before mining to avoid burning the diamond block. A Fortune 3 tool can mine a melon block into 9 slices. This is a bad hard cap because if the melon block dropped more than 9, you could craft the slices into blocks and break them again, creating an endless supply of watermelons. Mojang considered this and prevented it. Imagine a farm that grows watermelons forever. That would be great. Before being renamed Deep Slate, it was Grimestone, which sounds better. Grimestone sounds like a block you might encounter while digging a deep tunnel and risking your life. However, Deep Slate is dull and auraless. It makes me want to vomit. Any wood or plank can be used as smelting fuel in a furnace, except nether trees. Warp and crimson wood cannot be smelted because they are fireproof. If you plan to spend a lot of time in the nether, pack cold-smelling items. Entering Excited ZE or Excited Zed into the search box's crafting recipe changes the game's vocabulary to pirate slang, changing block names to pirate-appropriate topics. Option tab has also been revamped. It does that without explanation. As you learn, stacking mob heads on a note block makes the mob sound louder. This works on skeletons, zombie heads, creepers, piglins, and the inner dragon head, bringing back memories of defeating it. If you just want to scare your friends with a creepy hiss, this is your option. The Knockback 2 enchantment also sends a mob much further back than usual. It is rare to strike a polar bear with a Knockback 2 sword while submerged in water. Why does the polar bear travel farther in water than a typical mob? Chickens drop eggs in Minecraft. Did you know some hens are infertile? Just to clarify, finding a chicken jockey and killing the baby zombie without killing the chicken will make the chicken sterile and prevent egg production. Therefore, the chickens will never give birth. Your inventory could hold 64,000 items if all shulker boxes were filled with 64 stacks. Filling each shulker box with gold or iron blocks makes this amount absurd. These blocks can be turned into ingots and nuggets, allowing players to store over 5 million objects, a cheat code. Saddle riding pigs with carrots is becoming obsolete. If you're tired of crawling, ride a pig through a 1-block gap. Just accept losing your vision and possibly dying from suffocation. The blue axolot is the rarest and cannot reproduce naturally, so it may not be worth the effort. Breeding is the only way to produce blue axle babies, which have a 1 in 200 chance. The blue axolot legend that it references Pokemon is unknown to most people. A furnace-equipped minecart is one of the least useful blocks in the game. When the Bedrock edition was released, the developer removed it because it was pointless. Mojang even considered replacing the furnace with a Java minecart, but they realized it would damage some classic builds, so they decided against it. In version 1.7.2, coarse soil was introduced as grassless dirt. This term better describes the block's purpose, since it cannot grow on grass. After being added to the game, it was renamed coarse dirt, which I honestly dislike. Not sure what that means. Its texture was slightly altered to distinguish it from dirt. Even though mud blocks look like one block, objects can soak through them and get into hoppers. This makes it the best block for building a sugarcane farm because the sugarcane can get stuck in sand or dirt and go through the mud like a hopper. Pickles could lighten. A tower of 4 sea pickles emits more light because adding pickles creates more light. A light level of 15, not the absurd 14 of a torch. Forget about sailing in a boring boat. You could tie a lead to a dolphin to maintain the dolphin grace impression. For even faster speed, wear depth strider boots. Moving through the ocean's depths at 40 blocks per second is faster than swimming or a dull boat. In-game, farming ender pearls is terrible. Enders are so damaging that it's hard to fight them without the right armor. Trap endermen in boats to kill them because they can't teleport out. This way, you can farm the enderman and collect their balls without getting killed unless you get too close. The latest Copper Age update makes copper one of the most versatile items in the game, with 131 uses, including ingots, blocks, chests, statues, torches, and trial chamber keys. Axles appear calm and adorable to us, but other fish in the game don't. In a jar with fish, axolotls will kill all the fish, causing chaos and war. Real-life axolotls hunt and eat fish like tadpoles. Squids will be killed by axolotls. Despite their cuteness, these axolotls will destroy everything. The wither symbol in chisel red sandstone can be seen under closer inspection. A random Reddit user named ULeoPurityDon suggested the wither sign on the block, even though coal sandstone has a creeper face, one of my favorite blocks to build as a child. Dinnerbone, one of Mojang's engineers, responded to a comment in which the user claimed to have come up with the idea by leaving him a heart emoji, confirming that the name is extremely long and difficult to remember. Bees, honeycombs, and honey bricks made the game more fun. We almost got cursed bee skins. You may not have known that the Minecraft bee considered 12 design options. Indeed, some of these designs are adorable. This is very appealing. The first one shows him flying aimlessly. The other designs are spooky and more bee-like. Some resemble cows. Instead of carrying redstone or flint and steel, use fire. These Minecraft screenshots added the ability to summon the Ender Dragon after death. Final crystals were not available in this edition. Instead of end crystals, the player can make a clay creeper face to summon the dragon again. This may have been a test of using end crystals to revive the Ender Dragon in future iterations. Putting a name tag on Johnny will make him attack all nearby mobs. Except for Vindicators, Pillagers, Evokers, and Ghasts, Johnny refers to Jack in Stephen King's The Shining. Dirt slabs were once a Minecraft addition. Unfortunately, the game removed its first slabs. The game's geography will change so much that dirt slabs may never be added again. Imagine surrounding every Minecraft grass or soil block with dirt. It would change our Minecraft experience. And that was a few hours of Minecraft facts to fall asleep to. I hope you enjoyed.